This is our main character, Yusol. Just 3 seconds ago, he was sitting in front of his computer. But the moment he accidentally defeated the final boss of the game, he was immediately transported into the game world. And as luck would have it, the moment he woke up, the system assigned him a mission: escape from the assassins hunting him down. To understand what's going on, we need to talk about this game, Mythical World. Released 10 years ago, it was originally designed as a dating sim targeting female players. But for some strange reason, the number of male players skyrocketed unexpectedly. The game allows players to choose from a wide variety of characters, ranging from easy to use, highly efficient ones to extremely difficult but nearly useless ones. And among this sea of characters, there existed one particularly useless pick, a character notorious for being almost impossible to level up and having absolutely terrible skills. And yet, for some inexplicable reason, one masochist had mastered this very character, Yusol. For 10 years, that masochist was me, Yusol, the player. At this moment, Yusol had just stepped away to make himself a cup of coffee. But when he returned to his computer, he noticed a new post had appeared on the game's forum. Oh, a new post? Did they release an update or something? Muttering to himself, he quickly clicked on it to check. But whatever this update was, players didn't seem happy about it. This trash game, some stupid dragon just appeared out of nowhere and wiped my entire game data. What the hell is this black demon dragon? It just told me my character was dead. And now I can't log in anymore. What the hell is going on? My character got deleted? One after another, frustrated complaints flooded the forum. After reading through them, Yusol couldn't help but feel confused. Huh? A final boss? In a dating sim? I thought the game just ended when two characters got together. As he scrolled further, he came across a post that was drawing a lot of attention. Guys, this boss is literally unkillable. This damn black demon dragon has 99% magic resistance, no cooldown time, and keeps screwing me over with its magic absorption skill. And on top of that, it can shoot out spells too? How the hell do you even beat this thing? This has to be a bug. After seeing the author of the forum post, our main character's eyes widened in surprise. Wait, this guy's a famous ranker. He frowned and muttered to himself. A final boss? Huh? Let's see, a monster that's completely immune to magic in a world full of magic users? That doesn't seem right. Is this really a bug? People are even saying their characters got deleted. Ah, so this must be the boss. The black demon dragon, dark moon of the 13th night, has appeared. Yusol mumbled, his gaze locked onto the massive dragon standing before him. Alright, let's break this down. In Mythical World, there existed a fanatical cult known as the Black Demon Worshippers. Their ultimate goal was to aid an alternate world faction called the Personal Gate in achieving world domination. And when those lunatics finally succeeded, the Black Demon Dragon appeared. 90% of the continent fell under the control of the Personal Gate. Yusol scratched his chin, frowning. Man, I've only ever played PvP. I never really paid attention to the game's lore. But this whole situation is completely messed up. Is this even okay? Even as he voiced his concerns, his fingers tingled with excitement. The dragon was ridiculously powerful. And yet, HMPH, it's not like I was planning to avoid fighting it. Maybe I should give it a shot. Once the thought crossed his mind, he immediately acted on it. Without hesitation, Yusol clicked yes to the system's prompt to engage in battle with the Black Demon Dragon. It's time to show off the skills I've honed over the past 10 years. A determined smirk appeared on his face. Now, let's talk about his character. Yusol, the only character in the game who cannot use magic, despite the fact that literally everyone else can. Because of that, even veteran players refused to play as him. To put it bluntly, his character was weaker than even a generic NPC. Sure, he technically had access to one spell, but it was only one. Blink magic. Back to the fight. The moment Yusol appeared, the black demon dragon opened its massive jaws, energy surging within its throat. And then, with its mouth stretched as wide as possible, the beast unleashed a massive torrent of flames straight at him. But instead of panicking, Yusol smirked. And in the next instant, he activated blink magic, teleporting right onto the dragon's back, effortlessly dodging its fiery breath. Let's talk about Yusol's blink magic. This skill allows him to teleport anywhere between 3 to 10 meters almost instantly. However, the destination is completely random, which means that if he doesn't control the distance properly, He could die instantly from the sheer speed and impact force. On top of that, the skill has a ridiculously long cooldown, absurd mana consumption, and a 2-second paralysis penalty after each use. Because of these drawbacks, anyone can learn the skill, but no one actually uses it. But Yusol? He mastered blink magic. He could precisely control both the direction and distance of his teleportation. He even figured out how to bypass the 2-second paralysis penalty. And as for mana consumption? It didn't matter. His character doesn't even have a mana stat to begin with. Unlike other spells, blink magic wasn't really a form of magic, it was purely a mobility skill. Yusol had been obsessed with his character ever since he discovered that everything in the game scaled based on skill level. So for the past 10 years, he had played nothing but a magicless character in a world filled with magic users. As our protagonist reflected on his journey, his avatar had already moved on its own, gripping the black demon dragon's massive body and tearing it in half. And somehow, for some impossible reason, a character that couldn't use mana had enough raw physical strength to defeat a dragon. At the very least, since he couldn't cast magic, the dragon's 99% magic resistance was completely useless against him. And with the black demon dragon collapsing to the ground, defeated, a system notification popped up. You have defeated the final boss, Dark Moon of the 13th Night, on Yuseol's side. After seeing the system notification, even he couldn't believe what had just happened. What the hell? Did I really just defeat it? He stared at the message in shock. Sure, he was decked out in rare artifacts from head to toe, but that didn't change the fact that his character was still absolute trash. Whatever, this is freaking amazing. He grinned and immediately pulled up the community forum. I need to flex on everyone about taking down the black demon dragon. Excited, he hit post, but the moment he did, bright red warning messages suddenly filled his screen. They looked ominous. You have reached the glitched ending. 90% of mythical world has been destroyed, however. You are very close to the true ending. Please proceed to the true ending. Yuseol's mind went blank. What the hell is happening? He shouted, his voice filled with panic. But before he could make sense of anything, his body suddenly vanished. Right there, inside his own room, scene transition. Somewhere, in a desolate room, Yusol slowly regained consciousness. Groggy, he sat up, his face blank with confusion. What just happened? He rubbed his eyes and looked around. And where the hell am I? His voice trailed off as he scanned his surroundings. Then, his eyes landed on a mirror propped against the wall. And when he saw his own reflection, his entire body froze. Because staring back at him was a face he had known for 10 years. Wait, this is Yuseol's face, his in-game character, in real life. But before he could even begin to process what was happening, a glowing system window suddenly popped up in front of him. Episode 1. Escaped the assassination. His panic doubled. The notification wasn't just a glitch. It was real. Yusol quickly checked his pockets. His hands trembled as he pulled out a small piece of paper. It was a letter of acceptance. Stella Academy admission certificate. The moment he saw it, everything clicked. Even if he didn't want to believe it, he knew exactly where he was. This is actually mythical world. And I am Yusol. Taking a deep breath, he forced himself to calm down. Okay, think logically. He replayed the strange message in his head. That voice told me to reach the true ending. But this game doesn't even have a definitive ending. That was the thing, because Mythical World was originally a dating sim. It had countless different endings. How the hell am I supposed to know which one is the true ending? Wait a second. Could it be? For 10 whole years, no one had ever unlocked the true ending. Yuseol's mind raced as he tried to process that thought. But, screw it, that doesn't matter right now. Because at this moment, he had much bigger problems. Damn it, there's no time to think. If he remembered correctly, the moment Yusol woke up in this house, a group of assassins would break in to kill him. At that thought, he didn't hesitate. He bolted to the door and peeked outside. And just as he feared, a group of dangerous-looking men was already there, ready to hunt him down. Where the hell did that little rat run off to? One of them shouted, his voice sharp and menacing. Yuseol's heart pounded in his chest. He slammed the door shut and pressed his back against it. Shit, they're here. His mind raced as he tried to figure out what to do, but before he could come up with a plan, one of the men suddenly yelled, "There's a house over there. Search it, now." Got it. The rest of the assassins responded instantly and rushed toward his hiding spot. Yusol felt a cold sweat drip down his back. What do I do? There's no way I can fight them. But if I stay here, I'm dead. His breath grew shaky as panic started to take over. He had no weapons, no way to defend himself. And worst of all, his teleportation skill had a time limit between uses. He couldn't just spam it. Damn it, there has to be a way. Just then, a small notification window suddenly popped up. System hint. You can use blink. What? Yusol blinked. I can use blink? His eyes widened in shock. Born with a leaking mana syndrome, Yusol was someone who couldn't accumulate mana. Ever. No matter how hard he tried. For someone like him, there was only one thing he could rely on. The one spell he had spent his entire life mastering. Back to the present, Yusol quickly checked his skill details. Blink. Skill level. 0. Max distance. 9 meters. Max charges. 1. Cooldown. 3 seconds. After reading the description, Yusol felt even worse. It's telling me to use blink, but this isn't a damn video game. I don't have a keyboard or a mouse. How the hell am I supposed to use it? But before he could even think, the thundering footsteps outside made him snap back to reality. The assassins were charging straight toward the house. Like a pack of rabid dogs. Yusol's heart pounded in his chest. Shit, they're here. There was no time left. No chance to hesitate. This was do or die. He clenched his teeth and made a run for it. Just before the assassins broke into the house and surrounded him, Yusol rushed out the back. But of course, they spotted him immediately. There he is. I found that bastard. Don't let him escape. Stop right there, you little shit. The shouting behind him made his skin crawl. Yusol ran as fast as he could. But the assassins were faster. Their enchanted boots gave them a huge speed boost. He had no chance of outrunning them. Which meant, his only option was blink. Calm down, I've done this a million times before. Yusol took a deep breath, forcing himself to focus. Behind him, the assassins were right on his heels. You little rat, just give up already. One of them screamed, voice full of rage and bloodlust. Yusol glanced back, quickly calculating the distance between him and his pursuers. They were almost on top of him. The biggest weakness of blink. If you miscalculated the distance, you'd slam into something and die instantly. But Yusol smirked. That won't happen to me. The blink gamble continued. At that moment, the leader of the assassins had finally caught up. Time to send you straight to hell. With those words, he swung his sword, aiming straight for Yusol's head. But just as the blade was about to strike, Yusol took the risk. He activated blink, and in an instant, like a flash of lightning, his body vanished and reappeared meters ahead. The moment he realized he had pulled it off, his heart pounded with excitement. It worked. I actually did it. The assassins froze in shock. What the hell was that? That was Blink. Is he a mage? Their voices wavered with confusion and panic. But their leader wasn't about to let them lose focus. Don't falter, you idiots, he snapped. After using Blink, there's a 2-second paralysis penalty. This is our best chance to. He stopped mid-sentence. Right before his eyes, Yusol was still running. Wait, what? Why the hell is that bastard still moving? The leader's eyes widened in disbelief. This wasn't supposed to be possible. Survival instincts. Yusol knew he had bought some time. But he also knew he couldn't afford to get careless. Stay sharp. Stay focused. He reminded himself, scanning the rugged terrain. This is my advantage. Any player who hasn't mastered Blink would be completely screwed here. It was a brutal reality. 99% of players who picked Yusol never even made it past the tutorial. And as for the 1% who did, even they never truly mastered Blink's distance control or chain blinking. But Yusol wasn't like them. As soon as the 3-second cooldown ended, he blinked again, straight through the dangerous, uneven landscape. The assassins behind him couldn't believe their eyes. He's using Blink on terrain like that. That bastard's insane. The Blink gamble. Dodge or die. The assassin leader clenched his teeth as he watched Yusol gradually widen the gap. Anyone who can use magic. Move up, he barked. Attack him from range. At his command, 3 mages stepped forward. Yusol, still sprinting at full speed, caught their movement from the corner of his eye. They're using magic now? He wasn't surprised. This had happened in the game too. It was the second phase of the tutorial. Dodging magic arrows with Blink. The mages raised their hands. Mana surged around them, forming glowing projectiles. A barrage of magic arrows shot toward him, from multiple angles at once. Yuseol's heart pounded. In the game, I could see attacks coming from behind thanks to the screen. But this is different. His mind raced. He clenched his teeth, trying to gauge the angles. But then, ding! A system message flashed before his eyes. Mana leak syndrome activated. Skill manifestation. Sixth sense and accelerated perception activated. A wave of mana burst from his body. And suddenly, he felt everything. Every single magic arrow. Every trajectory. Every possible impact point. It was as if the world had slowed down, giving him just enough time to react. His body moved instinctively, weaving, twisting, gliding between the lethal barrage. He was dancing in a storm of death. And when multiple arrows flew in at once with no room to dodge, blink, with perfect timing, he vanished, reappearing just outside the kill zone. If he had been a second slower, not even dust would remain of him. The final trial. Blinking over the abyss. That was way too close. Yusol thought as he scrambled to his feet. There was no time to rest. And before he knew it, he had reached the final phase of the tutorial. Blinking across the abyss, a bottomless chasm stretched before him. Floating stone platforms hovered in the air, forming a deadly path forward. His objective? Blink with perfect precision, or fall to his death. The only way across, he muttered, scanning the terrain, is to nail the exact blink distance every time. Once he reached the other side, he'd encounter a few passing mages, slip past them, and that would mark the end of the tutorial. But to get through this, he exhaled sharply. I had to cancel Blink's activation at the exact 0.1 second mark. Fail even once, and it was over. His fists clenched as he stared at the floating rocks. There were around 20 in total. In 0.1 seconds. I have to. He groaned. Seriously, which idiot designed this tutorial? But complaints wouldn't change reality. It wasn't impossible. Difficult? Yes. Unfair? Absolutely. But not impossible. Then, a chilling voice snapped him back to the present. There he is. He turned, and saw them. The assassins. They were much closer than he thought. Too close. Damn it, he cursed under his breath. He quickly calculated. Distance to assassins. Approximately 100 meters. Blink cooldown. 3 seconds. Not enough time to reach the other side. Then there was only one option left. If I want to survive. His eyes sharpened. I had to take them all out. Yusol shifted to the side, keeping a low profile as he silently assessed the situation. This is insane. How the hell did I think I could handle this right after a fight? If this were a game, the system wouldn't have allowed him to engage these pursuers. But this was reality. And in reality, there were no rules saying he had to blindly follow the game's mechanics. Eliminating an opponent who wasn't even worth his time. That wasn't the reason he was about to fight. It wasn't because they were his parents' enemies. Like in the storyline. They're coming. Fine. Bring it on. I'll take you all down. It only took seconds for both sides to come face to face. And when enemies locked eyes, there was no need for words. The leader barked out an order. There he is. Get that little brat. On it. One of the assassins responded, immediately charging forward. Seeing that Yusol wasn't running but instead standing his ground, the assassin sneered. This idiot thinks he can take us all on by himself? What a fool. He's dead meat. Meanwhile, Yusol calmly calculated the distance between them. Target distance, 8.7 meters. Blink. In an instant, the teleportation spell activated, closing the gap in a flash. Yusol drove the dagger in his hand straight into the enemy's chest. It was his first time killing someone, yet he felt no fear. Warm blood trickled down his fingertips. But there was no guilt. This is what it means to kill for survival. Without hesitation, he followed up with a powerful shoulder slam, sending the dying assassin crashing into his allies. The moment he took one down, Yusol turned on his heels and ran. His blink spell was still on cooldown. There was no time to waste. The remaining assassins, seeing Bitch Du Seo strike one of their own and make a break for it, exploded with rage. He's running. Don't let him escape, no matter what. As Yusol moved, he was already calculating his next steps. One down, but it won't be this easy next time. What now? Why is it so quiet behind me? Did they stop chasing? No way. Are they about to use magic? If I try to dodge. Damn it. He cursed under his breath. Meanwhile, The enemy leader smirked and gave the order. Do it. At his command, the mage stepped forward, quickly forming a glowing magic circle in front of him before unleashing a blazing fireball straight at Yuseol's position. This is insane. That damn incantation. Yusol gritted his teeth as he frantically scanned the area, searching for a spot to blink to. Luck was on his side. His eyes landed on a sturdy tree branch jutting out from the cliffside nearby. There, that's my way out. Blink. The moment the thought crossed his mind, the spell activated. At the same time, the fireballs rained down on his previous location, triggering a deafening explosion. The leader, watching the flames engulf Yuseol's last known position, scoffed with satisfaction. Serves you right, you little rat. But his victory was short-lived. Just as he was about to gloat, he noticed something was off. The smoldering crater in front of him was empty. Where the hell is he? He muttered. Little did he know, Yusol had already evaded the blast, and was now right above him. Blink strike. Momentum must remain equal before and after blinking. As soon as the thought formed, Yusol activated blink once more. In that same instant, his dagger found its mark, piercing straight through the enemy leader. The man let out a blood-curdling scream before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. The remaining enemies stood frozen in shock, unable to process what had just happened. What the hell? One of them stammered, but before he could finish his sentence, Yusol had already blinked beside him, sending him straight to the afterlife. After a rapid series of high-intensity moves, Yusol could feel his stamina draining fast. 2 down. I need to finish this before they recover. Ahead, Scarface, who had been watching everything unfold, now took Yusol far more seriously. What a freak. Your reaction speed is unnatural for a mage. Just what the hell are you? Yusol heard him but had no interest in answering. His mind was still focused on his next move. My reaction speed must be leagues ahead of any other player. But that was in a game. This is real. I can't keep dodging forever. Especially at this distance. I need to take them all out. Fast. The moment the thought settled, he lunged forward, initiating an attack. Scarface's eyes sharpened, a dangerous glint flashing across them. I've figured out your movements, he declared. At the same time, he analyzed the situation internally. He relies on blink and a dagger. That means if I protect my face and neck, he won't be able to land a fatal strike. With that in mind, he immediately reinforced his sword with mana, preparing for the clash. Come at me, you filthy rat, he bellowed. In response, Yusol swiftly activated blink, dodging to the side. At the exact same moment, Scarface unleashed a barrage of razor-sharp ice spikes in front of him. Got you now. Let's see how you writhe in agony, he sneered. According to his calculations, if Yusol blinked forward, he'd have no choice but to impale himself on the deadly ice. But, unfortunately for him, his plan had completely failed. Because Yuseol's real target wasn't him, it was his teammate standing right behind him. By the time Scarface realized what was happening, it was already too late. His comrade had been sent straight to the afterlife. Damn it, he roared in frustration. You used to be nothing more than a pathetic little rat, scurrying away at every turn. And now you dare to pull something like this? Yusol didn't hesitate to admit it. That's right, but that was before. I should thank you. Really, you've helped me grow stronger every single day. He smirked, a sharp, taunting grin. Scarface's face twisted in rage, contorting like a furious baboon. You little shit, we went easy on you. And this is how you repay us? Die, you bastard. With a furious scream, he charged. Meanwhile, Yusol casually snatched up a spear from one of the fallen enemies and sprang into action. He took a stance, then hurled the spear with incredible force, sending it flying towards Scarface like a lightning bolt. Scarface's mind raced. Blink, but aiming at an unguarded spot? Is he trying to force me to block the spear and then attack from behind? Not a chance. He quickly raised his sword across his chest to deflect the incoming weapon. At the same time, he instinctively swung his blade backward, fully expecting Yusol to appear behind him. All I have to do now is turn around and cut him down, he muttered. But when he spun around, there was no one there. At that moment, Scarface finally realized he had overthought it. But by the time that realization hit, it was already too late. Because as soon as he turned back around, Yusol blinked straight toward him and plunged his dagger deep into his heart. From the start, he was always aiming straight ahead. That was his final thought before his vision faded to black. At that moment, a notification appeared before Yusol. Chapter 1. Escape from Pursuit, completed. Back to Yusol. As he glanced at the lifeless bodies and the bloodstains around him, countless thoughts flooded his mind. That's right, this isn't a dream. His first blink, his first battle, his first kill. I've taken a life to survive. Yusol thought to himself as he tried to steady his breathing. It didn't take long for him to pull himself together, shaking off the lingering haze clouding his thoughts. I need to get out of here, fast. But then he paused. Wait a minute, as much as this feels wrong, I have to be realistic. I'm broke. With that thought, he crouched down and began rummaging through the corpses. And the result? It was far from disappointing. A pouch filled with gold coins. Got it. Let's see. This should be worth around 2 million won. Not much, but better than nothing. However, his real problem wasn't money, it was the cliff in front of him. Yusol sighed. Alright, first things first, I need to figure out how to cross. Before he could even finish that thought, a voice suddenly echoed from across the gorge. Is someone there? Over here. Yusol's head snapped up. He narrowed his eyes, scanning the other side. That voice. The mage group from the tutorial. Right? Realizing this, he quickly shouted back. I'm over here. The mages on the opposite side responded immediately. There's no bridge here. Can you make it across? I can. I'm on my way. His confident reply made one of the mages turn back to the others. He says he can cross. Standing beside him, a blue-haired young man frowned in doubt. But to cross that cliff, he'd have to be at least a third-class knight. You really think he can do that? I don't know. The mage shrugged. But before they could continue their conversation, they suddenly froze in astonishment. Yusol had moved. From their perspective, his body was rapidly flashing across the scattered stones, hopping effortlessly from one to the next. What the hell was that? One of them muttered. Some kind of movement spell? As the group stared in confusion, a soft voice spoke up from behind them. It's Blink. They turned. A blue-haired girl with sorrowful eyes stood quietly among them. The moment everyone heard those words, their astonishment grew even deeper. Blink? But blink magic doesn't allow you to control direction or distance. How is that even possible? One of them muttered, turning to look at Yusol. Just then, he caught sight of two figures standing on the opposite side of the cliff and mumbled under his breath. Those two, are they with him? But before he could dwell on the thought for long, a mage from the group of assassins had already begun casting a spell, launching a blazing fireball straight toward Yusol. Hey, watch out, someone shouted. At that moment, our protagonist realized he was under attack. Clenching his teeth, he activated Blink once more, barely dodging the assault. His gaze then shifted toward the two individuals who had just attacked him. His mind racing. Those mercenaries from before. Damn, this is dangerous. Blink cooldown. 3 seconds. But dodging every spell like this is impossible. I need to find another floating rock to land on. Frantically scanning his surroundings, Yusol searched for a safe landing spot. But the enemy mage wasn't about to give him that chance. Without hesitation, he fired off another burst of magic, sending a powerful energy blast straight at him. Luckily, Yusol managed to twist his body just in time, narrowly dodging the attack. But the real trouble had only just begun. For some reason, the floating stone beneath his feet suddenly split in half, sending him plummeting straight down. Shit, all the other floating rocks are too far away. Please, just let me land on one, just one. Gritting his teeth, he activated Blink again. It seemed fate wasn't ready to take his life just yet. Yusol reappeared right next to a large floating boulder and immediately grabbed onto its surface. Phew, I made it, he thought to himself, relief washing over him. But before he could fully catch his breath, he noticed another fireball racing toward him. Or maybe not, I'm gonna die. However, just before the attack could land, a streak of blue energy came from nowhere and deflected the fireball, saving Yusol at the very last second. What surprised him even more was the sheer uniqueness of the magic that had just been used. What kind of spell was that? An ice spear wrapped in lightning? Who in the world can combine two elements into a single attack like that? And more than that, calculate the projectile's trajectory with such precision, wasting not even a drop of mana? Who could possibly pull off such a flawless strike? His thoughts raced as he turned to look at the group of mages ahead. And sure enough, the one responsible was none other than the blue-haired mage girl. As for the two mercenaries who had just attacked him, Their faces went pale the moment they saw their own attack fail. Without a second thought, they quickly retreated. Yusol, watching them flee, finally let out a breath of relief. Phew, at least it looks like I made it out alive. Once he reached the other side of the cliff, he wasted no time approaching the blue-haired girl who had saved him. Thanks for helping me back there," he said. The girl barely turned her head, her voice cold and indifferent. "I didn't do it for your gratitude, so don't think too much about it." Got it." Her voice was the most beautiful he had ever heard, yet her demeanor made it clear she wasn't easy to approach. Still, whatever the case, those mercenaries were nothing more than bandits who had pillaged and looted innocent villagers. And the truth was, most of those raids and massacres were orchestrated by the black magic cult. But that part of his journey was over now. The moment he crossed the cliff, he had stepped into mage territory. The black magic cult's forces would no longer chase him. Not to mention, they didn't even know who he was. And just then, a new system notification appeared before him. Chapter 2. Enrollment in Stella Academy. Yusol stared at the notification, not sure how to react. Chapter 2 already? Well, this doesn't sound too bad. But hold on. How the hell am I supposed to go back to school at this age? A glimpse into the past. Mom, when I grow up, I'll become a mage. A young Yusol tugged at his mother's sleeve, his eyes shining with determination. His mother, standing in front of him, smiled warmly and patted his head. Mom believes in you, Ducio. According to what was recorded, his parents had struggled immensely to raise him. That was why, as a child, he had promised himself, I'll study hard and make them proud. And so, he buried himself in books, determined to fulfill that promise. But everything collapsed in an instant the day he heard the doctor's diagnosis. Did you just say that my son has mana deficiency syndrome? His mother's voice trembled with disbelief. Yusol, just a child at the time, stood frozen. His mind went blank as the doctor's words echoed in his ears. No way. His small frame shook as tears streamed down his face. And now, Yusol watched this scene unfold from a third-person perspective. Is this my own memory, or someone else's? Confusion swirled in his mind. But before he could make sense of it, a piercing headache struck him like a lightning bolt. Then, just as suddenly, he woke up. Morning already? He mumbled. From across the room, a red-haired young man glanced at him and smirked. Oh, you're up? I was just about to wake you. We're heading to Lezoicha, the satellite city of Arcanium. Soon, the journey to Arcanium begins. Time flew by quickly, and after some travel, the voice of their group leader rang out. We'll be taking a short break here. Following his words, Yusol stepped out of the vehicle, stretching as he breathed in the fresh air. And that was when he spotted her, the blue-haired mage girl who had saved his life. But the moment their eyes met, she immediately turned around and walked away without a word. Yusol could only let out an awkward chuckle. Damn, she's cold. Still, everything was going smoothly compared to what he had worried about before. Looking around, he couldn't help but marvel at how the world felt modern, closer to the present era than ancient times. Magic existed in this mythical world, but in safe, developed cities, trains, airships, and sky roads had been built to make long-distance travel more convenient. Their next stop was Lezoicha, where they would board another airship. Lezoicha was just a stop on the way to Arcanium, the city of magic, where everything would truly begin. Arcanium, the heart of the magical world, was home to towering mage citadels, grand wizard councils, and the 5 most prestigious academies. Among them stood Stella Academy, the academy where the most powerful mages trained and the most exceptional students gathered. And now, Yusol was headed straight for it. Because of this, Stella was a place filled with geniuses and nobles from all over the world. I still don't understand how Yusol managed to get accepted into a place like this, he thought. Wait, he had completely forgotten to check his own abilities. With that in mind, he quickly pulled up his status window to take a closer look. Status window. Mana Leak Syndrome, Level 1. Stats. O Strength. Plus 3%. O Speed. Plus 5%. O Awareness. Plus 10%. Skills. O Sixth Sense. Consumes mental energy to activate. Allows the user to detect mana within a 12-meter radius and sense incoming attacks. O Acceleration Wave. Temporarily alters the user's perception, making everything feel slowed down when facing threats moving faster than human reaction speed. As he reviewed his status, Yusol couldn't help but feel a sense of gratitude. If it weren't for sixth sense and acceleration wave, I would have been dead by now. His cursed body prevented him from channeling mana within himself. Mana leak syndrome. A congenital curse that caused his mana to constantly dissipate instead of being controlled. However, this very curse granted him the ability to sense mana in his surroundings through sixth sense. With it, he could detect any incoming attack even without looking in its direction. Meanwhile, acceleration wave allowed him to perceive everything as if time had slowed down whenever he was facing a sudden high-speed threat. It was a skill essential for survival, especially since he couldn't directly use mana like other mages. But there was a catch. Sixth sense couldn't be used for too long. It drained a significant amount of mental energy, which meant serious consequences if overused. Yusol, status overview. Strength, 59%, 1 star. Speed, 81%, 1 star. Endurance, 97%, no star. Perception, 97%, 1 star. Stamina stability, 51%, 1 star. Mental energy, 43%, 1 star. Mana, unknown. Remaining express, 10. Skills, O blink, level O. Trait, mana leak syndrome, level 1. After going through all the details, Yusol took a deep breath and muttered to himself. Honestly, my starting stats aren't bad at all. Yusol originally had an extremely low perception stat. That was a crucial attribute he needed to push forward at all costs. In this world, there wasn't just a single level system. Every individual stat had its own level as well. Skills were measured in levels, while stats were ranked in stars. The highest possible stat rank was 9 stars. But reaching that level was nearly impossible. Even after playing this game for 10 years, the highest he had ever achieved was 8 stars in both stamina stability and perception. Still, for now, he needed to invest in perception. Improving it would enhance both sixth sense and his reaction speed. Stamina stability and agility could be increased through various other methods. At the end of the day, the real problem was mana leak syndrome. If he didn't train himself to handle it, he wouldn't survive for long. He needed to upgrade it as soon as possible to unlock the secrets of his true body. Entering Stella Academy was the only way to suppress this damn condition. There was no other choice but to go there. If he wanted to prevent the world's destruction and cure his affliction, he had to go to Stella. Damn it, do I really have to go there? He let out a deep sigh, wishing there was some miracle that could save him from this mess. At that moment, a sudden notification flashed before his eyes. You have missed several notifications. Huh? I've never seen this before. Yusol thought in surprise. Before he could check it, someone nearby called out to him. Hey, hurry up. Alright, coming. With no time to spare, he shoved the thought aside and rushed to catch up with the others. And just as expected, our protagonist boarded the luxurious airship bound for Stella Academy. We are approaching Arcanium. Dear passengers, please remain seated. The announcement echoed throughout the vessel. Meanwhile, a group of young nobles and aristocrats caught sight of Yusol, who looked like a homeless vagrant compared to them. It didn't take long before the mocking began. Hey, look at that guy, glancing around like a lost kid. Never been on an airship before. Huh? TCH. Must be some backwater country bumpkin. I seriously don't get why Stella lets these kinds of people in. This is gonna be all over the academy soon. People like that are a disgrace. A purple-haired noble sneered as he spat out his disdainful words. On the other side, Yusol simply stared at him for a moment. He didn't know why, but after a brief pause, he let out a deep sigh and thought to himself, brats like these exist everywhere. Huh? Deciding it wasn't worth his time, he ignored their insults and walked away as if he hadn't heard a thing. His reaction, however, only made the noble feel even more humiliated. You dare look at us like that? You little punk? Hey, stop right there, the noble shouted. But before he could do anything, a wave of murmurs and commotion erupted behind him. Annoyed, he turned around and grumbled. What the hell is all this noise about? Then, his eyes widened in shock. Princess Beion. Hearing that name, Yusol instinctively turned his head as well. That name was all too familiar to him. Did he just say Beion? Following the noble's gaze, Yusol's eyes landed on an incomparably beautiful young woman with an air of regal elegance and an icy, commanding presence. Standing before them was none other than the princess of the Adolbit Kingdom, Hong Beon a dolbit. On this side, the purple-haired brat immediately stepped forward upon seeing her and attempted to greet her. Your Highness, Princess. But before he could even finish his sentence, he was met with Beon's icy, piercing gaze. The sheer intensity of her cold stare rendered him speechless. Unable to utter another word, without a second glance, Beon turned away and left, leaving the noble standing there in regret and embarrassment. As for Yusol, the moment he saw her, memories about this character flooded his mind. She's the enemy of the world. Hong Beon was one of the main characters in the game. She and the female protagonist were always at odds. But in the end, she was fated to die. No matter which route the player chose, she would always meet a tragic end, whether by brutal assassination in most endings or by being bullied to the point of taking her own life. And now, she was about to experience yet another humiliating chapter in her story. As if the developers held a grudge against her and wanted to make her suffer as much as possible. I remember hearing that she was insanely popular among male players. Well, it made sense. She really was breathtakingly beautiful. But at the same time, she had such an intimidating aura. Like she'd kill you on the spot if you so much as tried talking to her. Just as Yusol was lost in thought, his stomach suddenly let out a loud growl. Guess I should grab something to eat. With that, he quickly made his way to the cafeteria. But the moment he saw the prices of the glistening, luxurious dishes displayed on the shelves, the broke protagonist could only pick the cheapest item available and grumble under his breath. Why the hell is everything so expensive? Arcanium meals are always like this. At that moment, the ship's announcement system crackled to life. Attention all passengers, we will be arriving at Arcanium in 10 minutes. Please proceed to the lower deck. I repeat, we will be arriving at Arcanium in 10 minutes. Blah blah blah. Finally, it's really happening. Letting out a deep breath, Yusol clenched his fists in anticipation. Well, this is my reality now. Time to get moving. And despite his excitement, reality punched Yusol square in the face right after. Well, at least I got through chapter 1, but can I even survive at Stella Academy? Can I even survive in this world? He let out a long sigh. Frustration creeping in. I wish I had something, anything, useful in this situation. As if in response to his desperation, he instinctively clasped his hands together and started praying to every god he could think of. But then, something clicked in his mind. Wait, I still haven't checked that notification from earlier. Realizing this, he hurriedly opened the system to see if it had actually given him something worthwhile. Project Stellar grants you a special reward. 1. A weapon you used in the game, albeit at a lower level. 2. A skill you acquired in the game, with reduced power. 3. Experience points. Yusol stroked his chin, contemplating. So the system actually has some decency. Huh? Alright, what should I pick? Should I go for Reflective Strike? Or maybe Praise Lightning? Almost as if it had read his mind, the system promptly responded. Search results indicate that the rank of these items is too high and will be downgraded. Alright, what about Superdimensional Blink? He asked. Search results indicate that this skill is an upgraded version of Blink and therefore cannot be obtained. However, you may use your reward to enhance Blink. Upon hearing that, Yuseol's eyes rolled to the back of his head. Seriously? You're actually downgrading everything? He grumbled. The system, seemingly prepared for his complaints, offered an explanation. Due to a lack of narrative energy, we are unable to fully materialize these items. Narrative energy? The hell is that? Narrative energy refers to the force that influences the course of the story. If you continue uncovering hidden storylines, you will accumulate more of it. After hearing this, Yusol finally understood what the system was trying to do. So, basically, in the short term, you can't let me have anything too overpowered because I'm still a newbie? The system went silent, almost as if it had just resigned itself to this undeniable truth. Seeing that his dreams of getting some game-breaking item were crushed, Yusol sighed and re-evaluated his choices. Alright then, what about the crest glasses? Search results indicate that this item is available. Good, I'll take them, he said calmly. The system immediately complied, materializing the crest glasses and tossing them his way. I never thought there'd come a day when I'd actually have to wear these. Yusol muttered under his breath. Now, about the crest glasses. This was an item that stored all the information Yusol had collected while playing the game. In the world of mythology, one couldn't simply recall details about monsters they had hunted or knowledge they had gained. Because of this, players developed various methods to store information in their own ways. And Yusol was no exception. Item information. Name. Crest glasses. Rank. Unknown. Description. Can't remember what you had for dinner last night. No problem. These glasses retain detailed records of everything you've seen. Special feature. Crest Archive, sealed, requires mental power to activate. Without hesitation, Yusol activated the glasses to review all the stored data. Opening Crest Archive. Alchemy materials. Hunting grounds. Dungeons. Monsters. Characters. Alright, this is good. Since this world was now exactly like reality, there was no way for him to instantly recall what he could do just by using the system. But with these glasses, he could regain about half of the abilities he once had access to. As he closed the Crest Archive, a sudden voice pulled him back to reality. Hey, isn't that Azel? Oh, you mean the eldest daughter of that traitor, Dutch Molf? How dare she show her face here? Shush, she might hear you. The whispers spread throughout the crowd. Upon hearing a familiar name, Yuseol's thoughts began to churn. Right, one of the Crest glasses features lets me register or check information on story characters. Thinking this, he quickly used the glasses to scan the girl ahead of him. Character information. Name. Azel Molf. Title. False Hero. Class. Ice Lightning Mage. Trivia. Drinks pickle juice before eating pizza. Background. Eldest daughter of Dutch Molf. Her father's death led to the downfall of their family. Dies later in the story. As soon as Yusol finished reading, his memory clicked. So, she's the so-called false hero, huh? To talk about Azel, a false hero, there's one crucial point I need to make. Even though I'm currently inside the game Mythical World, the truth is, Mythical World is actually based on a romantic fantasy novel called Don't Love the Princess. That novel tells the story of the heroine, Azel, who lost all her loved ones. She grew stronger by facing off against the schemes of the antagonist, Bion, and in the end, she ended up with the male lead. By the conclusion of the novel, her thirst for revenge had almost completely disappeared, and the other male characters rallied around to protect her. However, the ending was rather tragic and received mixed reactions from readers. But here's the thing, even though the game world is based on the novel, the storyline is completely different. In this game, a new character named Flame was introduced, and she took over the role of the true heroine. Moreover, Flame has her own unique backstory. She was originally an ordinary woman living a normal life in the modern world. Someone who enjoyed reading Don't Love the Princess before she was reincarnated into this world. So, unlike in the novel, Azel became nothing more than a false heroine in the game, while Flame took on the role of the real hero. No matter how hard the players tried, no matter how many different choices they made, Azel simply could not survive in any of the endings. This was the inevitable result of her being pushed out of the true heroine position. But then again, none of this really concerns me. Still, am I imagining things? Or have I seen her somewhere before? Or maybe not? I must be overthinking it. Either way, I should start getting ready. Time passed quickly. Now, shifting the scene to Stella Academy. The new students had all gathered at the central plaza to listen to the headmaster's speech. As you all know, the Dark Magi are sorcerers, beings who have harnessed power from another world and transformed into monsters. Even now, they continue their invasion by opening persona gates or unleashing ancient dungeons to wreak havoc on our magical world. Our duty as mages is to protect this world from these dark forces. And now, we will proceed with the oath-taking ceremony for the 5 students who achieved the highest entrance exam scores. As representatives of the new students, please step forward to the podium. Returning to Yusol, he was now paying close attention to the students standing on stage. After all, they were all incredibly important figures in this world. Their faces seemed to shine, just like their roles as main characters. But the one shining the brightest was that guy, the representative of the new students. Ma Du-seo. He ranked first in the entrance exams. And on top of that, how can someone be that cool and that handsome at the same time? People murmured. Yusol, after taking a good look at him, had to admit, so this was the famous Ma Du-seo. Ma Du-seo was the perfect embodiment of the phrase, above the heavens. Below the heavens, only I reign supreme, with a 9-star mana rating and a talent nearly on par with the gods. He was a genius among geniuses, a prodigy who could wield all elements in existence. Even if I can't make it to the grand finale, I have to avoid the bad endings by ensuring Ma Du Seo remains on the side of the protagonists. However, that must be Flame, right? As Yusol muttered to himself. He shifted his gaze toward a black-haired girl and began analyzing the situation again. At this point, the entire storyline would depend on how she acted from now on. Since she, like him, was also someone from the real world, perhaps teaming up with her would be a good idea. But things would get complicated if she saw him as an enemy and rejected him outright. Given his advantage and knowledge, he knew he shouldn't recklessly interfere with anything. Flame was a reader of romantic fantasy novels, while he was a player of romantic fantasy games. His importance to the story wasn't even on par with a shop NPC in a random village. Furthermore, the true heroine had a unique ability to purify the dark magi. But at the same time, she also carried a tragic fate that brought misfortune to those closest to her. Being around her would definitely affect him as well. My role is to support the main characters from a distance, and minimize my involvement with them as much as possible. And just as Yusol was carefully plotting his next steps, the headmaster finally wrapped up his speech. With that, we conclude the entrance ceremony. The students below erupted into cheers, clapping like fireworks going off. They must have been dying to get out of the blazing sun. And with the speech officially over, Yusol had now completed Chapter 2, Enrollment in Stella Academy. Time passed quickly, and the next day, Beak Yusol was already at the lecture hall. Going back to school made him feel a little strange. I've already graduated from college a long time ago. So going back to being a high school student again, this feels so weird. But then again, it wasn't all bad. As he thought about this, Beak Yusol glanced down at the watch on his wrist. This was the Stella watch, a symbol proving that he was a student at the prestigious Stella Academy. Owning it came with privileges and benefits that other mages wouldn't have access to. I'd better take full advantage of this, maybe even sneak out for a bit. With that thought, he carefully tucked the precious watch away with a satisfied grin. Meanwhile, from outside the classroom, a professor, one with an undeniably cool presence, strode in. Without wasting any time, he pulled out a stack of papers and made an announcement. Everyone, stay seated. We're starting the test now. Put away everything except for writing tools. If you're wearing glasses, you'll need to let me check them first. Hearing this, Yuseol's face immediately fell. A test? Right after the opening ceremony? Stella Academy's curriculum was more rigorous than most universities in South Korea. On the very first day, students were required to take an assessment test, a placement exam to determine their class rankings. As our protagonist was still lost in thought, the professor had already started distributing the test papers. Then, with a firm voice, he declared, "Begin." It wasn't surprising that the moment Yusol laid eyes on the test, his expression turned into sheer horror. What the hell? I don't even understand what these questions are asking. This is insane. The placement test had nothing to do with the notoriously difficult entrance exam Stella Academy was famous for. Instead, students were ranked from F to S based on their results. And, of course, nearly all the important characters in this game? They were in Class S. On the other hand, Beak Yusol ranked dead last out of 1.141 students, which meant he was automatically placed in Class F. Well, I got in, didn't I? So it should be fine to just hand in a blank sheet. They wouldn't actually expel me for that, right? As he was thinking this, he noticed someone else who was also just sitting around, completely uninterested in taking the test. That person was none other than the super genius, Ma Yusol. Wait, he's done already? No wonder he looks so bored. Ma Yusol was known for his indifferent personality. Born into the strongest family on the continent, he possessed a genius-level intellect and unmatched talent, making everything in life absurdly easy for him. Because of this, his allegiance, whether to good or evil, depended entirely on the heroine's actions. The demonic cult, which sought to eradicate humanity, would undoubtedly be interested in him. However, the biggest obstacle from the start was his own family. Watching a genius like him really makes me reflect on myself. With that thought, Yusol forced himself to take another look at his test paper. And that was when it finally hit him. Wait a minute. Can't I just use my Scarlet Finch glasses? He had often used them in the past to store and accumulate knowledge from the library. Perfect. There's nothing to lose by trying. Excited by the idea, Yusol reached for his glasses. However, just as he was about to put them on and cheat, The professor suddenly appeared beside him like a shadow, his cold voice cutting through the silence. Hold it, what's with those glasses? I already said, if you're wearing glasses, you need to let me check them first. Hand them over. With no other choice, Yusol gulped nervously and handed over his glasses. The professor took them and cast a spell to inspect them. Oh, crap, what do I do? If he finds out these are enchanted, I'll get expelled for sure. As he panicked, the system suddenly sent him a message. A missing component of the Scarlet Finch glasses has been detected. Would you like to summon it? No, shut up, system. Yusol screamed internally. Luckily for him, after a thorough check, the professor found nothing unusual and handed the glasses back. I don't sense any mana. But next time, ask first before using them. Why yes, sir. Letting out a huge sigh of relief, Yusol wiped his sweat away. Phew, if the original functions were still active, I'd be in serious trouble. But whatever, let's see if this thing can still help me out. With that, he quickly put the glasses on. And just as he had hoped, the answers immediately appeared before Yusol's eyes. Whoa, I can actually see the answers. Jackpot, what if I end up ranking first? At this rate, I'll definitely escape Class F. Maybe I'll even jump straight to Class A. Excited, he hurriedly copied down the answers. But just as he was getting into the rhythm of cheating his way to success, the professor glanced at his watch and announced, "Time's up, hand in your tests." Before the students could sneak in even a single extra answer, he cast a spell, instantly collecting all the test papers. Yusol was frozen in shock. Wait, I only managed to answer 3 questions? I thought I finally had a chance to escape Class F. Guess that was too much to hope for after all. Meanwhile, after briefly skimming through the test papers, the professor's face suddenly stiffened. Then, without hesitation, he rushed over to Yusol and demanded, "Give me your glasses, now." Startled, Yusol hesitated for a moment but ultimately handed them over. The professor inspected them carefully, stroking his chin in deep thought. Yet no matter how hard he searched, he couldn't find any traces of cheating. Still unwilling to give up, he turned to a nearby student and barked, "This doesn't make sense. You, go call Dr. Greya." "Why yes, sir." The blonde-haired student scrambled out of the room in a hurry. Watching all this unfold, Yusol felt his anxiety skyrocket. Why is he making such a big deal out of this? I even wrote neatly to avoid suspicion. Could it be I've been found out? Time passed quickly, and soon, Professor Greya, a renowned expert in Magitech, arrived in the classroom. He carefully examined Yusol's glasses. But after a thorough inspection, he finally concluded, it's definitely suspicious that this kid managed to answer that question correctly. However, I don't detect any magical energy coming from the glasses or any other items. There's no doubt, he did this on his own. Then, with a chuckle, he added, Haha, what an interesting case. Never thought I'd witness something like this in my lifetime. Turning to the professor, he clapped him on the shoulder and smirked. Professor Lee Hanwal, make sure to apologize to the kid and guide him properly. With that, Professor Greya left the classroom, laughing to himself. Meanwhile, Professor Lee Hanwal turned to Yusol and sighed. I misunderstood you. My apologies. Oh, it's nothing, sir, Yusol replied with a bright smile. But deep down, he felt a little guilty. To be honest, I did cheat. If the original features were still working, I'd be screwed. But hey, as long as I don't get caught, that's all that matters. Time passed quickly. Scene transition. Professor Lawan's office. At this moment, he and several other professors were grading the placement test papers. As he remained focused on his work, a voice suddenly chimed in beside him. Oh, Professor Lawan, are these the first-year students' placement tests? I heard that this year's batch has an extraordinary number of prodigies. The speaker was Professor Edentai Men, a distinguished member of the Elder Council at Stella Academy. Lawan nodded in response. That's right. Even as he spoke, he couldn't hide his astonishment at the sheer number of exceptional students this year. First on the list was Adele Britt, Princess of the Fire Nation and heiress of the most prestigious fire magic lineage. Next was Jeremy Kelvin, Crown Prince of the Selvan Empire. At just 12 years old, he had already surpassed all his older brothers in the battle for the throne, thanks to his unparalleled magical talent. And lastly, Hyang, the successor of the Moonlit Tower, the most powerful magic institution in the world. Beside him, Professor Edentai Men smiled and remarked, I heard that recruiting elite students from these noble families was particularly challenging. This year's test results will surely be fascinating. Lawan chuckled. If the elder council is pleased, then I'm satisfied. As he spoke, his mind drifted to the unique questions on this year's test. Just as Professor Edentai Men had pointed out, this year's placement exam featured a brand new question format. The first 3 questions were incredibly difficult, nearly impossible for an average student to solve. But they weren't just about knowledge, each question had a hidden purpose. The first question was designed to test adaptability. If a student couldn't solve it, would they have the awareness to move on quickly instead of wasting time? The second question assessed a student's ability to tackle problems that had never been covered in textbooks. The era of magic based purely on rote memorization and theoretical knowledge was long gone. This was an age of practical combat, demanding quick reflexes and innovative thinking. However, this question had no correct answer. Out of 1.141 students, over 1.000 left all 3 questions blank. The remaining 100 students made an effort to solve them, but not a single one answered correctly. Among the new students, only 3 managed to answer correctly. Fire Ma Yusol, a once-in-a-century genius, appearing like a shooting star. No one knows which family he comes from. Fire Flame, a student personally recommended by the headmaster. Despite coming from a commoner background, her talent was undeniable. She was only slightly behind Mael. Fire and finally, Baek Yusol, Mael and Flame were already recognized as prodigies, so it wasn't surprising that they aced the test. But Baek Yusol? His entrance exam scores were undoubtedly low. No one expected him to solve all 3 of the most difficult questions, especially when the rest of his answers were left blank. Time passed quickly. Soon, the placement test results were posted in the hallway for all students to see. I heard the results are up on the bulletin board. I'm so nervous. My mom said if I don't get into Class A I shouldn't even bother coming home. Anxious murmurs spread through the crowd. Nearby, Yusol found all the noise incredibly annoying. I can't believe I actually have to walk all the way over just to check my placement. If this were a game, I could just click a button and see it instantly. Ahead of him, a few students recognized his face and started whispering. That's Yusol, right? I heard he scored 0 on the practical magic section of the entrance exam. No way. Someone like him got accepted into Stella? What are Stella's standards even like these days? Yusol heard every word, but as someone who had experienced the harshness of society, he didn't care one bit. Whatever, let them talk. I just need to see what class I'm in, nothing else matters. With that, he scanned the Class F and Class E lists. After all, if he made it in, those were the only 2 classes he could possibly end up in. But after scanning the list over and over, Yuseol's face turned pale. Wait, where's my name? Did they fail me just because I only answered 3 questions? Oh no, am I done for? His heart pounded in his chest, eyes widening in panic. Just then, the murmuring around him caught his attention. Yusol? No way. There's gotta be a mistake. Weird, this doesn't make any sense. It's Lake, the heir of the Marquis Esbian family, ranked 29th and barely made it into Class A. Even Kai, who got a perfect score on the written exam and ranked 17th, is only in Class A. So how the hell did he? Hearing all this, Yusol grew even more confused. What are they talking about? This is really strange, should I check it out? Pushing through the crowd, he finally got a clear look at the list. And then, his eyes landed on a single name. S0 Yusol. At that moment, sweat poured down his back. Why is my name there? No way. What the hell is this? Class S? The most prestigious class. The one every student dreamed of getting into? Unlike the standard classes, Class S had only 41 students and existed as a single elite rank. Me? In Class S? Yusol felt like his brain had completely shut down. This has to be a mistake. I'm gonna lose my mind. A wave of dread crashed over him. Now I'll have to interact with the main characters all the time. And getting involved with the main characters is the fastest way to an early grave. I can't even switch classes. I have to figure out a way to lay low. There's gotta be a way. Determined, Yusol slipped away from the crowd immediately. But what he didn't realize, a girl had been watching him the whole time, her gaze filled with deep thought. The scene shifts to a dimly lit, empty room. At this moment, Princess Beion was struck across the face, hard. The one who had just slapped her was none other than Professor Hong Yil, a master of fire magic. Right now, Her fury was palpable. You got 3 questions wrong. Even Princess Azel of the fallen Mulf Duchy managed to answer 2 correctly. Yet you, my own daughter, couldn't even solve the ones that vermin could. Does that mean you are lower than a worm? Should you start seeing yourself as one and start over? Do you understand me, Beon? Yes, mother. She bowed her head and answered. Voice steady, but Yeal's sharp eyes flared with even more intensity. Listen to me, Beon. You must not become like me, a fool who was cast out from the kingdom and reduced to this pathetic professor's role. You must not bring shame to our nation. You must become someone greater than your sister. Do you understand what I mean? Of course, mother, Beon replied, voice calm, but deep inside, she was drowning in confusion. I don't understand. I only lived the way I was taught. I handled things the way I was supposed to. But those questions, they involved magic theories and formulas I was never taught. So why am I being punished for it? Tears welled up in her eyes, silently trickling down her cheeks. Time passed swiftly. The next day arrived, and just as expected, even though he wanted nothing to do with it, Yusol had no choice but to drag himself to Class S. Haha. I'm done for. Of course, they had to throw me into a place full of weirdos. Not that I'm planning to get chummy with any of them. Yusol sighed internally, already exhausted. Meanwhile, the other students began murmuring as soon as he entered. Why the hell is he here? That's what I want to know. I can't make sense of it at all. Do you have any idea? Our families protested and asked why he was placed in Class S. And do you know what they said? That Yusol was qualified to be here. Seriously? It was odd, downright strange. Even, every single whisper and murmur around Yusol reached his ears. But he could only shake his head. Guess I'm the outcast now. It made sense. Most of these students had worked their entire lives to get here. Of course, they would be disappointed to see someone like him suddenly placed among them. Class placement wasn't permanent. Depending on performance, students could be moved up or down. Even Class S wasn't an exception. Some students had been demoted in the past. Thinking about it, there were also cases where some male students had climbed up from Class A to Class S later on. I should look for them at some point, he mused. Still, it was incredible, almost surreal. Looking around at these game characters, now standing right in front of him. In just a few years, nearly every student here would become famous across the entire continent. And among them, 5 would eventually betray the Mage Council. One of them being Ma Yusol. If only Flame could stop him before it even begins. He turned to glance at the girl who, like him, wasn't originally from this world. Just then, a voice cut through the room. Settle down, everyone. The lecture hall doors swung open, and in walked Professor Lee Hanwall. It's a pleasure to meet you all. Some of you may have seen me before, but I'll introduce myself anyway. I am Professor Lee Hanwall, your instructor for Class S. Immediately, whispers erupted across the room. Wait, that's Lee Hanwall, the famous professor? Didn't he hunt down nearly 1,000 dark mages? People call him a 7th circle magic warrior. He's on a completely different level. Ignoring the noise, Hanwall merely glanced at his students before speaking again. It looks like we have many talented students here, as well as one special case. As you all know, this academy trains battle mages, or, as some call them, magic warriors, for the next 3 years. You will be pushed through an intense and rigorous education. I don't expect every single one of you to keep up, but I do expect each of you to show me your absolute best. Any questions? His sharp gaze scanned the room. Silence. Good, then let's begin. But before he could even start, a shuffling sound came from the entrance. Everyone turned toward the door, and there stood Beon, her disheveled appearance completely unlike her usual self. The moment Yusol saw her, he was genuinely shocked. Beon, of all people, she was the last person he expected to be late. She followed rules more strictly than anyone else. Something must have happened. Curious, Yusol adjusted his glasses and muttered, "Guess I'll have to use these to find out." And just like that, a flood of information about Beon appeared before Yusol's eyes. Name: Hong Beon, villainous, fire mage, loves red ginseng candy, occasionally blames herself, only drinks espresso brewed in the Aclean style, has a cruel mother, fated to die. Yusol blinked. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary. No changes. Huh? Fated to die. It wasn't surprising. If Azel was doomed to perish at Flame's hands, then Beon's fate was no different. The destiny of a villainess was inevitable. I'd save her if I could. But the truth was, he wasn't in a position to save anyone. That thought left a bitter taste in his mouth. All he could do was keep his distance. With a long, weary sigh, he tried to push the thought aside. And that was when he realized something horrifying. Beon had taken the seat right next to him. Maybe it was just a coincidence. But even if it was, our protagonist was internally screaming. What the hell is happening? Why did it feel like everything had gone off track from the very beginning? Back to the classroom. After confirming that all students were seated properly, Professor Lee Hanwol finally began his lecture. All right, he said, before we officially start the class, we will have the inheritance ceremony, where you will receive the magic wands you will use. Both Class S and Class A will participate together. As for the details, well, blah blah blah. Up front, Yusol perked up at the mention of the inheritance ceremony. The inheritance ceremony? Huh? It's kind of a hassle. But I'm really looking forward to it. At Stella Academy, there were two major events. One was the Soulmate Pact, and the other was the inheritance ceremony. At a prestigious academy like Stella, the inheritance ceremony held a particularly special significance. Scene transitioned to an unknown ceremonial space. By now, both Class A and Class S had gathered. Preparing for the ceremony, Professor Lee Hanwol stood at the front, once again taking charge. Is everyone here? He asked. Before them lay a vast collection of magic staffs and wands, ranging from the lowest to mid-tier grades. Your task is simple, he continued. Walk up, find the wand or staff that you like, and take it. However, be careful. Once you've chosen a wand, replacing it is a complicated process. I advise you all to choose wisely. Back to Yusol. Thanks to his game knowledge, Yusol knew that Lee Hanwol's explanation wasn't entirely accurate. Even though the professor said that, we're not the ones who choose the wands. Something else does. In the world of mythology, magic staffs and wands only responded to those they deemed worthy, creating a resonance effect. This meant that a person couldn't simply pick up a high-tier wand just because they wanted to. So, which one should I pick? In the past, he would have just chosen a grade F staff without hesitation. But now, as a student of Class S, he needed to think carefully. He had to pick a wand that suited his current status. As he scanned the room, looking for an appropriate choice, he thought about the different types of magical tools. Magic wands and staffs were divided into two main types. Wands were typically used by knight-type mages, allowing for quick spellcasting. Staffs were favored by bishop-class mages, who focused on powerful, single-strike spells that required longer casting times. Back to the scene. At that moment, a few students in the crowd started whispering while eyeing Yusol. Hey, which one do you think he's gonna pick? Since he's in Class S, he won't have any trouble with resonance. Right? Yeah, exactly. The students chuckled among themselves, casting curious glances at Yusol. Hearing their words, Yusol couldn't be bothered to care. Whatever. Say whatever you want. Unfortunately, things never went as smoothly as he expected. Even though he was just a background character, trouble somehow always found him. Just like right now. A random guy suddenly approached him and spoke. Hey. Hearing the unfamiliar voice, Yusol turned his head and asked, Huh? Who are you? The guy smirked. Me? I'm Yuslek. Who the hell is this guy? That was the first time Yusol had ever heard that name. Alright, got it. So? He asked. Yuslek raised an eyebrow. Which magic staff are you planning to pick? I'll just grab one randomly. Yusol replied casually. But as soon as those words left his mouth, Yuslek's expression twisted into one of pure disdain. You should pick a staff suitable for a commoner like yourself. Don't overstep and cause unnecessary trouble for the professor. He sneered. Back to Yusol. Hearing this brat openly provoke him, Yusol remained silent for a moment before replying. Yeah, you shouldn't cause any trouble either. The way he spoke like an adult scolding a child made Yuslek's face turn red with embarrassment. Finally, unable to hold back his anger, he shouted furiously. You bastard, are you looking for a fight? On the other side, seeing Yuslek throwing a tantrum, Yusol could only sigh. He reached into his pocket and pulled out his Chow Mao glasses. Sigh, so annoying. Then, he activated them and checked the information. Let's see. Ah, found it. Yuslek Chekbalin, son of Marquis Chekbalin, aide to Prince Jeremy. Bullying level 3. That's all there is? Doesn't seem like much. After confirming, Yusol calmly put his glasses away and let out a sigh of relief. Looks like this guy is just a small fry. Nothing to worry about. But that only made Yuslek even angrier. Desperate to prove himself, Yuselek suddenly pointed toward a specific magic wand and declared, "Whatever, I'm choosing that one, watch closely." Turning back to Yusol, he glanced at the wand Yuselek had chosen and immediately knew that this guy was doomed to fail. Because the wand he picked was none other than Edmure Edemiri. He chose Edmure Edemiri? That wand is probably the highest ranked one here. A high-tier intermediate wand. High-tier intermediate wands were exclusively used by professional mages. On the other hand, no matter how talented a student was, the absolute limit for them would be a low-tier intermediate wand. Even professional mages rarely used a low-tier intermediate wand, let alone a high-tier one. Honestly, Edmure Edemiri wasn't even meant to be chosen, it was just put on display to show off. Back to Professor Lee Hanwall. At this moment, he gave out instructions. Stand in front of the staff you want to choose. Following his words, all the students quickly selected their desired magic staff, waiting for it to resonate with them. And just then, a dazzling light burst from behind Yusol, catching his attention. At the same time, voices of awe and admiration spread across the room. Wow, isn't that staff Hayden Amikoden? Haewaryang actually got it. That's a mid-tier staff. Prince Jeremy also picked a mid-tier magic staff? Even Princess Byeon got Suavader Lahavan. That's another mid-tier one. How many people can actually resonate with mid-tier staffs this year? This is insane. The room buzzed with shock and excitement. Hearing all this, Yuselek started to panic. Shit, just wait, I can do it too. Clenching his teeth, he rushed straight toward Edmure Edemiri. Meanwhile, the crowd was buzzing. Oh, isn't that Yuselek? Can he actually resonate with a high-tier intermediate wand? Everyone watched with genuine anticipation. Meanwhile, Yuselek, the arrogant troublemaker, was still brimming with confidence. Watch closely, he thought. I'll show you what true S-class talent looks like. With that, he reached out and gripped the wand tightly. And then, a blinding flash of light erupted from within the wand, forcing everyone to shield their eyes. And the result? Well, it was exactly what everyone expected. Just as Yusol had predicted, he failed miserably. Yusol watched as Yuselek lay sprawled on the floor like a lifeless dog. Unable to move. Oh no, it looks like he's seriously injured. Someone, call the professor. A panicked voice shouted from the crowd. And honestly, Yusol couldn't help but nod in agreement. Yeah, you should really just give up. He thought, that wand already has a rightful owner. With that in mind, Yusol turned his gaze towards himself. And right now, following his line of sight, the true prodigy had stepped forward. He was about to test his fate with Edmure Edemiri. Meanwhile, the other students, after realizing Ma Yuseol's intentions, began to grow nervous on his behalf. Wait, is he really going for it? That's Ma Yusol. He's trying to take that wand? There's no way he can handle it. And before the side characters could waste any more time overthinking it, Ma Yusol had already reached out and gripped the wand tightly. A brilliant flash of light erupted from his entire body. But unlike Yuselek earlier, when the light finally faded, Ma Yusol was still standing, firmly gripping the wand. A silent shockwave rippled through the students. Their minds completely froze in disbelief. No way, a first year just bonded with a high-tier intermediate wand? How is this even possible? Someone shouted in pure astonishment. Meanwhile, Yusol, watching the scene unfold, wasn't the least bit surprised. Yeah, I figured this would happen. Now even more people are going to realize just how ridiculously talented he is. As he muttered to himself, Yuseol's gaze remained locked onto Ma Yusol. And just then, the handsome prodigy noticed his stare. He smiled warmly at Yusol. A chill ran down Yuseol's spine. What the hell was that? Is he insane? His thoughts scrambled in panic as he quickly shifted his gaze away. And instead, his eyes landed on Flame, the female lead. Oh, right, Flame. She, too, possessed a high-tier intermediate wand, Taravan. But this was where their paths would split. If Flame successfully bonded with Taravan, then Ma Yusol would take interest in her talent. And that would open the path to Ma Yuseol's storyline. But if she chose a different wand, Ma Yusol would go down a completely different road. I need to use Flame to pull Ma Yusol into our group. Yusol silently plotted in his head. And right at that moment, he noticed Flame moving towards a wand. Taravan? A spark of excitement flickered in Yuseol's mind. Come on, Flame, do it. Take Taravan. Then Ma Yusol will become curious about you. And we'll all get a perfect ending. He held his breath in anticipation. But then, to his absolute horror, Flame simply walked past Taravan, without even sparing it a second glance. And at that moment, the protagonist's expression changed instantly. What? Seriously? She doesn't like Taravan? What's going on? Does she not know about it? Or is she just lacking information? Either way, this is bad. Flame could resonate with any staff since she was the main character. But what if she chose some random staff instead? That would mean losing an ideal option. At this point, the only thing to do was push Taravan toward her. Yusol thought to himself and, without hesitation, used blink magic to close the distance between them from behind. Meanwhile, Flame, noticing someone suddenly appearing behind her like a ghost, gasped in shock. Huh? On the other side, Yusol awkwardly scratched his head and gave a sheepish grin. Haha, hi there, I was just curious about which staff you were planning to pick. Flame's expression remained cold. And why would that matter to you? I just wanted to help. You seemed a bit uncertain. Yusol replied. That's none of your business. I'm leaving, she said bluntly, then turned around and walked away without a second thought, leaving Yusol standing there, unsure of what to do. Something's off. Flame was supposed to be friendly with everyone. She was known to be sociable. Why was she acting so distant now? I can't give up just yet. My entire future depends on this. Determined, Yusol gave it another shot. Hey, wait up, I really just want to help. Flame, noticing that this random guy wouldn't let up, frowned as her patience started wearing thin. Take care of yourself first, she snapped, but Yusol didn't back down. I just think there's a staff that suits you perfectly. That was the last straw. Flame's expression darkened as she finally lost her temper. And what the hell do you know about rights? She snapped. Yusol immediately flinched. What the hell? What did I do wrong? Or does she just not care about side characters? Still, despite her reaction, he forced a smile and kept pushing. Well, I've heard a lot about you. Don't you think you could claim that staff? As he spoke, he pointed behind her. Flame followed his gaze and hesitated for a second before asking. Taravan? Yeah, that's the one. Yusol beamed. But suddenly, at that very moment, Yusol heard a sharp whooshing sound. Something was coming straight at him. Instinctively, he squeezed his eyes shut. Then, for some inexplicable reason, when he cautiously opened them again, he realized that Taravan was now in his hands. Huh? What is this? Why is it in my hands? Flame was supposed to be the one to get it. Panicking, he quickly turned to look at Flame, his voice unsteady as he stammered. FL Flame, and just as expected, the heroine's eyes curved into a smile. But the chilling aura surrounding her made it crystal clear. She wasn't just smiling, she was livid, too angry to even be angry. Seeing her like that, Yusol immediately swallowed any words he wanted to say. Nope, nothing at all. Oh, crap, I'm done for. He gulped and thought to himself. Time flew by quickly, and before long, afternoon had arrived. By this time, the morning's events had already spread like wildfire among the students. Hey, have you heard the news? 2 students got their hands on mid-tier high-grade staves this year. No way. Seriously? Until now, only 5 people in history have ever done that. And now, 2 more? Yeah, but here's the weird part. One of them only used Blink during the spellcasting test. Huh? Blink? That's just a basic spell. How is that even possible? My parents told me Blink is actually an extremely rare magic perception ability. So what the heck is going on? Meanwhile, Flame had finally found a moment of peace. At last, some quiet. Wherever she had gone all day, people had been talking about the same thing. News of 2 students obtaining mid-tier high-grade staves had spread like wildfire. But what she couldn't wrap her head around was, he got Taravan. Who is he? She had read the original novel 3 times before coming here. Yet Beak Yusol had never once been mentioned. People always said no one could wield Taravan. Yet he had resonated with it so effortlessly. Almost like he was showing off. Whatever. Thinking about it won't help. Flame sighed, shaking off her thoughts. Just then, a voice called out from behind her. Hey, Flame, are you planning to study alone today? Recognizing the familiar voice, she turned around and flashed them a bright smile. You guys, do you think I'm some kind of bookworm? Come on, you always say you have nothing to do and then end up studying anyway. That's not true at all. Flame laughed. At that moment, her brown-haired friend suddenly asked, But hey, Flame, why do you keep calling us kids? We're the same age, aren't we? Flame froze like a deer in headlights. Well, it's just a habit. Back where I used to live, people always treated me like an adult. But in truth, she thought to herself, living inside a novel means I haven't really had the chance to be a kid yet. Then, another question caught her attention. So, are you really studying alone today? The girl who asked had red hair. Jackie, was it? Why does her fashion sense feel oddly similar to mine? Flame found it a little strange but quickly brushed it off, smiling. No, actually, there's a meeting coming up soon, so I'm heading there instead. Alright then, see you later, she added before turning to leave. The group waved at her. Yeah, let's grab a drink together next time. Flame walked off, sighing internally. Being a high school student again at this age, this is harder than I thought. As Flame was still lost in thought, she suddenly crashed into someone. That someone turned out to be none other than Haeworyang, the heir to the lunar magic tower. Are you okay? Yeah, I'm fine, Flame replied. Haeworyang studied her for a moment before asking, you don't look so good. Something wrong? No, it's nothing, she said quickly. Alright, so, you're studying on your own? That's right, and you? Heading to the exclusive training room for S-rank students again? Of course, can't slack off on daily training. You're way too dedicated, you know that? You shouldn't be the one saying that. Oh, is that so? And just like that, they started bickering back and forth. But then, for some reason, Haeworyang suddenly stopped and stared at her, his lips curling into a mysterious smile. See you around. And with that, he turned and walked away, leaving Flame utterly confused. How boring, she thought. But just then, she noticed Jackie peeking out from around a corner. Jackie? Why is she still here? Flame raised a hand to wave at her, but before she could say anything, Jackie turned and left in a hurry. Flame hesitated for a moment before shrugging it off. It's probably nothing, but this isn't the time to worry about that. Scene transition. Self-study room. A special supplementary meeting was about to take place. According to the original novel, Beon and Azel would both be attending. I have to see how the protagonist and the villainess interact with each other. Excited, Flame pushed open the door and stepped inside. After taking a quick glance around the room, she had a thought. Looks like all the important characters are here. She scanned the crowd again. Let's see, the meeting is led by Kyle, an A-rank student. Didn't expect that. This is a supplementary session for students aiming to level up, so I guess it makes sense that so many famous S-rank students are here. Feeling the weight of the situation, Flame found herself a seat. Then, her gaze landed on the genius magician, Ma Yusol. Wait a minute, Ma Yusol is here? Ma Yusol was the protagonist of this world. And right now, he seemed interested in Beak Yusol. That definitely isn't a coincidence. What's more, Beak Yusol had only answered 3 questions in the test, the 3 hell-level questions. Which meant, he knew from the very start that solving those specific questions would get him classified as S-rank. If Beak Yusol truly knew the future, then his actions were downright terrifying. The more Flame thought about it, the more curious she became. Meanwhile, our protagonist was suffering in silence because that guy, Ma Yusol, just wouldn't leave him alone. I wish someone would just throw this guy out of my sight. Yusol sighed internally, but Ma Yusol, completely oblivious to the growing frustration on Yusol's face, kept chatting away with a bright smile. Yusol, why are you even here? With your level, you don't really need to attend a class like this. Or is there some secret reason? No, not really, Yusol replied with an obviously forced laugh. Truth was, he'd been forced into this class. Damn it, all because of my low scores. Feeling utterly defeated, he turned to look at the genius sitting next to him. Why does this guy seem so interested in me? Before he could dwell on it any longer, the voice of Kyle, the student standing at the front of the room, interrupted his thoughts. Today, we'll be discussing issues related to the ranking exam. As you all know, this test is notorious for its difficulty. So much so that upperclassmen have dubbed its hardest section the 3 hell questions. Kyle paused for a moment. I'll be explaining them to you all in detail. But even as he spoke, he regretted ever volunteering for this. Damn it, why are those people here? Initially, he had just wanted to boost his reputation by helping out a bunch of clueless underachievers. But then, his eyes landed on Beak Yusol. And suddenly, his attitude shifted. Wait, this might actually be my chance. He had heard rumors that Baek Yusul scored the lowest in the entrance exam. If I can just prove how much better I am than him, this will work out perfectly. Feeling a renewed sense of confidence, Kyle straightened up and began his lecture. Alright, everyone, pay attention. This is how I solved the first question. He gestured toward the board. This question is actually a trap. It tries to lead you into a dead end. First, you need to, blah blah blah. Up at the front of the room, Ma Yusul flashed a charming smile and gazed intently at Yusul before asking, "What do you think? Do you agree with his reasoning?" Meanwhile, Yusul, upon hearing that question, felt his vision go blank. What the hell is this guy talking about? He's asking me if that dude's reasoning is correct? I don't even know what that guy was talking about. Hell questions? What the hell are those? But then again, honesty is a virtue. With that thought, Yusul decided to just be straightforward. No, I don't know. He said it so casually, without a second thought. But the moment those words left his mouth, Kyle, who had been confidently lecturing at the front, suddenly froze. And then, whispers erupted among the students. Wait, did Baek Yusul just say Kyle was wrong? Huh? Yusul, now sensing the gazes fixated on him, started to panic. Why is everyone looking at me like I just descended from another planet? Meanwhile, at the front, Kyle's face twisted in fury. He clenched the chalk in his hand so tightly that it shattered. Then, in a dangerously cold voice, he spoke. Oh, you're saying I was wrong, Baek Yusul? Then why don't you come up here and explain it to everyone? What? Yusul's face turned pale. What the hell is this guy talking about? Internally screaming, he turned to Ma Yusul for help, only to see the guy giving him an encouraging smile. You got this, Yusul. This bastard definitely did that on purpose. With no other choice, Yusul had to drag himself up to the front. Fine, I'll do it. Sighing in resignation, he grabbed the chalk from Kyle's hand. Then, slipping on his signature round glasses, he activated his cheat mode. Alright, let's see here. Hell questions. Huh? These seem more like bad wordplay than actual problems. Scanning the board, he read through the first question. A mage chants the following spell. Mother Earth, shed your tears, so that dust may double its quantity. Why does this happen? Yusul resisted the urge to scoff. Are you kidding me? The answer is literally just, the dust is crying. This is just a simple matter of elemental separation. To him, it was utterly ridiculous. But apparently, to these people, it was some profound challenge. Who in their right mind came up with this nonsense? Yusul sighed and rubbed his temples. Then, he glanced at Kyle and made his assessment. Kyle over here didn't approach the problem mathematically, he actually tried to make the dust cry. I don't even know what to say about that. His method was completely wrong, but somehow, he still arrived at the right answer. Mostly out of sheer luck. But if he ever encounters a similar question, he'll definitely fail. Thinking this through, our protagonist made a decision. He would enlighten this fool. And the entire class while he was at it. I can't tell you how to solve this question. But I can tell you where you went wrong. Kyle flinched. The issue lies in the fundamental nature of the earth. But what if it were water? Or air? Would your method still work? Kyle hesitated, then quickly replied. Then, I'd just use a different method. But before he could feel too proud of himself, Yusul shook his head. If you do that, you'll end up needing an entirely different approach for every variation of the same problem. Just because you got the right answer by chance, doesn't mean you actually understood the question. Kyle opened his mouth to argue. But in the end, he had no choice but to admit it. You're right. Seeing Kyle's defeated expression, Yusul scratched his head. Oops, maybe I was a bit too harsh on him. With a sigh, he continued. Anyway, here's how you should actually solve it, blah blah blah. And just like that, he broke down the entire solution. Meanwhile, the students, who had been watching with bated breath, scrambled to take notes. Even those who originally didn't care were now desperately scribbling down everything Yusul said. But the most shocked of them all was none other than Flame. No way, everyone's writing down his words? Even Beon and Azel should have been arguing about this by now. But instead, they're both too busy analyzing his explanation? How is this even possible? The more she thought about it, the more she felt her brain overheating. Time flew by, and soon, the meeting came to an end. As the students began to leave, Ma Yusul, ever the charming guy, waved enthusiastically at Yusul. See you tomorrow, Yusul. On the other side, Yusol, playing along, smiled and waved back. But the moment that damn guy disappeared from sight, his face immediately darkened. Damn it, if I keep getting tangled up with him, I'm doomed. No way. There is no tomorrow. I don't ever want to see him again. With a heavy sigh, Yusol absently glanced down at his own hand. Maybe it's because of my phone. I can't use it anymore. But it must have caught Ma Yuseol's attention. Why does he keep approaching me? Before this, the only one who ever used it was Flame. But before he could think any further, his thoughts abruptly cut off. Standing ahead of him was none other than Princess Beeon. Huh? Is she waiting for someone? Whatever. That's none of my business. Shrugging off her presence, Yusol walked right past. Or at least, he tried to. Because the moment he took a step forward, Beeon suddenly called out, "Beak Yusol, I have something to ask you." Yusol froze in place. What? Beeon wants to ask me something? Still confused, he turned back and responded. What is it? Without hesitation, Beeon got straight to the point. Why didn't you explain your answer earlier? For a solid few seconds, Yuseol's brain completely shut down. Huh? What? It's not that I didn't explain it. I just didn't know how to explain it. How do you even explain something that doesn't have a definitive answer? She must have misunderstood something. Scratching his head, he calmly replied, I didn't explain anything because there was nothing to explain. At those words, Beeon suddenly fell into deep thought. Moments later, she spoke again. I see, so you didn't want to reveal it in front of everyone. I understand. In that case, I'll compensate you. Yusol blinked. Huh? Beeon, completely serious, repeated herself. I'll make it worth your while. So whatever is in your head, explain it to me. The scene shifts to the library, where Yusol now faces the 3 hell-level questions. At this point, he still couldn't understand them. I don't understand why you paid me to solve these 3 questions from the placement test, he said, glancing at the questions in front of him. Beeon, on the other hand, wasn't going to elaborate. I have my reasons. Just go ahead and answer. She said, Yes, Your Highness. Yusol replied quickly, then continued, You only got those 3 questions wrong. But I got every other question wrong. Aren't you embarrassed? Beeon, hearing this, responded calmly, No, the only thing I'm embarrassed about is that I still don't understand the answers to those questions. If you can solve them, I'm willing to do anything. She's such a model student. Yusol thought to himself, then asked, But why ask me? You're a princess. You must have so many friends to ask. Beeon explained, out of 1.141 first-year students, only 3 people answered the 3 hell-level questions correctly. You're one of them. Hearing this, Yusol started sweating. Wait, what did you just say? These trick questions don't have answers. But Ma Yusol, Flame, and you were all able to solve them? That's why I feel embarrassed. Yuseol's body started to tremble as he stammered. No, wait a minute. These questions are meant to trick us? No one could have solved them, right? That's right, Beeon said, looking at him in surprise. Didn't you notice when you were solving them? At that moment, Yusol finally understood everything. This is insane. Now I get why I'm in Class S and why Flame stopped me earlier. I didn't know the details of this world's setup. I had no idea there were trick questions like this. But Flame, on the other hand, read the entire novel, so even though she doesn't know the game's plot, she must know the setting. Like those trick questions. But because a supporting character not in the original novel appeared, Flame had to acknowledge the existence of Beak Yusol. Damn it, no wonder she acted that way. The more he thought about it, the more Yuseol's head hurt. Meanwhile, Beeon, seeing how distressed he was, asked, What's wrong with you? Don't worry. Don't forget that you'll help me with something if I explain the answers to you. Right? I only have one small request. Turn my weapon into a demon sword. The blacksmiths in your kingdom should be able to do that. Upon hearing this, Beeon advised, but only low-level mercenaries use that kind of weapon. Why would a mage like you? Before Beeon could finish speaking, Yusol interrupted her. It's just because I like it, he said. In his mind, he thought, I didn't want to mention that I have a flaw. And then asked her, So, can you do it? Beeon paused for a moment, then quickly answered, Of course, that's easy. Awesome. Yusol silently cheered inside. After making their agreement, he began explaining the solution to her. Alright, I'll tell you how to solve this first, he said. The method is to change your perspective. Change my perspective? How? Beeon asked, clearly confused. Yes, exactly. Yusol confirmed. You see, I know your weakness is that your magic is too mechanical. You've gotten stuck with it. It wasn't until your second year that you realized this after losing to Flame. I don't think I can help you fully right now, but I can at least point you in the right direction. Yusol paused for a moment, then added, do you know those trick puzzles? On the other side, Beon listened to Yusol and looked slightly confused before hesitating and saying, trick puzzles? I think I've heard of those before. Yusol, hearing this, sighed and scratched his head, thinking for a moment. Here's an example. What's in between the knees and knees? Beon, after thinking for a while, stroked her chin and then answered, the inside of the knee. Right? Wrong, Yusol replied. The answer is, and. Huh? Why? Beon asked, surprised. Yusol became enthusiastic as he started explaining. What I'm asking is, what word is in between the words, knee and knee? Do you get it? Beon's face turned cold when she heard this nonsense. However, her expression quickly changed to one of anger as she glared fiercely at Yusol. Her eyes filled with hostility, which made him feel a bit uneasy. Come on, don't glare at me like that. Calm down. Just sit down and look at these questions first. Yusol hurriedly raised his hands in an attempt to calm her down. He then returned his focus to the hellish questions and continued explaining. These questions have their own formulas and tricks you don't know about. That's why solving them with only your creativity is essential. But can you do it with just your creativity? His calm question made Beon's eyes widen in disbelief. And eventually, she shook her head in defeat, saying, I can't. On the other side, Yusol wasn't really surprised by her answer. Of course not. While understanding different spells and how to apply them is important, for a mage, the most important thing is the way you view the world. Your perspective. Magic can change with even the slightest alteration, but you're only thinking about what you can see. Spells are not just about memorizing and using them. You might be better than me at analysis and evaluation, but you're missing the most crucial thing for a mage, creativity. As Yusol continued his explanation, Beon's face began to darken with frustration, causing him to fall silent, not daring to say another word. Wow, her face looked so serious. To break the awkward atmosphere, Yusol began scratching his head and said, well, you understand what I'm saying, right? Even if it sounds a little complicated. Of course I understand, Beon replied confidently. However, her response left Yusol puzzled. Interesting, I can't even tell what I'm saying. Yet she understands it. He shrugged it off and decided to test her mental flexibility with a few trick questions. I'm glad you understand, so let's get started. First question. What did the man say to the horse when he put it to bed? Beon, hearing this, froze up and said, what did he say to the horse when he put it to bed? I don't know, shaking her head. Yusol immediately gave the answer. The answer is, it's time to sleep. Next question. Why don't they work harder? I don't know, Beon answered, familiar with the routine. Because they always lie down when they work. Yusol answered confidently. Third question. What happens when rock, paper, and scissors race together? I don't know, Beon replied, not even daring to look Yusol in the eye anymore. Just a moment ago, she had confidently said she understood, but now she felt embarrassed. Yusol, still cheerful, went on. The answer is, the rock will roll, but the paper and scissors won't move because of their shapes. Get it? They can't move, they can only stay still. Beon, at this point, was about to cry from frustration. She didn't know whether to be more frustrated with herself or with how ridiculous Yusol's questions were. Oh, wow, she looks like she could snap at any moment. Yusol thought worriedly before asking another question. So, what would the clouds say to the sea when it rains? Beon paused to think, and Yusol gritted his teeth, eagerly waiting. Come on, he thought. And to his surprise, Beon finally muttered, I'm falling into the sea. Yusol was taken aback. Oh, you guessed it right. Back to Beon. After hearing that she had answered correctly, she broke into a bright smile that looked truly charming. Wow, this is the first time I've seen her smile. Yusol thought to himself, both in the game and in real life. He then continued, just as I expected from a princess. Your creativity is on a completely different level. Beon, hearing that, blushed a little and said, okay, forget about that. Tell me the next question. Her cute reaction made Yusol laugh loudly before saying, alright, the next question is, blah blah. Time quickly passed, and soon it was getting dark. It wasn't until then that Yusul could finally escape from the princess. But by that point, he looked as dry as a salted fish. I've spent 3 whole hours using trick questions just to challenge Beon. I really hope she doesn't remember everything I said. Yusul sighed helplessly as he thought about the princess. Beon was definitely a witch with an outstanding mind. But her weakness was her rigid way of thinking. However, if he wanted to exploit that weakness, even though she was the antagonist, Yusul felt a little guilty. I need to quickly forge Taravan into a magic sword, he thought. So, I need to do more. This is nothing like what I could have done before. But enough thinking. I should hurry and get the books I need for class. Yusul muttered to himself and began to quicken his pace. He was now searching for a place based on a faint memory of his in-game experience. It must be around here somewhere. I'm not mistaken, am I? Yusul murmured as he moved around. Then, he noticed the place he was looking for. Here it is, Yusul said as he looked toward an old shop nearby. Yusul quickly stepped inside the shop. And only after fully entering did he realize that it was even older than it appeared from the outside. The walls were decaying, and cobwebs covered every corner. The place was dilapidated and rundown. However, he knew that the owner of this bookstore had a strange habit of pretending to sleep while secretly watching customers. It was in this rundown, nameless shop that the notes of Mela, a top graduate from Stella Academy 10 years ago, were hidden. In the past, Yusul could have just pressed a button on the screen to access such information. But in the real world, he needed to find the actual books. Moreover, the type of books one studied affected their leveling up. Initially, Yusul bought books from famous bookstores, but he eventually realized that the best books were hidden in stores without signs. If he could get his hands on Mayala's notes for magic techniques, he'd easily score full marks. Actually, he could probably get by with just wearing his reading glasses, but there was a chance he'd uncover some secret formula as well. As Yusul looked over the books on the shelves, he quickly found his target book. Here it is, he thought as he reached out to grab the small, well-hidden book. Just as he did, his hand brushed against a small, delicate hand, causing him to jump in surprise. He quickly turned to see who it was, and his eyes met none other than Azel. Azel? Yusul unconsciously said, and Azel responded by asking, "Do you know me?" "Of course, you're famous," Yusul replied, and Azel seemed to recall something, saying, "Ah, I remember now. You're from the supplementary group." Beat Yusul, right? Huh? Doesn't she remember meeting me before coming to the academy? Yusul wondered to himself, but before he could dwell on it further, Azel continued, "I really enjoyed that debate. It's a pity you couldn't explain the entire answer. But anyway, it was great to meet you." With that, Azel turned and walked away. Yusul, after grabbing Mayala's notes, couldn't help but feel a sense of relief. Good thing no one's taken it yet, he thought, but his curiosity was piqued. Why is Azel here? As he observed her glancing at the price tags on the books with a sigh of relief, Yusul quickly pieced things together. Ah, I see. This bookstore sells used books. He realized. So, the customers here are usually poor students like me, or people from fallen families like Azel, who have lost everything. Her father was probably killed by dark sorcerers. How sad. A princess like her having to buy old books. Especially when she had to check the price because she didn't have enough money. It was a bitter sight. Azel, in the original novel, had a tragic end. She died before even Flame, the eventual protagonist in this world. It was hard not to see her as the most unfortunate character in the game. These thoughts flitted through Yusul's mind before he gathered the books he needed and made his way to the counter to pay. "Let me pay for these, please," he said with a calm smile. The shopkeeper, murmuring under his breath, commented, "This kid's stronger than he looks." As Yusul noticed Azel staring at his books, he casually asked, "What's up? You seem like you're picking some good books." Huh? Her voice sounded oddly cryptic, and Yusul felt a bit confused. Is she trying to insult me? Azel responded with a question. All of those? Why are you reading books about advanced seal theory? It's ancient magic that requires special materials. In today's world, with all the alchemists and advanced magical engineers, no one really uses those skills anymore. Yusul casually replied, "Oh, this book? Yeah, it's not really that useful." His comment left Azel speechless. "So, you actually know?" she thought. "That's why I'm taking it." Yusul continued, "Because everyone else is like you. So, It'll be easier to score high in this class. He turned and left, leaving Azel behind, still puzzled by the exchange. Yusol had his own reasons for the decision. As Azel had pointed out, few people were interested in studying seal theory, which meant he'd have less competition and could easily score high in the class. Plus, with these books, the semester would be a breeze. He couldn't help but smile to himself as he thought about how well things were going. Time quickly passed, and by the next day, the scene shifted to Azel, the young sorceress. She was briskly making her way to her class, about to learn the void theory. After all, it was a class known for being easy to score well in, so she figured it wouldn't be too bad. Azel thought to herself as she pushed open the door, but upon entering the classroom, she was taken aback. The room was packed with students, crowded like it was a fairground. She hesitated, suddenly not so sure about her thoughts on the class anymore. It wasn't just Azel who had this reaction. The other students were just as bewildered. "You're taking void theory too?" one student asked. "Yeah, but I think I'm in trouble now. I registered because everyone said this class was easy. But it looks like the rumors spread, and now all the smart people are in this class. Well, that's it for me." Another student sighed, looking defeated. Azel, seeing everyone's reactions, could only sigh deeply. "Well, I'll just have to try my best in the other classes," she thought to herself. Time quickly passed, and soon the class ended. "That's all for today's lesson." The professor's voice rang out. Immediately after, the students tiredly gathered their things and headed for the cafeteria. "Oh my gosh, I'm starving. What should I have for lunch today?" one of them said. "Let's just go to the cafeteria and decide there," another replied. They all began chatting among themselves. Meanwhile, Azel's thoughts were elsewhere, more focused on the situation in her class. "What now? With so many people in my class, it's going to be hard to earn a scholarship." Just as she was pondering this, her stomach began to growl, making her blush slightly. She muttered to herself, "Maybe I should eat first. Let's see, I've only got 60 meal tickets left this semester, so I guess I'll just have some bread today." She looked down at the meal voucher in her hand as she spoke. As if by coincidence, Azel walked past Yuseol's classroom, and there he was, Beak Yusol. She thought to herself, observing the young man attentively listening to the lecture inside. Afterward, Beeon peeked her head inside to observe, and upon seeing the small number of students in the class, she realized something. This class has very few students, she thought, and they're all underperforming students. This professor's probably about to lose their job. But then, she considered something else. If I register for this class, I could easily score high without spending too much time, leaving me with more energy to focus on other subjects and secure a scholarship. Wait, Yusol, she suddenly thought. Did he know this class would be easy? Did he plan which classes to take to make things smoother for himself? Beeon was taken aback by her own train of thought and immediately shook her head, dismissing it. "No, it can't be. What am I thinking? It must have been a coincidence." After saying this to herself, she decided to stop thinking about Yusol and headed straight for the cafeteria. Back in the main character's classroom, the professor, who was lecturing about the moon god Ladin, spoke up. "I'm sure all of you know the origins of magic. The creator mage, the white mage, spread magic across the world. Humans and other species learned how to use magic from him. He taught the elves natural magic, the dwarves material magic, and humans elemental magic. Then, he ascended to the heavens." Meanwhile, Yusol, sitting in the classroom, found his head growing heavier with every word. "How did I get through these 3 years?" he thought. "At my age, I still have to go back to school. This is crazy. I could have skipped all this knowledge with a single button press in the game." Thinking about his glory days in the game, Yusol sighed, but he had at least come to accept the situation and tried to continue focusing. "But actually, this lesson is pretty important. It might give me a clue about the true ending. Then again, that's just my guess." He then remembered something. "By the way, has Azel always taken this class? I don't remember any main character registering for this class, but it's not really my concern." He glanced at the girl sitting beside him, and, in a strange twist of fate, Azel was there too. Back to Professor Layden, he was still intently lecturing his students. Human curiosity doesn't stop at elemental magic. Wizards traveled the world, secretly learning magic from other species. However, they were never satisfied and couldn't learn any more. The creator mage left behind 12 moon gods and disappeared. At this point, He paused for a moment and turned to ask the class, "Does anyone know about the 12 moon gods?" Below, the exemplary student Azel raised her hand and answered, "They say they are guardian deities who maintain the balance of power on the continent A. It said they were scattered across the continent and carried that mission until 1,000 years ago." Professor Layden nodded in agreement. "That's right, each of them has a special power to protect the continent. For example, the moon god representing summer, the sixth moon, is Ha-Zich, bearing a blazing red flame. It's said that flame will never go out. If you go to the bottom of the Alamanca Sea, you'll still see that red fire. So, anyone curious can go check for themselves." Yusol was confused, thinking, is he joking? If any living being dared to trespass in the realm of the Sea King Alamanca, they'd die instantly. Meanwhile, the professor, unaware of Yusol's thoughts, continued his lecture. "This is the Levion coastline. A giant whirlpool appeared in the middle of the ocean and was frozen by the 12th moon. Dong Sun. Each moon god has its own unique power. But something magical happens when they combine." "What kind of magic is that?" A student from the class raised their hand and asked. However, contrary to the students' expectations, the professor didn't have an answer. "Nobody knows," he replied. "They fell into slumber 1,000 years ago." As for Yusol, the professor's lecture made him reflect. He's right. At least, I encountered some moon gods when playing the game. But I only met 5 moons during time-limited events. I gathered information from other players. So no other gamer has encountered more moon gods than I have. If I'm right, then the 12 moon gods have something to do with the real ending. No one has found the real ending in the past 10 years. So the answer must lie in things that nobody knows about. I only managed to find 5 moons after risking my life several times. But if I want to witness the real ending, I'll have to do it that way, start over again." Yusol spoke quietly to himself. The scene shifted to the magic practice field. At this moment, the professor of the fire magic class, Yeel, casually conjured a fireball and shot it directly at the scarecrow in front, demonstrating it to the students before beginning her explanation. Strength is not everything. No matter how powerful the attack is, if it doesn't hit the enemy, it's useless. She then instructed her students to begin practicing with the immobile targets. At that very moment, the beautiful professor witnessed a powerful magical attack aimed directly at the scarecrow, creating a sizable explosion. However, after the dust cleared, the scarecrow in front remained intact. Not a scratch on it. It seemed the attack had missed its mark. Upon seeing this, Yeel glanced to one side and sighed. "That's really bad." Beon, following her gaze, it was clear that the princess, Beon, was gritting her teeth in frustration as she saw her magic only disturb the earth behind the target. Time passed quickly, and by late afternoon, it seemed the class had come to an end. Because of the earlier incident, Princess Beon was now sitting alone, feeling downhearted. "I've disappointed mother again," she thought, her hands tightening into fists. "She must be so disappointed in me." But just as she was lost in her thoughts, a voice called out from beside her, "Princess, are you all right?" The owner of the voice was a girl with bright red hair, looking cheerful and lively. Before Beon could respond, the girl sat next to her and continued, "You look amazing, princess." What do you mean?" Beon asked, confused. The girl, speaking with admiration in her voice, explained, "You use the same magic as me, but yours is so much stronger. I couldn't even hit the target. But your magic was just incredible. It was so cool. Honestly, I've known about you since I was a child." Beon suddenly realized who the girl was. "Oh right, she's also a fire mage like me. Her name is Arshwang. I think I've heard about her before. They say she's a fire magic genius. But even she doesn't compare to my magic." With that thought, for some reason, Beon's mood lightened slightly, and she said, "That's really amazing that you have such high accuracy." Arshwang shook her head and replied, "But if you practiced more, how could I ever compare to you? My magic is only enough for weaklings. So, talking to you makes me feel much better." "Well, then, goodbye," Beon said, standing up to leave, but little did she know. As soon as she walked away, Arshwang's expression changed dramatically, her thoughts unreadable as she watched the princess leave. Later, when Beon returned to her room, she was greeted by a familiar figure standing inside. "Princess, welcome back," said the girl, who was Beon's personal bodyguard, Ye Taerin. When Beon returned to her room, Ye Taerin, her personal bodyguard, had already prepared some tea and snacks. A little tea and candy have been prepared for you, princess, she said. As for the task you gave me regarding the adjustment of the staff's appearance, I found that the staff is of such high quality that they say it could be transformed into a high-level magic sword. However, there's a slight issue. I've heard that it continuously draws mana from its owner. Byeon, who had been nibbling on a piece of cake, hurriedly swallowed and asked, "What, isn't that a dark artifact?" Ye Taran thoughtfully stroked her chin before replying, "Not quite. It resonates with the energy of nature." This only made Byeon more confused. No way. Something that absorbs mana from its owner can resonate with nature's power? Then why is the staff only intermediate level? Exactly. Ye Taran answered calmly. That's why it's only at that level. The original energy is meant to amplify the user's mana, making it stronger or even upgrading it to a higher level. But because it only absorbs mana without releasing any, its grade is lowered. Byeon was taken aback. So how could a student even use it? Ye Taran remained composed. I'm surprised as well. Byeon rubbed her temples, now starting to feel a headache. I knew it didn't resonate with others from the beginning, but I didn't think anyone would try using it even if they had it. Unless they had an enormous amount of mana, or none at all. I don't understand. I'm sure any normal person could tell that. But then again, he must be someone special. As Byeon gently sipped her tea, she tried to make sense of it all. After all, she wasn't the one using the staff. A few days passed, and Du Seo found himself in another class. Attack magic requires more understanding than any other type of spell, Professor Karlame said while writing something on the board. That's why this mana channeling class is mandatory. It's focused on releasing and aiming precisely. He continued, "Next, we'll discuss the trajectory formula." On the board was an example problem. From a distance of 760 meters to the north, a target is moving at a speed of 12.6 meters per second toward the south. What is the appropriate trajectory and the predicted distance to apply water magic? What is the hydraulic shell spell? The students started whispering amongst themselves after seeing the problem. If it's water magic, it's tough. If you're not a water magic specialist, you better not answer this. One student commented, "Is the professor trying to make things difficult for us?" Another murmured. Meanwhile, Du Seo, uninterested, was yawning lazily. So boring. Why does this class take longer than Korean classes? He thought. His boredom didn't go unnoticed. As Professor Karlame shot him a deadly glare, Du Seo stiffened, realizing he had drawn attention. Without much surprise, the professor called on him. "Beak Du Seo, please stand up and answer the question," Karlame demanded. Du Seo cursed silently in his mind, but reluctantly stood up. Thanks to his magic-enhancing glasses, Du Seo easily solved the problem, leaving the professor stunned. "Impressive, you solved it so easily," Professor Karlame exclaimed. "Can you do it this simply because your primary attribute is water magic?" "No, I'm not." Du Seo waved it off, which only made the professor more excited. "Wonderful, let's move on to the next question." The class quickly passed, and as soon as the bell rang, Azel was waiting outside to ambush Du Seo. "Sorry, but I have a question for you," she said, catching his attention. Azel observed Yusol with growing curiosity. "I've been wondering something about Beak Yusol," she thought. It's not about his rank, but how smart he is, especially when compared to top-tier players. He solved that problem just now, which was at least a university-level question, maybe even professor level. But Stella, where all the geniuses gather, and Beak Yusol's identity, what is it? She was initially unsure, but now she was certain. He must have some strategy with his course registrations. If that's the case, I need to gather more information. With that, she asked him, "What's your next class?" Yusol, slightly confused, replied, "Why are you asking that? Do you like me? That's creepy." Azel snapped, blushing in embarrassment. Yusol chuckled, realizing the awkwardness of the situation. It feels weird arguing with a kid like this. What am I even doing? He thought. Feeling slightly embarrassed, shaking off the feeling, he asked, "Why are you asking me about that?" Azel, determined, responded, "I've looked into the classes you're taking, and they seem like ones you can easily get high grades in. So I'll ask directly, where did you learn that strategy?" Her voice was firm, and Yusol felt a little disappointed. He had expected a different question. Haha, what do you mean? Those classes are just coincidences. It's nothing special, he said dismissively. Well, if that's all, I'm off. he added, turning to walk away. Azel, however, wasn't going to let him go so easily. Wait, hold on, she called, chasing after him. Yusol felt a bit annoyed but replied, what is it? Why are you following me? Go learn that from someone else. There are plenty of smart people here. Or just copy what I do. You said you researched it, right? Azel quickly explained, but anyone who takes the Moon God class gets an A, so it's not that important. And if I register for the same class as you, it could negatively affect your grade. This made Yusol start to think. If he didn't get the scholarship, he would be at the biggest disadvantage. Even in this situation, he was still concerned about other people's grades. Although he found it a bit annoying, the female lead was still the female lead. Speaking of Azel, she now gave him a hopeful look and said, anyway, can you recommend a class for me? One where it's easy to get high grades. Unfortunately, that look didn't seem to have any effect on Yusol. He raised an eyebrow and said, you think that look will convince me? How strange. Usually, when I look at my own face, any stress just disappears. Azel, caught in her own little self-compliment, said, just kidding, I knew you'd react like that. That's why I've prepared a few things to make it up to you. She smiled brightly. Meanwhile, Yusol, sitting across from her, couldn't quite understand what was going through these students' minds. Make it up to me? Why do these kids always talk about making it up? Where did they learn this behavior? Like Byeon, who also tried to make it up to me when I helped her explain some hell-level questions. Back to the conversation, Azel now wiped away her playful smile and spoke seriously. Do you know the story of the seventh tower? Yusol, upon hearing this, was slightly startled, but replied, yes, I know about it. Really? Not many people know about it. It's a tower that disappeared long ago. And there are many barriers preventing anyone from getting close to where it once stood. But inside, she trailed off. Yusol immediately interrupted her, saying, wait, what's going on? Are you alright? Azel noticed Yuseol's disheveled state and asked with concern, are you okay? Yusol was now truly frustrated. This is important information, he thought. With this, Flame could increase his influence over the protagonist. And if Flame knows about this, that means Azel knows too. But why is she telling me this? In the original story, she only shared this with the male lead, not someone like me. Without further thought, Yusol quickly decided to end this conversation. That's a scary story, right? I don't want to hear it. It's not interesting at all. With that, he turned around and left. Meanwhile, Azel was still trying to convince him. It's not that scary. Are you afraid of ghosts? At your age? Up ahead, Yusol, growing tired of the persistent following, reluctantly said, fine, I'll tell you. You just pretended you wouldn't tell me. And now you changed your mind? Azel teased. Yeah, I just changed my mind. Yusol replied, internally thinking that Azel wanting to give him something was enough to make him respond. Anyway, this isn't about grades, but it's something really useful for you. Register for the meditation journey into the void as a cultural studies class. Meditation? Registering that as a cultural studies class? Moon God and meditation are prioritized. Do you like cultivation? Azel asked, puzzled. Not exactly. My master is also a bishop like you. And through meditation, he can enhance his magic skills. Yusol explained. You mean just sitting in meditation? Azel asked, still confused. Her reaction didn't surprise Yusol. In fact, this concept hadn't been fully explored yet. But for a bishop, someone holding large-scale destructive magic, meditation was critical for casting accurately based on formulas and equations. But most importantly, it was about the mind, the thing that controls mana. Thinking this, Yusol added, I haven't told anyone yet, but you're the exception because you're cute. Azel protested, but you just called me ugly earlier. Yusol chuckled and said, that was just a joke. Then casually added, you're welcome. Azel, now smiling, said, thanks, even though it won't help me improve my grades. I'll still register for it. Do whatever you want, Yusol said casually. Watching her walk away, he reflected for a moment. I told her about it, and it kind of worries me how things might change in the future. But if I just ignore her, Azel will face tragedy in this world. If meditation can help her, then it's for the best. Thinking this, Yusol suddenly realized something and looked at his hands. Wait a minute, I just remembered, I'm a mage too. Right? Why haven't I thought about training until now? In the game, Beak Yusol trained rigorously to awaken his dormant mana and develop it quickly. In the game, I could earn experience by pressing a button. But now, I can do it directly. It's pretty late, though, and there are no segments or hunting missions. So, I can't gain experience. I should thank Azel for helping me realize this. After that, Yusol began to head back to his dormitory to rest. This dormitory was really big. Yusol thought to himself. At Stella, all students were required to stay in the dorms. The dormitory system was a secondary feature in the game, where players could freely decorate their rooms. But for Beak Yusol, this was the only home he had. Since his village had been burned to the ground, the dormitory was also divided based on ranks. All rooms were the same size, but the number of people in each room was determined by their rank. Of course, the S-class students occupied the highest floors. I feel a little lonely, but at least I can make use of it, Yusol thought, then took a deep breath and started his meditation. The stats weren't the most important thing. Since this was the real world, he had to get used to using this body. In the game, Beak Yusol was a genius who could control the aura of his sword by using an endless cycle of mana flowing in and out of his body. No one paid attention to him, so no one knew, but Beak Yusol was a swordsmanship genius who had reached the pinnacle of the sword path. I need to follow that path again, he thought. His breath was the thing that controlled the flow of mana within his body. If he could gradually increase the amount of mana he absorbed with each breath, he would be able to gather enough mana in a single inhale. Skills didn't just level up by gathering experience, they had to be continuously used to level up. Which meant practice, Yusol reminded himself. And with that, the young general began meditating inside his room. Time slowly passed, and by the time the sun started to rise, Yusol could feel something and opened his eyes. At this moment, his entire body was surrounded by a golden aura. This must have been the feeling Beak Yusol experienced when someone accepts having mana leakage since childhood. It was faint, but he could still sense it. To reward Yusol for his efforts, the system sent him a notification. Congratulations. The mana leakage syndrome skill has leveled up, and the blink skill has leveled up. On this side, Yusol couldn't help but let out a loud shout. Yes, I've taken another step closer to my goal. He clenched his fists with a look of sheer determination in his eyes. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to the female protagonist. Flame, she, along with all the students in her class, was now in some kind of vast plain. The realism of the place took her by surprise. The grass and wind were all artificially created, yet the feeling was incredibly authentic. The Stella dormitory was a type of pocket space constructed within the school grounds, allowing people to freely manipulate the transformation of the space and its properties. That's why all sports events, dungeon events, portals, and monster training took place here. Back to Flame. After glancing at the number of students present, she began to calculate. There are 50 people from Class A1 and A2. 40 from Class S if it's like in the novel. There should be 39 from Class S. I thought it would be 40 counting me. But it seems there's one more person added. Where did Beak Yusol come from? In the novel, there were only a total of 1.140 students in the first year. And counting herself made it 1.141. In other words, Beak Yusol was also part of the original story. I'll have to figure this all out. But it's fine, I'm the only one in this world who knows about the novel. She reassured herself, noticing the differences from the original story. But just as she was about to calm her thoughts, a voice from the side caught her attention. Prince Jeremy, have you registered for the class? Of course, I have, Jeremy replied with a smile. We also signed up for the soft magic studies class because I heard you registered for it. Really? Let's help each other out then, he said, still smiling and waving at everyone. Meanwhile, Flame glanced at him with suspicion. That's Prince Jeremy, she thought. In the novel, he was obsessed with Azel but got rejected. In the end, he became an antagonist. Right now, he seems harmless, but every action of his is calculated. I should observe him, but I shouldn't get involved with him. On the opposite side, it seemed that Jeremy noticed Flame's gaze, so he smiled and waved at her, prompting her to hurriedly wave back. But he's really handsome, she thought. I understand now why so many people flatter him. His faction is the most famous in the school. I need to gather them together. This world will be my reality from now on. I have to prepare for the future. Flame told herself as she quickly turned away. However, she didn't know that at that moment, Prince Jeremy was looking at her with a gaze full of interest. Now, shifting to Professor Lee Hanwall. Once he saw that all the students had gathered, he stepped forward and said, Everyone, pay attention. We'll begin with basic training before starting today's class. I need to understand your abilities so I can teach you properly. I will be the one teaching, so if any of you don't like it, please keep it to yourselves. As you may already know, we professors have the authority to add or subtract points, so remember that you will be expelled if you don't meet the required points. He continued, now, let me explain the training. We will be simulating dungeon challenges. I will use real dungeon scenarios, including traps and monsters, to test you all. You will receive 4 points for defeating a level 1 monster, 8 points for a level 2 monster, and 20 points if you manage to retrieve the point stick. The top 5 students will receive a small reward and shopping privileges. Of course, if you fail to earn any points, points will be deducted. If you fear failure or prefer not to go alone, you can form a group. But remember, the points will be shared equally among group members. If you eliminate a student, you can take their points. With that, the professor quickly disappeared as if teleporting. And before the students could fully process what just happened, the ground beneath them suddenly trembled. What's going on? Someone exclaimed. The source of the disturbance was that enormous vines began to emerge from the earth, stretching upwards. Within moments, the space around them had transformed into a dense forest. This was the map of Jack and the Beanstalk. Back to the group. Once the map was set, the students quickly gathered to form teams. However, Flame decided to go solo. Alright, time to move, she muttered to herself. Just then, a girl named Jackie spoke up. Hey, Flame, are you planning to go alone for the dungeon exercise? Although teaming up in real dungeon battles had its advantages, going solo was the best way to earn more points. Flame thought about it for a moment and then declined. Sorry, but I'm going alone this time. For some reason, despite Flame's refusal, Jackie beamed as if she had just struck gold. I see, you don't want to share points with teammates, so you have no choice. Huh? Why yeah. Flame hesitated, feeling slightly awkward. Am I overthinking it, or was she just being sarcastic? Brushing off the thought, she waved goodbye. Let's team up next time. Sure, Jackie replied with a bright smile before running off to inform her 2 friends. Flame's going solo, so we're out of luck. Back to Flame, she couldn't shake off the strange feeling. Am I imagining things, or is she copying me? Well, maybe things will change later. With that thought, she quickly moved on to grind for points. Blank. Blank. An hour later, Flame had just defeated a monster and let out a heavy breath. Phew, this is exhausting. How long is this training session going to last? But before she could sit down and rest, suddenly, from the ground ahead, a mass of vines burst out. Lashing toward her, she hurriedly cast a magical shield to block the attack. Yet, to her surprise, instead of continuing its assault, the strange creature quickly retracted its vines and vanished underground, just as suddenly as it had appeared. Back to Flame, after seeing the plant monster retreat, she remained on high alert, scanning her surroundings. So, it's not just monsters, even the plants attack? As expected of Stella, even a dungeon training exercise here isn't something to take lightly. So far, she had earned 18 points, not bad. But just a single point staff could easily close that gap. I need to keep moving. Muttering to herself, she picked up her pace. It wasn't long before she sensed someone ahead. Something's there. A monster? No, a person. But how could a student hide their presence to this level? No matter. She had been using natural camouflage to conceal herself as well. With her abilities in control, defense, destruction, and healing, setting up an ambush wasn't a bad option. Hiding behind a tree, she carefully observed the figure in the distance. It was none other than Baek Yusol. Not only that, but somehow, he had already obtained a point staff. Yusol? He's going solo too? I remember the other students wanted to team up with him, but he refused everyone. What's this guy even thinking? Her eyes fell on the glowing golden rod in his hand. He got one already? This is a perfect chance to test him. She quietly raised her staff, gauging the distance. 15 meters. He won't have time to defend. Without hesitation, she fired a light bullet directly at him. But just before the attack could hit, Yusol blinked away in an instant. Flame's eyes widened. What the? How did he dodge a second-tier spell from this range? Blank. Meanwhile, Yusol had reappeared behind her, his heart pounding. What the hell? Is she trying to kill me? Who just casually fires a light bullet like that? He took a deep breath, trying to calm himself. Thank God my mana leakage syndrome leveled up. or I'd be in serious trouble. He quickly analyzed his options. Blink LV.1. Maximum range, 12 meters. Charges, 2 remaining. Cooldown, 3 seconds. I still have 2 uses left. If I use the terrain properly, I can deal with her, but it's probably best to just avoid her altogether. Yusol immediately used his remaining 2 blink charges to escape. That should be far enough. His goal was only to reach 5th place, so there was no need to take unnecessary risks. The reward for 5th place was El Telic, an item that significantly boosted stamina and strength. The top 4 spots are reserved for the main characters anyway. With how things are going, they probably only need 3 more point staffs to secure their places. Lost in thought, he continued walking until suddenly, several figures stepped in front of him, blocking his path. Great, just what I needed. A voice rang out. Well, look who it is. If it isn't Beck Yusol from Class S. On this side, after spotting the blonde-haired guy, Yusol immediately recognized who he was. That was Raiden, someone who had been gaining notoriety at the academy lately, a member of the Uselect team. Jeremy's gang of weaklings, one after another. These guys just kept showing up. As he thought about this, our protagonist's eyes drifted toward the 3 golden sticks clutched in Raiden's hand. 3-point rods? For someone as weak as him, he sure managed to collect quite a few. While Yusol was lost in thought, the guys in front of him began whispering. I heard he's a total failure. Had to cheat his way into Class S. Raiden smirked in disdain at the comment. Getting into Class S just by solving 3 ridiculous questions? Stella must have been fooled. Do they ever get tired of saying the same thing? Yusol thought to himself. They seriously need to come up with something more original. Meanwhile, Raiden and his gang started pulling their usual thug tactics. Hey, beat Yusol, Raiden called out, since we ran into each other. Why don't you go ahead and hand over that point rod? No thanks, Yusol replied calmly. Raiden's expression immediately twisted into something that practically begged for a punch. Huh? You really think you can defy me? He sneered. You think you can take on all 4 of us alone? What, you planning to use that mid-tier staff of yours? You can't even use magic properly, let alone wield a staff. Back to Yusol, he was seriously weighing his options. Damn, what now? With only a low-level blink spell, fighting Raiden head-on wasn't an option. This guy came from a well-known noble family. If Yusol had 3 blinks left, he might just have a chance. The key was the point rod in his hand, and the fact that this was a dungeon. As this thought clicked, Yusol quietly devised a plan. He slowly extended his point rod forward and said, Here you go. Raiden smirked, pleased. Now you're talking. But he had no idea what was coming. At that very moment, Yusol activated Blink, closing the distance in an instant. Raiden flinched, his face twisting in shock. However, just as Yusol's attack was about to land, a barrier formed around Raiden, blocking the hit. Still, the impact left cracks forming across the shield. Raiden's smug grin was gone, replaced with pure rage. You piece of shit, you filthy commoner. With that, he retracted his barrier and went right back to running his mouth. You bastard, I'm gonna make you. But before Raiden could even finish cursing, he suddenly realized that Yusol had completely vanished from sight. He disappeared? Someone in the group shouted in alarm. Then, just as panic set in, Yusol's voice rang out from right beside them, making Raiden whirl around in shock. Oh man, that was close. Thanks for that, Yusol said cheerfully. And in his hands, 2-point rods. Raiden's face twisted in fury as he immediately recognized his stolen property. You bastard, give those back. No thanks, Yusol taunted, a smirk playing on his lips. Meanwhile, thoughts raced through his mind. 3-point rods should be enough. I accidentally figured this out while playing around. But these rods are actually lightning conductors. Because of their ridiculous durability, they can't be destroyed by a student's magic. They also possess the power of most magical tools, though they're more useful for magic users. But for someone like me, beat Yusol, a physical attacker. A weapon with high attack power is something I can fully take advantage of. Raiden, still fuming, clenched his fists tightly. Damn it, how dare that bastard take my point rods? His anger hit its peak as he turned and snapped at his lackeys. What the hell are you guys doing? Attack him already. But before he could even finish shouting, the ground beneath them suddenly started shifting. A deep rumble echoed as vines erupted from the earth, twisting and writhing like living creatures. Raiden gritted his teeth. Shit, why is the dungeon activating now of all times? Everyone, stick together and prepare your spells. Don't lose sight of that bastard, he barked. Meanwhile, our protagonist took full advantage of the chaos, slipping away unnoticed, or so he thought. A sharp voice suddenly cut through the confusion. Beak Usul is running away. Raiden's gang immediately turned their attention back to him. That bastard. Where the hell do you think you're going? Without hesitation, the group launched their magic attacks at him. These guys are better than I expected, but still not good enough. Usul smirked to himself. With his extensive PvP experience, using the terrain to his advantage was second nature to him. Without a second thought, he activated Blink, vanishing instantly. Damn it, he used Blink again? Where did he go? He's too fast, I can't track him. The group broke into chaos, their frustrated voices overlapping as they desperately searched for him. We only need to hit him once. That's all. Raiden gritted his teeth, scanning the battlefield like a hawk. But before he could pinpoint Usail's location, the ground beneath them rumbled even more violently than before. Raiden, the dungeon, one of his lackeys called out in alarm. Stay calm, Raiden barked. He's still here. Wait for the tremors to stop. And the moment you see him, attack all at once. If our magic fails, we'll suffer magical recoil, so don't mess this up. But just as Raiden finished his command, Usul struck. In a flash, he blinked right in front of Raiden, and before the latter could react, Usul swung the rod in his hand with full force. Crack! Raiden's shield shattered on impact. The sheer force sent him flying backward, crashing into his own teammates and completely disrupting their magic chants. The sudden misfire triggered a violent magical backlash. Dozens of lightning bolts rained down upon them. Arg! The students had no choice but to huddle together, bracing against the relentless shockwaves. Meanwhile, the cause of all this chaos, Usul, simply stepped aside, avoiding the mess entirely. Well, that's that, he said casually, eyeing his new prizes. I'll be taking this too. Maybe I'll give it to my future girlfriend as a gift. He grinned, holding up the 3-point rods as if they were trophies. Give them back, Raiden roared, but Usul had no intention of doing anything that stupid. Keeping the last rod would just be a hassle. With that thought, he waved a hand dismissively. That was fun, I'm off now. And with one final blink, he vanished, leaving Raiden and his gang trembling in pure rage. Why you goddamn bastard? Raiden's furious scream echoed through the dungeon, but none of them realized that the entire fight had been watched. From a distance, a certain silver-haired girl had been observing everything. Back to Usul, of course. Our guy was celebrating like he had just won the lottery. Heh, what a stroke of luck. If I fought them head-on, they would have robbed me clean. But since this is a dungeon, the rules are different. This is what you call adult-level experience. As he grinned smugly to himself, he casually swatted away a creeping vine that was trying to ensnare him. However, just as he was about to keep moving, he suddenly stopped, his eyes narrowing with caution as he scanned his surroundings. Why do I feel like something's off? An eerie sensation crawled up his spine. He turned around, and that's when he saw it. Oh, shit. While he had been busy celebrating his victory over Raiden's group, someone else had already taken notice of him. And before he could react, boom, a massive supercharged fireball was already flying straight at him. What is this? Where did this rain of fire come from? Usul shouted in shock. Moments later, the devastating attack slammed into the ground. The entire forest was shaken by a terrifying explosion. From above, a giant pillar of flame could be seen shooting up into the sky, burning everything around it. As for our main character, Usul barely dodged it by using his blink skill, narrowly escaping. But even though he survived, he was still terrified. What kind of magic is this? I almost died, he thought, staring at the tree that had been split in half by the force of the blast. And then, emerging from the smoke, a figure appeared, accompanied by a haughty voice. Hey, commoner, why didn't you take another staff from them? The voice belonged to none other than Princess Beion. Her sudden appearance left Usul in shock. Beion? What is she doing here? Although Usul was a bit confused, he still responded. Did you make a mistake? It's not like I can just take whatever I want. And what does me taking those staffs have to do with you? But Beion didn't answer, her gaze fixed coldly on the point scores in his hand. It was then that Usul realized the truth. Oh my god, does she want me to take them from them? Then take them from me? What are you planning? Usul snapped, But Beon remained unfazed, her expression still cold. "I am of royal blood," she said. "If you understand my meaning, then let's fight. As a member of the royal family, I don't intend to rob a commoner. But there's no other way. I will defeat you and take what I want." Her voice was resolute. Yusol shuddered. "Hey, what are you trying to do? Why pick on someone weaker than you?" But Beon just smiled faintly and retorted. "Weaker? I saw you earlier, playing around with them. You even used magic and defeated them, didn't you?" Back a little earlier, Beon had been wandering through the forest, her mind full of worries. "I need to hurry. If I don't want Mom to scold me, I need to get a high score," she told herself. But just then, loud voices echoed nearby. "Where's Yusol? That bastard ran off again. Such a sly jerk." Raiden's group could be heard cursing. And that's when Beon noticed something unusual. She spotted a figure running off in the distance. "That's Baek Du-seo and Raiden?" Beon squinted her eyes. "Should I attack them?" But she quickly dismissed the idea. No matter how strong I am, I can't fight all 5 of them at once. Better to wait until their magic weakens, then I'll have a chance. With that in mind, Beon decided to hide and observe, waiting for the right moment to strike and take advantage of the situation. However, what happened next shocked Beon to the core. Because Yusol began to actively use his blink skill to attack Jiden's group. What? That commoner, besides blink, he can use other magic too? Beon knew that Jiden's group wasn't a match for her in terms of strength. But still, they were all experienced fighters. Compared to a commoner, they should be far superior in combat skills. Right? Back to the present, Beon snapped out of her thoughts, her eyes sharpening. "Alright, it's time for fire magic." She finished speaking and immediately activated her magic, creating several floating magical circles in midair. From within these runes, countless fireballs shot out, aiming directly at Yusol. But our protagonist wasn't one to be outdone. Yusol immediately used blink to dodge. However, before he could even catch his breath, another fireball came hurtling down from above. Blink wasn't ready yet. With no other choice, Yusol had to jump between tree trunks, dodging continuously. After landing on the ground, he began panting heavily. "Damn it, her magic is too dangerous. Good thing my instincts are sharp. Otherwise, I would have been done for." However, Yusol had already used blink twice. Now, he was facing Princess Beon with no way out. What should I do now? Yusol ground his teeth, thinking hard. On the opposite side, Beon crossed her arms and coldly said, "Are you not going to pull out your magic staff this time? You've already taken my staff." Yusol frowned and complained, "What about the one they gave me when I enrolled?" Beon fell silent. Suddenly, Yusol froze. "Oh, right?" He looked down at his hand, realizing that he still had another staff he hadn't used. "I forgot about this one." Yusol sighed in exasperation. On the other side, Beon was starting to grow irritated. "How long are you going to pretend?" Her voice grew serious and cold. "This is a real fight. And this commoner treats it like a joke?" Jaeon gritted her teeth, her gaze filled with killing intent. "If you won't fight properly, then I'll just have to take you down right here. I'll crush you," Princess Beon thought to herself. And without hesitation, she unleashed her magic, firing countless fireballs straight toward Du-seo, forcing him to quickly tilt his head to the side to dodge. However, that wasn't the end of it. At the same moment, another fireball was heading straight for his shoulder. With a superhuman reflex, Du-seo quickly dropped to the ground, narrowly avoiding it. It seemed like Beon had noticed Du-seo's incredible dodging abilities. So, she decided to use a large area magic, summoning a massive wall of fire to engulf him in a powerful blast. This time, Du-seo felt the challenge. "Damn, even if I dodge with blink, the area of her attack is too wide. What should I do now?" Du-seo gritted his teeth, thinking hard, but just as he was trying to come up with a plan, an unfamiliar sound from behind caught his attention. It was. Thinking quickly, Du-seo used blink repeatedly, shifting to the back of a large tree, narrowly avoiding the fiery blast that would have turned him into roasted meat. However, escaping that attack didn't mean Du-seo was safe. He had avoided the flames for now, but it was still difficult. Even if he managed to get close to Beon, the fire around her would erupt in defense, making it almost impossible to approach her. I know this very well from fighting many fire mages. Her rank is much higher than I expected. If this were a flat field, I'd probably lose in less than a minute. No, I wouldn't even have the chance to fight. I don't even know who will be the one defeated here, Du Xiao thought, gripping his staff tightly. At that moment, Bi-Yan cast another spell, firing numerous fire arrows at Du Xiao. He had no choice but to keep jumping backward to evade the attacks. But gradually, his mana sensing ability kicked in, and he began reading the trajectory of the incoming projectiles. Seeing this, Du Xiao quickly swung his staff like a machine, expertly deflecting every single fire arrow, knocking them aside. This miraculous action of his left Princess Bi-Yan behind him stunned and speechless. No way, is he using a weapon to block magic? How is that possible? She thought, unable to believe her eyes. Meanwhile, Du Xiao, while focusing on dealing with the countless attacks coming his way, still had time to think. As the battle continued, the realization became clearer. This wasn't some game controlled by a keyboard or mouse. He was physically moving his body to face a mage. The magic surrounding him grew stronger, and his sixth sense, as clear as sight and hearing, became more attuned. Back to Princess Bi-Yan, by now, she could hardly believe what she was seeing. How could this be? In this mountainous terrain, fire should have the advantage. She thought, if that's the case, I have no choice but to increase my magical power. Gritting her teeth, she began to amplify her power. This made Du Xiao, who had just started to stabilize, feel an even greater pressure. There was no choice but for him to strike and retreat to a nearby tree to take cover. I can't just keep defending. I need to break her magic shield with this staff, he thought. He waited for the perfect moment. As Princess Bi-Yan, concentrating her mana to prepare for another attack, was about to unleash her spell. In an instant, Du Xiao activated his speed spell and lunged directly at her. Within a second, he closed the distance between them. Bi-Yan was startled to see him appear so suddenly in front of her. But she gritted her teeth and immediately cast her fire magic, creating a magic circle beneath both of their feet. Du Xiao wasn't surprised. When facing fire mages, their explosive magic would push the enemy back within a 2-meter radius. However, having faced this type of magic many times before, it was no longer a difficult challenge for him. As he thought, Du Xiao swiftly jumped backward to escape the radius of the magic circle. Then, gathering momentum, he charged straight forward again, striking the magic shield protecting Bi-Yan. The powerful blow caused several cracks to appear on the shield. No way, how is he doing this? She thought, shocked. But before she could process it, the shield shattered into countless pieces, and the force of the impact sent her tumbling to the ground. At this point, the outcome of the battle was already decided. I won, Du Xiao said with a smile. At his words, Bi-Yan could only grit her teeth in frustration. She took a deep breath before asking, who exactly are you? I'm just an ordinary student. Du Xiao shrugged as he replied. Bi-Yan then turned to look behind her and called out, can the one hiding over there come out now? Following Du Xiao's gaze, he realized that Flame had been watching them both for who knows how long. Once she was discovered, the heroine nonchalantly stepped out and asked, I wasn't hiding there, but how did you know I was here? Let's just say it was a gut feeling. Du Xiao replied with a smile, though what he actually meant was that he sensed the magic leaking from her. Hearing this, Flame frowned slightly before continuing. Gut feeling? How did you break that magic shield with that simple staff of yours? Was that also thanks to a gut feeling? Her tone was full of skepticism. Du Xiao found himself in a tough spot, feeling the weight of Flame's question. Of course, a situation like this couldn't appear in a romance novel like the one the original story was based on. He couldn't just tell the truth. For some reason, Du Xiao then pointed to a spot on his hand and said, This is real. You know. This vague, half-hearted answer only made Flame more suspicious. So what if it's hard? You think just waving that thing around will break the shield? If that's the case, then knights must be extinct in this world, she said with a tone full of disbelief. I've always thought it was strange. Bitch Du Xiao, who exactly are you? It wasn't just Flame who was curious. Even Bi-Yan looked at Du Xiao. Her curiosity piqued, waiting for him to finally answer. Du Xiao sighed inwardly as he heard the question. Is it really time for this now? He thought. But it hasn't even been a month yet. He considered revealing his true identity. But then he thought better of it. Flame was already distrustful of him, and revealing the truth would be too dangerous. I still won't say who I really am. Du Xiao decided in his heart. Even if you doubt me, I'm not a bad person. Huh? What do you mean by that? Flame asked, puzzled. Just like I said, I want to help you. Ducio said, scratching his cheek awkwardly. Help me? Who are you really? Flame wanted to ask something else. But before she could finish, Ducio turned and walked away. I wanted to say more, but there's no time now. Alright, see you, he muttered, thinking he could quickly leave. Or at least that's what he imagined. However, before he could make a clean getaway, Byeon suddenly threw several of her pointy sticks at the back of his head, causing him a sharp pain. Ducio grimaced, and with no other choice, he turned around and complained. Hey, if you have something to say, just say it directly. Did you think you could dodge all the magic and traps but not avoid this? Byeon asked in surprise. The reason was simple enough. Ducio realized there were limits to his ability to sense magic. My magic sensing ability has its limits, he thought to himself, grimacing at the throbbing pain. The duration of my senses depends on my mental energy. And now that my mental energy is depleted, I'm also dealing with a headache. After thinking that, Ducio finally asked, then why did you throw this at me? You won. Just take it, Byeon replied calmly. From her words, Ducio seemed to understand what was going on. Is it because of pride? He thought. But if he took everything, his score would go up dramatically. Besides, those items were of no real use to him. So, after considering it for a moment, he picked up just one of the sticks and smiled at Byeon. Alright then, I'll just take this one. You can keep the rest. Well, I'll be off now, Ducio said, turning around and walking away immediately. He felt quite smug about his actions. I'm such a good guy. Always kind to the defeated. He mused, grinning to himself. This is so cool. But the two girls behind him didn't quite share his thoughts. What's wrong with him? Flame asked, confused. Byeon, standing next to her, eyed Duceo's retreating figure with a suspicious gaze. He must be a commoner. So his head isn't exactly normal, she said, still puzzled. She couldn't help but feel more and more curious about Duceo's true identity. In another development, in the observation room of the professors, the screen in front of them displayed numerous red dots, likely representing the students. At that moment, several other screens were showing scenes of battles between students. Ho ho, this year's first-year Class S students are truly rare talents. It's worth watching, said Tellus, an elder from the Magic Council. Nodding his head, beside him, a middle-aged woman responded. Indeed, it's very interesting. When I was young, I was even better than this. She was Zarina Eon, a member of the Green Tower Council. Hearing their conversation, Professor Lee Hanwald turned around and thought to himself. The Magic Council, the Green Tower Council, they're gathering so many prestigious figures just to watch the students' practice session. It seems like if you want to recruit talent, this is the way to do it. Just then, everyone in the room suddenly exclaimed in amazement, drawing his attention. Oh, Ma Ducio and Hei Wanryong are facing off. At that moment, following their gaze, Hei Wanryong was the first to launch an attack. He immediately used his wand to fire a stream of energy straight at Ma Ducio. In response, the handsome young man effortlessly used some kind of magic to continuously leap in the air, dodging the ice pillars that shot toward him. Seeing this, those from the Magic Council couldn't help but express their admiration. Activating triple-level magic leap at 17 years old? One of them exclaimed. This is incredible. Normally, a mage would have to be at least 25 years old to reach level 3. Yet Ma Ducio is only 17 and already has such mastery over third-level magic. Not stopping there, they were soon stunned again. Unbelievable. Both students are able to wield 3 elements. Turning to Lee Hanwal, one of them continued, a normal mage can only control 1 attribute, and it takes years of hard practice to master 2. But controlling 3 attributes shows a natural-born talent. These students must have been gifted with such a talent from birth. At that moment, a loud scream echoed through the air, and the source of this scream was a gigantic bird-like monster. Is it a hidden monster? Lee Hanwal thought with a furrowed brow. Before Ma Ducio and Hei Wanryong could react, the monster let out another screech and swooped down toward them. More accurately, it had been struck by someone and fell from the sky. The one who had attacked it was none other than Azel. Oh my, are you guys fighting? Sorry to interrupt, she said casually. Meanwhile, Lee Hanwal was intently observing Azel's appearance and thought to himself. Azel morph. A hidden monster only appears when certain conditions are met. It's not only rare to find but also extremely difficult to defeat. Yet she managed to hunt one on her own? Turning to the group from the Magic Council, they reacted with regret upon seeing Azel. HMPH. She's the daughter of the traitor Morph. What a shame. If her father hadn't committed such a heinous act, her talent could have flourished even more. One of them remarked. At this point, Tellus, the elder, noticed something on one of the screens and exclaimed, "Huh? Is that the princess of the Adalinvit Duchy? Who is she fighting against? That face looks unfamiliar." He discarded his thoughts for a moment before his expression turned astonished. What? That magic? Could it be teleportation? He whispered to himself as he watched Duseo's face on the screen. Teleportation. A magic that for centuries countless scholars have desperately researched in an attempt to control. Only to fail, give up in despair, or even become crippled. It was truly a spell beyond control. Yet, here was a student who could wield teleportation as easily as moving his limbs. Who exactly is this boy? Tellus wondered aloud. Beside him, Li Hanwal offered an explanation. The student's name is Bitch Duseo, a very special pupil whose main skill is teleportation. Teleportation is a main skill? Someone nearby muttered. Astonished. This is quite different from the extraordinary talents of Ma Duseo. Hey Wanryong, or Azel, Tellus, still perplexed, posed another question. But why doesn't he use other magic? If he did, the battle would have ended long ago. It's really hard to understand. Suddenly, a voice from behind everyone spoke up. No, he's fighting seriously. At the sound of the voice, everyone turned to look at the young professor who had spoken. Eltmund Eltwin, they all called out in unison. Right from the start, he's been serious. Eltmund continued, clearly entertained. It seems you all didn't notice. How interesting. The way that student fights reminds me of the knightly spirit that only existed in ancient times. His words made everyone realize something. The knightly spirit? Are you saying that the knightly spirit, along with swordsmen and ancient magic, has disappeared? Someone questioned. A young student like him. Talking about the knightly spirit? Yes, Eltmund replied, his voice filled with conviction. In a world dominated by magic, the knightly spirit represents the fighting will of knights wielding swords. For example, the heroes who fought against evil to protect the world. They say that they faced demons with nothing but a sword in a world where fighting with swords is considered impossible. But that student, he is using a staff like a sword. Moreover, if Eltmund had made such a comment, then the headmaster of Stella Academy, the most prestigious magical academy on the continent, must have been following this as well. Eltmund Eltwin, a level 9 wizard and one of the only 10 great sages on the continent, was known for his wisdom and strength. As he pondered the situation, he silently considered how the test had unfolded. The first dungeon practical exam had ended, and the scene shifted to the private training grounds for Class S. At this moment, Ha Wanryong was furiously practicing his magic, repeatedly launching attacks at the scarecrows ahead. Despite using his wind magic, he couldn't destroy the scarecrow. Exhausted, he sighed in frustration, staring at the wand in his hand. His mana was almost depleted. Damn it, still not enough. There's a long way to go, he thought. Out of 141 students who participated in the dungeon test, 39 had been eliminated. Azel topped the rankings after defeating the giant bird monster, with Ha Wanryong coming second. Ma Duseo ranked 6th. But Ha Wanryong didn't feel like he had truly won. If Azel hadn't intervened during the fight, he believed things would have turned out differently. A sudden surge of uncontrollable anger welled up inside him. Since their first encounter, Ha Wanryong had always sensed something about Ma Duseo. Despite the indifference Ma Duseo showed toward everything, every action he took seemed to be on a professional level, often even surpassing that. Even in this practical test, Ha Wanryong had meticulously set up traps and calculated every movement of Ma Duseo. Yet, Ma Duseo had effortlessly countered every attack. Will I ever be able to defeat him? Ha Wanryong wondered. The wall of talent that stood in his way felt insurmountable. Taking a deep breath, he tried to calm himself and encouraged his own resolve. No, I don't have time for self-pity. I need to push myself harder. Not far away, Bi-Yeon noticed Ha Wanryong's intense training. Her curiosity piqued. She thought, is that Ha Wanryong? He usually remained composed, so why was he so frustrated today? Hey, I shouldn't be saying this, but it's so frustrating to have to hand over the wand and settle for third place. My mother seems happy with the results. But if I don't get that wand back, I'll definitely be punished. As she thought, Bi-yeon kept unleashing her magic at the scarecrow ahead, almost as if trying to vent her own frustration. Bi-yeon, still seething with frustration, had to admit to herself that her magical skills had improved significantly. The special lessons from Ma Du-seo, with his absurd riddles and odd methods, had actually changed her way of thinking and greatly enhanced her ability to control magic. Despite everything, it was clear that his advice had worked, even if she refused to acknowledge it fully. Damn it, she muttered under her breath, still irked by the fact that the lessons from that commoner were so effective. But she quickly shifted her focus, determined to leave the training grounds and cool off. Ha Wanryong, noticing Bi-yeon's mood and actions, paused his own training. Princess, is something wrong? He asked. Noticing the change in her, he observed that her magic seemed far more precise than before. Could it be that her control over her magic has improved that much? He thought, a little skeptical. Fire magic has always been powerful, but it's hard to control it with precision. There's no way she could have progressed that quickly. Or maybe it's just a coincidence? He frowned, deep in thought. Bi-yeon, despite not wanting to admit it, acknowledged her improvement in skill. The fiery frustration in her chest was still there, but the feeling of success from mastering her magic was undeniable. She didn't want to admit that Ma Du-seo, that commoner, with poor grades and a bad personality, was the only one who understood how to help her overcome her weaknesses. She gritted her teeth, shaking off the irritation, and headed out of the training area, having vented her anger. At that moment, Yedon, her bodyguard, called out, "Princess." Bi-yeon turned to her and asked, "Yedon, is something wrong?" Seeing this, Bi-yeon turned to ask, "Yedon, is something wrong? The Terraphone wand you requested has been repaired. Should I take it to Bitch Du-seo now?" As she spoke, she opened the box in her hands, revealing the wand, now reshaped to resemble a sword. In response, Bi-yeon across from her nodded in agreement. "Yes, just do that, then I'll take my leave," the guard said, turning to leave. But at that moment, Bi-yeon seemed to remember something and stopped her. This caused Yedon to wonder. "Is something the matter, Your Highness?" The scene shifted to the second auxiliary tower. This time, instead of letting her guard Yedon deliver the wand to Du-seo, Bi-yeon decided to go herself. "I came here because I heard Bitch Du-seo was around. But this is the second auxiliary tower, where the professor's research rooms are. Am I here to meet a professor?" she wondered to herself. However, she soon found herself hesitating, unsure whether she should go in. Wait a minute, why did I even come here? I could just give it to him at the training area. Coming all the way here feels like I'm chasing after a commoner. No, I can't, I should turn back, Bi-yeon thought, only to be startled by a familiar voice calling out to her. "Oh, Your Highness." Hearing the voice, Bi-yeon turned around to see Professor Hammerl and greeted him. "It's been a while, Professor." Hammerl nodded in acknowledgement and said, "It seems like just yesterday I was teaching you magic at the palace. And now look at you. All grown up, what brings you here today?" Bi-yeon waved her hand dismissively, as if not wanting to elaborate on why she was there. "I have something to do and need to head back," she said. Professor Hammerl, however, advised, "It's quite a bit chaotic here right now. It might be better if you head back. The mages are rushing over because of Bitch Du-seo, so things are a bit disorganized." At this news, Bi-yeon's eyes widened in surprise, but she quickly regained her composure and asked, "What makes that commoner so special?" Hammerl replied, "You must have fought him directly, so you probably know by now. He didn't use magic, right?" "Yes," Bi-yeon answered, and then her expression turned slightly melancholic. "So, you watched that match too? Huh? It's so embarrassing to have performed so poorly in front of the mentor I respect most," she bitterly thought to herself. Seeing her expression, Professor Hammerl appeared a little surprised and spoke up to comfort her. "Princess, there's no need to blame yourself. The princess's opponent had fought with all his might, but he didn't use any magic." Bi-yeon asked again, and at this point, Professor Hammerl had to explain it to her. "It's because of his belief," the professor said. "Belief?" Bi-yeon replied, her voice filled with confusion. After watching the practice session, the headmaster had speculated that this student was likely trying to revive the spirit of the night, which had disappeared since ancient times. "Wait a minute, Bitch Bi-yeon is trying to revive the spirit of a night? That's absurd," the princess said, surprised. But then she started recalling her previous match with Beon. Indeed, Beon had used his staff like a sword during their fight. And now, this magical sword was the same. Thinking about it, Beon started to believe about 70 to 80% of what she had just been told. Still, she had some doubts and asked, "But isn't using no magic at the Magic Academy heavily punished? He'll definitely lose points during the magic practice sessions. And many other things as well." That's true, he knows that, but he still chose this path. "It's truly amazing, isn't it?" Professor Hammerl said, his voice filled with admiration. Even though he's already achieved great things with his speed burst, he continues to push himself to improve. That must be true devotion. If Beon heard these words, he would probably laugh until he choked. After saying her goodbyes to Professor Hammerl, Beon was left in deep thought. If someone said they dreamed of becoming a knight, they would surely be mocked, since the age of knights was long gone. But bitch Beon, was he really serious about pursuing the knightly spirit? And here she was, angry at him, telling him not to joke around. She thought to herself. At that moment, Yusol also noticed her presence and asked, "What are you doing here?" In the general's mouth was the reward for 5th place. An idyllic route. Turning towards Beon, she immediately changed her expression upon seeing Yusol. "You," she said, "I came here for you." "For what?" Yusol spoke while continuing to chew noisily, which made the princess feel quite uncomfortable. She began staring at him. Eventually, unable to win the silent battle of glares, she threw him the box containing the magic wand, saying, "Never mind, take this." Seeing this, the young general immediately recognized the issue and exclaimed, "Oh, is this a Terraphone? Thanks." He quickly opened the box to check the new item. "Is this an invisible sword?" "Indeed, it's a doll of it. The craftsmanship is amazing. Princess, you've really helped me out. This is great. It's hard to get something like this." Thinking this, he turned to Beon with a hopeful look. "Can you just give me the box? It'll sell for a great price." "It's up to you," the princess said casually, which made the poor Yusol feel ecstatic inside. "Wow, what a deal," he thought to himself. Then, her gaze grew a bit more serious, and she asked, "Hey, Beon, are you really not going to use any other magic?" The sudden question caused Yusol to hesitate a bit, and the intense stare from him made Beon feel a little embarrassed. So she quickly turned away. "Ah, it's nothing, I'll go now." On this side, Yusol shrugged and continued on. "Other magic, huh?" Thinking back, Professor Lee Hanwal had also said something similar earlier, mentioning that he understood Yuseol's feelings and respected his beliefs. It was all so confusing, something about walking a thorny path. Well, whatever happens, happens. With this magic sword, he could at least feel more secure about the next chapter of the story. "Now, let's check out the sword," he muttered while tightly holding the wooden box in his hand. Cut to the training field, where Yusol took out the new wand, muttering to himself, "Let's see, just channel mana into this, right?" He then tried to channel some mana into the new item, and immediately, a blade of light sprouted from the wand, causing Yuseol's eyes to turn into stars. Not bad, huh? If Flame were holding this sword, it would definitely be even more dazzling. Flame, the female protagonist, is a special being. Though she's human, she can use all types of magic from elves, dwarves, and angels. Just this staff alone continuously absorbs the user's mana. It's not something just anyone can use. But Flame can wield it like an ultimate skill thanks to her ability to recover mana from nature. As for me, what do I have to lose? Even though mana is constantly being absorbed, since I'm a mana leaker, it can't accumulate in my body and is expelled instead. In other words, the mana concentration in my breath determines the strength of the Terraphone. Let's check my status board. She said this while calling up her status board. Yuseol's status. Strength. 1 star. 77%. Senses. 2 stars. 29%. Agility. 0 stars. 97%. Stamina. 1 star. 43%. Mana. None. Experience. None. Skills. Blink. Level 1. Traits. Mana Leak. Level 2. Mana Drip. Level 2. O increases strength by 5%. O increases agility by 8%. O increases senses by 15%. O Instinct. Activated by consuming the user's mental energy, faintly perceiving mana flow within a range of 18 meters, and activating skin-based awareness. It automatically activates when the user is in danger, increasing the mana circulation speed by 1%. Looking at his stats, Yusol felt relatively satisfied. After eating the Adelic root, the reward for 5th place in this test, he did gain a bit of strength. Now, with a weapon, he could start directly accumulating experience. He should also practice swordsmanship more. Things would be busy from here on. He sighed. Time quickly passed, and the scene shifted to a training field. At this moment, the teacher standing in front of the students spoke to the class. Today, we'll have a practical magic combat session. Everyone, spread out and take your wands. This teacher was Barayan, the defensive magic instructor. As he spoke, the students began to scatter, each practicing with their magical shields. Over here, after walking around and observing the students' progress, Barayan couldn't help but reflect inwardly. This class seems to have many talented students. Dividing them into levels for management was a wise decision. At this point, he suddenly noticed Yusol standing off to the side, looking a little lost, and thought to himself, isn't that the student from Class S the one rumored to be from a commoner background? A commoner, yet he can resonate with a mid-level wand and scored 5th in the dungeon test. How infuriating. With that thought, the sly teacher began walking toward Yusol to make things difficult for him. Hey, Yusol, why are you just standing there? He called out. Yusol turned and, feeling a bit embarrassed, replied, well, I'm practicing a different kind of defense magic, so I don't need to study basic magic. Oh, I see, so it's your own kind of defense? Barayan said with a smile. Sounds interesting, he added, though his inner thoughts were quite different. How arrogant, unless you're Princess Beion, who's studying the Adolivit legacy magic. A commoner like you should never expect to have a special type of defense magic. He had also heard that Yusol didn't use any magic other than blink. Well then, thinking this, the crafty instructor decided to teach Yusol a lesson and spoke up. Well, in that case, could you demonstrate that wonderful defense of yours to the other students to broaden their horizons? His gaze then shifted to the students behind him, focusing on one with red hair. Right, Morso from Class B would be the perfect opponent. Hearing what the teacher Barayan said, Morso flashed a sinister smile. It wasn't by chance that Barayan made this suggestion. When offering this challenge, the teacher had already thought it through. As a professor specializing in defensive magic, maintaining good relationships with students was crucial to his position at the school. Morso Dordan, being from the Scalvan Empire, was someone he could try to win over. A little favor toward him wouldn't hurt. If Morso performed well in this duel against a Class S student, he'd have a solid achievement under his belt. With this thought, the sly professor smiled even wider, then turned to Morso and asked, So, what do you say? Upon hearing this, Yusol, our main character, wasn't discouraged at all and agreed without hesitation. Yes, I'm fine with that. And so, Yusol and Morso stepped onto the arena, the eyes of those around them observing. A few of Morso's cronies couldn't resist shouting their support for him. Yelling, Morso, crush him, humiliate him in front of everyone. Their shouts were so loud. It seemed like they were worried no one would hear them. Morso, full of confidence, smugly declared, All right, just wait and see. On the opposite side, Yusol watched the rowdy bunch shouting and couldn't help but smile quietly to himself. What's this? Are they Yuselek and Raiden's lackeys? Kids these days can be so petty. He thought, but it didn't matter. It's a mandatory class anyway. And there's not much I can do since I can't use magic. Reflecting on it, Barayan had already earned a reputation for cruelty since the first-year chapters. Well, I'll use this opportunity to see how my training's been going, Yusol thought, smiling inwardly. Then, the wicked teacher Barayan set the rules. This duel will alternate between attack and defense rounds, and no other magic can be used. Morso will attack first. Down below, some of Morso's allies were already confident of his victory. Morso's definitely going to win. He's good at defense, plus he's skilled in earth magic for offense. It'll be hard to block his attacks. They whispered excitedly. Meanwhile, Prince Genemi, standing off to the side, seemed intrigued as he watched the battle. All right, prepare yourselves, and begin, Barayan shouted, signaling the start of the match. Right after the signal was given, Morso immediately began casting his spell. A large mass of earth slowly gathered in front of him, and those watching from below began whispering among themselves. That's second-tier magic. The unspoken rule in basic magic class is that only first-tier spells are allowed. What's Yusol going to do? That guy from Class S, one of them muttered. Let's see how he handles this. Morso shouted in his mind. Feel the power of my magic. And then yelled loudly, piercing Earth Dordan, whether his chant had any effect or not. He raised his wand and directed the massive stone forward. In response to this attack, Yusol remained calm. He simply swung his sword lightly, effortlessly splitting the stone in two. And perhaps because the stone was made from magic, as soon as Yusol cut it, the two pieces slowly faded away, disappearing as if they had never existed. Up front, Morso, seeing his attack nullified, shook with shock as if he had been bitten by a rabid dog. No, this can't be. My magic, it's gone, he stammered. The students watching were equally stunned. He cut through the magic with a sword? But can magic really just disappear like that? They wondered, unable to believe what they had just seen. Unlike them, Barayan, with his experience as a teacher, even one with a bit of a cunning side, was able to recognize something important. No, just cutting it with a sword wouldn't be enough, he thought. But it was clear that Yusol had somehow caused Morso's magic to vanish. Every spell has a mana flow. Barayan mused. If you cut off that flow at the right point, the magic will dissipate. Could he have done that? As he thought this, Barayan's gaze sharpened, focusing intently on Yusol, as if trying to figure out the secret behind his actions. Back to Yusol. After his recent attack, he felt quite satisfied with his sword. Not bad, he thought. Right now, I can only cut through third-tier magic. But the result of all the training in the practice room has paid off. That's enough for now. With that, Yusol tightened his grip on the sword, while the fool, Morso, could only grit his teeth and mutter a few meaningless curses. Damn it, a commoner like you daring to. Below, Barayan, seeing Morso's pathetic display, also grew anxious. This is troublesome. If Morso loses here, I'll be in trouble too, he thought. Realizing the situation, he decided to speak up. Yusol, I acknowledge your defense, but that defense can only handle one attack at a time. In the end, it has its limits. For example, against a series of attacks. His words were meant to guide Morso on how to break through Yusol's defense. Upon hearing this, Morso quickly realized what he needed to do and grinned. Yusol, on the other hand, shot a look at Barayan, irritated by his nonsense. What is he rambling about? Without wasting time on Barayan, Morso once again began using his magic, summoning countless floating stones in the air. Wait, this is going too far. It's too dangerous. Why isn't the professor stopping this? Some students began to worry. But neither Morso nor Barayan seemed to care, both focusing only on how to defeat Yusol as quickly as possible. Stone Piercer, Morso shouted, and in an instant, countless rocks flew toward Yusol. Faced with this barrage, Yusol found it a bit challenging. A total of 11 stones were flying his way. He couldn't use Blink to avoid them, nor could he cut them all down. The only option left was to block them. With that thought, Yusol began spinning his sword like a fan, creating a shield to knock all the incoming stones away, preventing them from hitting him. Seeing this, Morso gritted his teeth in frustration. My strongest magic, easily nullified like this? He fumed internally. Meanwhile, Barayan below looked even more agitated. Damn it, what is Morso doing? If he loses, I'm finished, he silently cursed, while Yusol, in the midst of the battle, couldn't help but feel a bit surprised by his own actions. Oh, that move. I just tried to mimic something I saw in a game. It worked. He was referring to a technique called sword sweep, which required him to maintain the shape of Terraphone, thus consuming far more mental energy than usual, causing a serious drain on his stamina. Additionally, the defense was weaker than when blocking a single target. If this were a real battle, it would be hard to use, Yusol thought, but he was thankful this was just a training match. In the meantime, the other students were in awe. Wow, this is the first time I've seen this technique. It looks just like a magic shield. Is there a magic defense like this? At this rate, Morso will lose soon. The whispers spread, making Morso's frustration grow with each passing moment. A commoner like you daring to, he muttered to himself, then began using his magic again. This was now the third consecutive attack, and the students began to voice their discontent. Wait, is he planning to attack again? It's Morso's turn to defend, right? They murmured, casting doubtful glances at Barayan, who seemed to be ignoring their concerns. The teacher only smiled. encouraging Morso to continue. Get ready, Yusol. This time I won't hold back, Morso declared. But before he could act, a familiar voice interrupted. Excuse me, teacher. Prince Genemi's voice rang out. Barayan turned toward him, asking, What is it, Genemi? With a bright smile, the prince asked, Why doesn't the teacher switch the attack turn to Yusol? Barayan stuttered, unable to give a proper answer. The other students, seeing the prince stepping in to criticize the teacher, began to join in. This isn't the first-year basic training class. If someone isn't careful, a student could get seriously injured. What is the teacher planning to do? The turn is already over. Their cold stares made Barayan feel trapped. I got so focused on the match that I didn't notice how everyone was reacting, he thought, feeling the pressure. Finally, he had no choice but to announce, All right, we'll switch turns. Seeing this, Morso hurriedly summoned his magic shield. However, before it could even fully form, Yusol sliced through it effortlessly, causing the shield to shatter into countless pieces. In a swift motion, Yusol pointed his sword at Morso's throat. Yusol, victory, Barayan declared. The speed at which Morso lost left everyone in shock. So Yusol is even stronger than I thought, they whispered. Ignoring their chatter, Prince Genemi stepped forward with a smile full of hidden meaning. The scene shifts to Prince Genemi's private chamber, where the sounds of Morso's anguished screams echoed through the room. Please, spare me, he weakly pleaded. After thoroughly beating Morso into submission, Genemi paused and turned to the woman standing before him. Varajane, it seems my friend here is seriously injured. Take good care of him. If anything happens to him, I would be heartbroken, Genemi said, wiping the blood from his hands with a handkerchief. Varajane, seemingly unfazed by the scene, nodded calmly. Understood, I'll take care of it, she replied before leaving. As she watched Genemi's retreating figure, Varajane's thoughts lingered. Not a subordinate, but a friend? In the Scalvan Empire, where power is determined by magical strength, Genemi Scalvan surpassed all his siblings and claimed the throne as crown prince at just 12 years old. Being a friend, rather than a subordinate, means that the Dordan family is already in his favor. Once Morso is under Genemi's eyes, life at school for Yusol, that commoner, will be anything but peaceful, she thought to herself, her expression unreadable. The scene then shifts to a research laboratory where the students were engaged in animated conversation. Hey, did you hear? Yusol from Class S? One student asked. What about that night spirit or whatever? What does that have to do with the Magic Academy? Another complained. But he defeated Morso from the Dordan family. You know? Really? The Dordan family has quite a bit of influence in the Scalvan Empire, doesn't it? They murmured in surprise. At the back of the room, the heroine Flame was growing increasingly irritated by the constant gossip about Yusol. Everywhere I go, they're talking about him. I don't want to attract attention, but it's getting annoying. Who exactly is that guy? She thought, frustration clear on her face. Ignoring her, a female professor entered the classroom and commanded the students' attention. All right, everyone, focus. Alchemy demands absolute precision in dosage, timing, and temperature, she instructed, her voice firm. Her name was Mazen Tyran, a professor in the Department of Alchemy. Once the students were settled, she continued, Today, we will practice the Tyran recovery potion that I developed. Please follow along closely. HMPH. This is so frustrating. Just one small mistake and everything will go wrong. Flame muttered in frustration, her voice tinged with boredom. I really wish I could avoid alchemy as much as possible. It's just so complicated and meticulous. Just then, Mazen's sharp voice cut through the air. Altarisha, what the hell are you doing? You really think you can be an alchemist with work like this? Mazen scolded a blonde girl beside her, causing Flame to pay a bit more attention. I heard that Professor Mazen will become a notorious dark sorceress someday. I really need to gather more materials. Flame thought, I don't have any choice but to keep going with this class. At that moment, Yuseol's soft chuckles rang out from the side. Hey, yeah, that's it, he said, glancing at the vial in front of him. His expression looked exactly like someone preparing poison to harm others. Yusol, Flame thought. At first, I thought he joined this class to get closer to Azel. But now, looks like he's a real creep. What the hell did I just see? She thought, deciding to brush it off. I need to go find more ingredients. After a while, Flame finally finished making her potion. Phew, finally done. She sighed. Good thing I have a high aptitude for learning or I'd never have finished this quickly. She then looked over at Azel, wondering how she was doing. She's still struggling with her ingredients. Wait, hold on, she's doing fine? In the original story, Azel happened to get a notebook containing Myela's magical techniques and created a higher-level healing potion than the T-Ren healing potion they were supposed to make in class. Then why is she just making this basic potion? Flame thought, rubbing her chin. Before she could ponder more, Maizen's shrill voice interrupted again. Yusol, who gave you permission to change the experiment's ingredients on your own? Well, I think this will give a better result. Yusol shrugged, clearly annoyed. Is it time to talk about the results? He said. This isn't the T-Ren healing potion I requested. Flame turned to look at them, her eyes widening in surprise. What? She thought. Did Yusol just create the advanced healing potion that Azel was supposed to make? Something's off, Flame muttered to herself, her gaze narrowing as she looked at Yusol with suspicion. How could he possibly have created the advanced T-Ren healing potion instead of Azel? On the other side, Professor Maizen, hearing Yusol's response, clutched her head in frustration. Unbelievable. Your attitude is awful, she snapped. I told you, commoners aren't allowed to do this. She sneered disdainfully, and this statement took Flame by surprise. In the original story, that line was supposed to be, I told you. That's why their family was wiped out. The words had haunted Azel, who had lost her family, and they followed her throughout the entire story. Could it be that Yusol knew this was going to happen? Flame thought. Is that why he intentionally drew Maizen's attention to himself to protect Azel? But Maizen was a powerful figure in the Stella Academy, and once she had her eye on someone, their grades in all subjects would be affected. Did Yusol really go this far for Azel? Flame was astonished by the thought. Suddenly, Maizen's voice rang out again, louder this time. What do you think you're saying? Bring your parents here immediately. As for Yusol, seeing Maizen's outburst reminded him of who she was. Oh my god, I almost forgot about this. I was so caught up in the alchemy that I completely forgot about this troublesome detail. He sighed internally and replied, I don't have parents. You dare say that to me? Maizen shouted in fury. Yusol, on the other hand, had become so used to dealing with people like her that he wasn't fazed at all. Well, whatever. I've already been targeted, so what's there to be afraid of now? If that's the case, he thought, tomorrow, I'll try making kimchi and cola potions instead. As time passed, the rivalry between Yusol and Professor Maizen escalated. Weeks later, it became more intense. Beck Yusol, Maizen shouted in frustration. How many times do I have to tell you? Don't change the alchemy ingredients on your own. Yusol, on the other side, calmly responded, but I only adjusted your formula a little, and the result is much better. What? Maizen fumed, unable to form words in her anger. On the other side, Yusol began using his glasses to check information about Maizen, and the results quickly appeared in front of him. Maizen Tyran, the data displayed, dark corruption rate, 21%. Inferiority, envy, dark pact signatory, alchemy professor, chapter 8 boss, confirmed dark corruption. Upon seeing this, Yusol nodded in satisfaction. Good, everything is going according to plan. He thought. Chapter 8, Maizen Tyran, boss with dark corruption. She's one of the antagonists corrupted by the darkness within herself. Once her dark corruption rate exceeds 90%, she will completely become a dark demon. But if the corruption rate is under 50%, it cannot be detected by magic. Right now, Maizen's corruption rate is 21%. We can't prove she's a dark demon yet, so we can't accuse her just yet. Yusol continued analyzing. The only option left is to keep provoking her until her corruption rate exceeds 50%. Then, I'll just call in the Dark Demon Extermination Squad. Normally, there are ways to cure those affected by dark corruption before they fully turn into dark demons. But Maizen is a dark pact signatory. Someone who actively entered into a contract with Harmon, the demon. That's why the dark seed has firmly taken root in her body. And there's no way to save her now. He paused for a moment before continuing his inner monologue. Even though we're only at chapter 4, I need to be prepared because she's a strong boss. If I'm not careful, she'll turn the other students into dark demons and threaten the safety of Stella Academy. Over here, Yusol's thoughts remained unknown to Maizen, so she looked at him with contempt. You haven't changed at all, she thought. Don't expect to get high marks in my alchemy class. Yusol, on the other hand, shrugged inwardly. Fine, let her pay attention to me if she wants. I'll just use this time to train my muscles while doing the homework. He thought to himself. Before he could worry about the upcoming situation, Yusol was surprised to learn that the practical test was a group assignment. And what a surprise it was. His group mates were none other than Azel and 2 other boys. However, judging by their expressions, none of them seemed particularly thrilled to be grouped with someone who had already earned the teacher's ire. Oh no, look at this gloomy atmosphere. Who wouldn't think we're at a funeral? Yusol thought, then awkwardly spoke. Nice to meet you. I'm Baek Yusol. At his words, they introduced themselves as well. The young man with blonde hair was Kasahun. The one with black hair was Maliwan, and of course, Azel didn't need any introduction. After the introductions, everyone seemed to warm up a bit. That's when Maliwan started dramatically holding his face, saying, "Looks like our group is doomed. I heard that Professor Mason gives incredibly low marks to students she dislikes. It's like failing without even taking the test." Yusol felt a bit awkward inside but replied in his mind, "Great, now I've caused trouble for them too." Amid this gloomy atmosphere, Azel stepped in to rally the group. "But we can't give up just like that. When grading practical tests, there will be at least 3 alchemists from the Alchemist Association present. Professor Mason can't just fail us without reason." Her words brought a little hope back to Kasahun and Maliwan, and they looked a little brighter. Their hopes rekindled, albeit weakly. "Well then, we just had to give it our all," they said with renewed enthusiasm. "Fortunately, this is the kind of potion I've been wanting to try making." Yusol glanced at Azel with a satisfied expression. Too bad, this gaze wasn't returned. Azel, now visibly irritated, turned her head away, refusing to look at him. Putting that aside, the group then started to discuss the task at hand. After all, the enhancement potion for D is not that hard if we combine what we've learned. The only problem is that the ingredients are a bit hard to find. "So, who will go get the key ingredient? The fire lizard's tail?" she asked. Yusol immediately raised his hand to volunteer. "Leave it to me. Everyone knows the most important monsters and materials in alchemy. Right? We need to choose the freshest ones," he added confidently. Azel then reminded. Of course, the group nodded in agreement. And Yusol's confident demeanor seemed to reassure Azel. Seeing him so sure of himself, she thought, he seems like he knows what he's doing. Fire lizard, huh? Fine, I'll get it myself, Yusol thought to himself. That evening, Professor Mason quietly summoned a student for a private meeting. "Professor, did you call for me?" the student asked. Mason pulled out a piece of paper and explained. "Take this notice to the students in Class C for alchemy. But remember, exclude Group 12. "Yes, Professor," the student replied, nodding in agreement. "The practical test for alchemy will be observed by professional alchemists from the Alchemist Association. If they see your pitiful state, your alchemy career will be over." "Baek Yusol, I will show you the consequences of opposing me," she said, her voice dripping with malice. The night passed quickly, and the next morning, in the S-class practice room, the student Mason had assigned came to Flame to deliver the notice. "Flame, this is for you, the notice for the alchemy class," the student said, handing her the paper, also warning, "And hey, don't tell anyone about this. Alright? I've heard that saying it like this will get people to listen." After speaking, the student quickly left. Flame could guess what this meant. He probably wants me not to tell Group 12, especially Baek Yusol. She looked at the paper, which contained the following notice. The practical test topic has been changed from Enhancement Potion D to Tyrann Supplement Potion. All students should take note. Reading this, Flame suddenly had an idea. Wait a minute, if Baek Yusol knows the original storyline, he'll prevent this from happening. Instead of preparing fire lizard tails, the material for the Enhancement Potion D, he'll prepare italic spider webs. The material for the Tyrann Supplement Potion. This is my chance to challenge him. She clenched the paper tightly in her hand, clearly deciding to use the test to see if Yusol knew the plot in advance. Meanwhile, Yusol had just stepped out of the teleportation gate, ready to find fire lizard tails. "Welcome to the great arena of Deribli," he thought, as he made his way to begin his task. The sound of the welcome announcement echoed, but Yusol had no time to care about it. My head," he muttered. "The teleportation gates are nice, but stepping out of them makes me dizzy." At that moment, a voice from ahead greeted him. "Welcome, Mage Baek Yusol. We are honored to welcome you to Deribli." A staff member with a bright smile said. Yusol responded, I'm not a full-fledged mage yet. Just a student. Well, as a student from Stella, you are entitled to the same privileges as an official mage, she clarified. Meanwhile, people around him were whispering and commenting. Look, it's a Stella student. Really? First time I've seen a Stella uniform. I'm so jealous. And he looks handsome too. If you need any assistance, just let me know, the staff member cheerfully offered. However, Yusol was too familiar with this and didn't need any help. He simply nodded, saying, thank you, and quickly moved on. With a pass and a pocket watch from Stella, one could be treated like an official mage anywhere. Stella Academy is truly amazing, Yusol thought. Plus, I get to use the teleportation gates for free, which normally costs 100.000 credits. That's why every weekend, I make use of the teleportation to visit nearby cities. It's like seeing the world but through this world's lens. After a while, he arrived at a certain forest and stopped. This should be the spot. Today's target is a fire lizard, level 2 monster. Its strength and endurance are only slightly above normal beasts. But it has magic defense and is very agile. You need at least level 2 magic to take it down. He thought back to his experience hunting level 1 monsters, which hadn't been too difficult. If that's the case, level 2 monsters shouldn't be a problem either. As Yusol pondered, his senses alerted him to something rushing toward him. Instantly, he drew his sword and gripped it tightly. Meanwhile, something from behind charged toward him at lightning speed. The creature had made a fatal mistake by choosing the wrong target. Yusol easily detected its attack. With a swift motion, he drove his sword backward, piercing the fire lizard's body. It screeched in pain before collapsing within 3 seconds. Lifeless. Well, that's done, Yusol shrugged. But then he realized this wasn't over yet. A group of fire lizards gradually approached him, making him excited. These materials are coming right to me. How convenient. Now, let's start gathering the materials, he said eagerly, charging forward to attack. By the time he brought the gathered materials to Azel, she was astonished. They're so fresh. Of course, Yusol grinned. At least I know how to pick good materials. Alright, now keep quiet and let's just combine them, Azel said, a little annoyed but also impressed. Let's do this. The group got excited as they began their work. Meanwhile, Professor Mason called out to gather everyone's attention. Is everyone here? As previously announced, the practical test will take place under the supervision of professional alchemists from the Alchemy Association. If you perform well in front of them, your alchemy career will open up greatly. Now, let's begin. Today's test is the Tyran Supplementary Potion Type B. Have you all prepared the ingredients? Yuseol's group was shocked. Azel stood up, asking, excuse me, Professor, we thought the test was for the D-strengthening potion. That's correct, but I informed you of the change. Mason replied coldly. It's now the Tyran Supplementary Potion. Is that right, everyone? She looked around at the students, making them all fall silent. Yusol couldn't help but feel disdainful inside. She's playing dirty. Huh? I'm fine, but if the others fail, that's going to be a huge problem. He thought to himself, is this something that happens in the original plot? Just then, Yusol noticed Flame, the female protagonist, staring at him. As soon as their eyes met, she quickly looked away, leaving Yusol confused. His bewildered expression made Flame start to question her own suspicions. What's going on? She thought. Could it be that Beck Yusol doesn't know the plot? Or if he does, why hasn't he stopped this? Mason's eyes narrowed as she looked at Azel and questioned her. Student Azel, did you make a mistake in preparing the ingredients? An alchemist, someone who seeks the truth, should not be confused and lose focus. Her voice dripped with condescension as she added, it seems like Group 12 is doomed. Before she could finish her sentence, Yusol cut in. Wait a minute, making the Tyran Supplementary Potion is no big deal. I'll make it with a different ingredient, and it'll be even better than the one the professor made. His confidence was clear, and his boldness made the alchemists from the Alchemy Association begin to whisper among themselves. The main ingredient of the Tyran Supplementary Potion is the Italic Spider Silk, which is packed with nutrients, and the Tyran Supplementary Potion is made using that ingredient. They murmured, clearly intrigued. But he plans to use fire lizard tails instead? How interesting. Mason smirked inwardly. Perfect. This is my chance to end his alchemy career in front of everyone. Then she spoke aloud. Fine, you have 1 hour. Complete the Tyran Supplementary Potion within the time limit. With that, The practical exam officially began. Yuseol's challenge to her in front of everyone made the group uneasy. Are you crazy? Kasahun hesitated, looking uncertain. That, begged Yusol. Are you sure? Yusol gave a reassuring smile. At this point, we have no choice but to take a risk. Trust me, it's better to try than to fail. As Yusol had said, they had nothing left to lose. Alright, I'll do it. I want to show them what I'm capable of, the others agreed. Nodding in determination. Good, now listen up. Here's how we'll do it. Yusol spoke quietly but with confidence, ready to put his plan into motion. Alchemy, throughout my gaming journey, has always been one of the areas I've been most passionate about. I've meticulously recorded every recipe, down to the smallest details. And naturally, the formula for Tyron Supplement B was no exception. At first, I had no intention of using this particular formula, because it was something Professor Mason of the future would spend years researching and inventing. But back to Yusol. At this point, he pointed to the fire lizard's tail and began to explain. The reason italic spider shells contain so many nutrients is because they're essential for reproduction. The fire lizard's tail has a similar organ, this vein. I've heard that the Alakar tribe in the southern desert often uses the blood vessels of fire lizards to help restore the health of their tribal leaders. They live for a long time, so this blood should certainly be able to replace the italic spider shell. Yusol calmly explained. Hearing this, his black-haired friend, Maliwan, spoke up and offered, well, I know a bit about the Alakar tribe's method for processing materials. How about I take care of this part? Alright, it's all yours. Yusol nodded in agreement, then continued to explain. The mistletoe needs to be dried using a special method from the desert region. Does anyone know how to do that? It's the solar drying method, right? I learned it from following my father. Kasahun said, with this amount of blood, I can dry it in about 5 minutes. Then leave the processing to me. Azel volunteered. With that, the entire group quickly got to work. Seeing how focused they were, Yusol couldn't help but feel a bit pleased. You're all doing pretty well, he said. Now let's start brewing according to the instructions I've given. Time quickly passed, and before long, a real vial of the Tyron Supplement B was placed in front of Mason and the guests from the Alchemy Association. This is Tyron Supplement B, Professor, Yusol said confidently, causing the guests to look at it with a hint of disbelief. No way, these kids really did it? Up front, Professor Mason still couldn't believe that Yuseol's group had succeeded. Ridiculous. Even I had to spend many years researching before I could create the Tyron supplement. How could they have completed it so easily? She muttered under her breath. Just as everyone was starting to wonder, one of the guests stepped forward and said, let me test it. After speaking, she used some form of magic on the vial and seemed somewhat surprised. One of her companions, standing nearby, asked, so, what's the result? Although there are still a few flaws and quite a bit of material was wasted. Its effectiveness is actually better than my own Tyron supplement, the guest explained, making the group smile brightly. Truly impressive. I didn't expect such young people to have such fresh knowledge, they said in admiration. It seemed that the guests couldn't quite accept the result. Mason, unable to bear it any longer, snatched the vial from their hands and shouted, let me see that, I'll check it myself. After examining it, she couldn't believe her eyes. There's no way. This is the supplement I developed using the technique to convert monster nutrients into energy for humans. This is supposed to be a perfect Tyron supplement. Yet why does their product exceed mine in such a short amount of time? She gritted her teeth, muttering to herself, forget it, I'll just blame the missing ingredients. As she tightened her grip on the vial, she then declared, the inspection is done, and it looks like Group 12. Before she could finish her sentence, one of the guests interrupted her. Group 12? An A+ is too little. Don't you think, Professor Mason? The guest's comment seemed to hint at a contradiction between Mason and Yuseol's group, causing Mason to grit her teeth in frustration. Damn it, those old fools, she cursed inwardly. However, despite her irritation, she couldn't afford to offend the guests, so she reluctantly accepted the result. Group 12, pass, she said, still holding onto the vial. We did it, we succeeded. The group cheered. Not bad, right? Yusol smiled, not noticing Mason's eyes glaring at him from behind, as if she wanted to devour him whole. I'll deal with you later. Yusol, she whispered to herself. And through this event, Mason's corruption rate from the dark abyss also increased. The scene shifted to the magic training field. Sigh. Finally done. And I'm still going to school at my age. It's exhausting, Flame said, sounding discouraged, just before a voice caught her attention. It's okay, Arshwang, you did great. By the way, you're still better than the princess. Flame turned her attention to where the voice came from and thought. That girl. She's called a genius in fire magic, right? In response, Arshwang, still frustrated, said, but I find her progress terrifying. I've been practicing for years. Yet the princess, sooner or later, she'll surpass my control abilities. Upon hearing this, Yusol was startled. Bion's control ability didn't even start developing until her second year. But why? Could it be because of me? Thinking back to the alchemy practical exam, something seemed off. The formula for the Tyron supplement B was originally discovered by Azel in the future and later stolen and perfected by Mason. But Yusol knew the formula, which shouldn't have appeared in the original story. In fact, there wasn't any mention of it in the original. As Yusol pondered this, Flame suddenly widened her eyes as if a new hypothesis had just clicked into place. Wait, he knows information about the future but doesn't know the content of the original story. Could it be that he isn't someone who transmigrated but rather regressed? Flame's eyes softened as she realized. If that's the case, everything makes sense. If Yusol is from the future, he would only know future knowledge, not all the minute details of Azel's life. Actually, in the original story, Yusol himself had once regressed. The 11th month of the 10 worlds. The only one in the world who possesses the power to control time. If that's the power of that person. Before Flame could finish, a voice beside her spoke up. What's going on? Hearing this call, Flame snapped out of her thoughts and turned to observe. Ha Wanryong, it's good to see you. Do you know Yusol? Has he left any impression on you? Ha Wanryong looked puzzled. What do you mean? I just think he's a bit of an unusual student. Flame pressed on. Is that all? Don't you feel anything else about him? No, that's it, Ha Wanryong replied. Flame's voice showed a hint of disappointment, and this caused Ha Wanryong to ponder for a moment before speaking up. Flame, are you interested in Yusol? It seems like you are. Flame thought for a moment and answered, not realizing that her words could easily be misunderstood. Well, I might be. Really? Ha Wanryong responded, clearly surprised. Anyway, Yusol is like me, he knows the future. Flame continued, her thoughts trailing off. But wait, this isn't right. I can't just stay here like this, it doesn't fit my personality at all. She then wondered aloud, maybe I should go talk to him and confess. Confess? Your feelings? Ha Wanryong asked, still a bit confused. Thanks for listening to me. I'm going now, Flame said as she waved goodbye and turned to leave. She didn't notice that, as she walked away, Ha Wanryang's face had become visibly sad. Time passed quickly, and the next day, Yusol began to contemplate the issue with Professor Mason. What do I do now? He thought to himself. Mason's corruption rate from the Dark Abyss has increased to 37%. That means there's less than 3 months before the event happens. Her corruption will randomly affect one of the students, Flame's friend. Zeki, Bion's subordinate, Arshwang, the heir to the Moonlight Tower, and Ha Wanryong. If Ha Wanryong becomes corrupted, it would be a disaster. Though the chances of it happening were extremely low. If Ha Wanryong did succumb to the corruption, the outcome would be catastrophic. So Yusol had to be especially cautious. Out of the three, the one with the highest likelihood of being affected was. Thinking about this, Yusol suddenly stopped when he noticed Flame standing right in front of him. What are you doing? She asked, catching Yusol off guard. What do you mean? Yusol replied, confused. You didn't answer my question clearly last time. About who you really are. Flame said, her brow furrowed. Yusol's face darkened in response. Not this question again, he grumbled inwardly. You're making this awkward. He sighed internally and started thinking. Should I just tell Flame the truth? Maybe it will lead to some useful information and a better outcome. It's all or nothing. Let's give it a try. With that thought, Yusol made up his mind and started to speak. I am. Before he could finish, numerous system warnings suddenly appeared around him. Warning. Insufficient narrative power. Do not reveal your time-traveling identity to this character. Do not share knowledge or information with this character. This is driving me crazy. What the heck is this? Yusol screamed in his mind. Then, scratching his head, he said aloud, let's do it this way. Everyone has their secrets, so how about I only tell you half the truth? Fine, I agree. Flame nodded and then asked her question. So, let me ask first. You know the future, right? Yusol internally sighed, wishing he could just fall to his knees and worship her. I told you to only tell half the truth, not blurt it out so bluntly. Flame's question was straightforward. Does that mean you came here for the same reason as me? What's your purpose for being here? Yusol countered. To save the world from destruction. Flame said firmly, as though it was the most obvious thing. Now it was Yusol's turn. Why do you act like this? He asked, trying to keep the conversation going. Act like what? Flame asked, not understanding his question. Like, what you're doing now. Yusol stammered, unsure how to approach this without revealing too much. He quickly deflected. I don't know. I just do what I think is right. Isn't that enough? He thought to himself, hoping that would be enough to move the conversation forward without giving too much away. But Yusol's words caused the female protagonist, Flame, to shudder uncontrollably and shout, "Don't lie, how can someone be this kind-hearted? You must have an ulterior motive. There's something you're trying to achieve," she said confidently, leaving Yusol confused as to how she could be so sure. No, wait, maybe I do want something, Yusol said, catching himself, but honestly, I'm not sure, I just want to survive, he added calmly. Flame froze for a moment after hearing that and then replied, I guess that's true. Sorry, I spoke too soon. With that, she turned to leave, tears welling up in her eyes. Yusol was stunned. Wait, hold on, I still have questions for her. Is she crying? He thought, but before he could react, he sensed a murderous aura from behind him. The one approaching was none other than Ha Wanryong. What now? Yusol inwardly screamed. Ha Wanryong walked up to him and questioned. Answer me, why did you make Flame cry? If you're lying, I won't let you off the hook. Yusol flinched. Great, I'm getting the death stare from the strongest character's rival. I feel like I'm going to freeze just from that glare. Then it hit him. Oh right, Ha Wanryong secretly likes Flame, and if there's a misunderstanding here, it could be a huge problem. I have to clear this up now. I swear, there's nothing going on between me and Flame. Yusol explained quickly. Why would you expect me to believe that? Ha Wanryong said with a skeptical look. Just trust me, especially if that's what you're thinking, Yusol said, waving his hand dismissively and thinking to himself. This should be enough to clear things up. Across from them, Sim Lor, who had been silent, seemed to consider something before lowering his head and saying, I should have asked that. Sorry. It's fine, Yusol quickly responded. Well, I'll be going now. Ha Wanryong coldly nodded and turned to leave. Yusol watched him, a bit surprised. What's with that? That's not like him at all. Ha Wanryong, usually so cold and logical, is acting strangely. I don't like this. I feel uneasy. Meanwhile, Azel's face showed signs of frustration as she thought. I can't concentrate today at all. She recalled her earlier conversation with Yusol and murmured. Bitch Yusol, I need to ask you something. Did you come up with that formula on the spot? Well, sort of, Yusol replied. Azel's thoughts hit a raw nerve within her. I've always considered myself a genius, she thought, believing that with just a little effort, I could defeat anyone. But how did I end up like this? How can I possibly avenge my father like this? Her clenched fists tightened, her thoughts filled with the betrayal of her father and the family that had wronged him. The Adalovit family is filthy and despicable. I can't just let them off the hook like this, she muttered under her breath. She slammed her hands against her cheeks to calm herself, shaking off the confusion and frustration. I can't give up. I need to try harder, she whispered to herself, trying to refocus her mind. Meanwhile, in Flame's bedroom, she lay on her bed, letting her thoughts wander. I chose a shared room because I like noise and activity, she thought, but now that I think about it, maybe I should have picked a single room for Class S. Then her mind shifted to Yusol. Bitch Yusol clearly said he didn't know my purpose back then. That's it. This proves he's the one who has regressed. In the final moments of the original story, and the Thap Nyat Wei told Ma Yusol. She recalled the conversation. You can reverse time, but the cost is that you will lose most of your memories and your existence during that time. After completing your mission, you will completely disappear. No one will remember that you saved the world. Even those you loved will forget you. Still, would you wish to reverse time and start again? Ma Yusol had replied with a calm, unwavering smile. If that is my fate. But it was Azel who had stopped him. Wait, she thought, if I have to live in a world without him, I'd rather watch the world perish. As long as I can keep his memory alive. Come with me, Her plea had caused Ma Yusul to abandon his plan to regress. And the world had been destroyed. The story had ended in a tragic way. Azel sat up in bed, staring at the sheets. If this world is different from the original story, and it's bitch Yusul, not Ma Yusul, who has regressed using the power of in the Thap Nyat way. She mused. Then after completing his mission, he would vanish completely from this world, leaving no trace behind. But Yusul, someone who lost most of his memories and only clings to his mission, says he just wants to live. Her hands clenched the bed sheets tightly, her emotions swirling. Then, she thought, I can't let this happen. I have to find a way to keep him here, to make sure he doesn't fade away. Just then, Jackie burst into the room, shouting, Flame, Ha Wanryong is looking for you. He's waiting at the first floor of the dorm. Flame, however, simply replied, Tell him I'm not here, and turned to go back to bed. Jackie hesitated but said, I don't know, I just want to sleep. Outside the dorm, since Flame wouldn't come out, Jackie ran to inform Ha Wanryong. However, before she could finish speaking, Ha Wanryong coldly interrupted, Who are you? Where is Flame? Jackie quickly responded, She's not feeling well, so she's resting. Ha Wanryong, who was still processing the rejection from earlier, thought bitterly, Is he upset because some incompetent student rejected his confession? He sighed and said, I understand, you can go now. Jackie watched as Ha Wanryong walked away, a hint of disappointment in her eyes. I love him so much. But he can't even remember my name. It's always the same. All the talent, attention, and everything good belongs to Flame. Even Ha Wanryong's heart. She clenched her fists in frustration. It's so annoying. The next morning, the scene shifted to the main tower. Inside a room, a man was lecturing Mason. I heard you were humiliated by a student, he said. Mason, bowing her head, admitted, I am truly useless. The man standing in front of her was Aki Hedon, the vice principal of Stella Academy. At this moment, Aki Hedon turned to face Mason and said, You know I have high expectations of you. How is the research on the combination of alchemical techniques and engineering with the scholars from the Moonlight Church progressing? Of course, sir, I won't disappoint you, she affirmed confidently. Good, I trust you, Aki said, giving Mason a pat on the shoulder. Yes, leave it to me, she replied and quickly left the office. As soon as she was out of sight, Aki's expression changed instantly. How foolish. Doesn't even realize she's being used. Just obsessed with fame. A mage assigned to fight the dark mages. But now she's researching for them. How ridiculous. He muttered under his breath with a mocking tone. I can't wait for the day when alchemy and magic engineering are perfected. Meanwhile, Mason's assistant, Altarisha, was struggling to carry a towering stack of papers. Sorry, I can't see anything, she said hurriedly to the people in front of her. Just then, a pair of hands reached out to help her, taking half of the stack of papers. Are you okay, assistant? The voice belonged to none other than Yusul, the main character. He helped Altarisha carry the materials to the office. Thank you, Yusul. Without you, I'd be in trouble tonight. Being scolded by Professor Mason, she said with relief. No problem, Yusul replied with a smile. He glanced around the messy room with a look of frustration. This place is such a mess, he thought. Just then, something caught his attention. He pointed at a board in front of him filled with complex formulas and information. What's this? He asked. Altarisha turned to explain. Oh, that? It's the formula that Professor Mason is working on with the scholars. I think it's about combining alchemy with engineering. Hearing her words, our protagonist was completely taken aback. He knew exactly what this was. Alchemy Magic Engineering Formula Number 1. Alchemy Magic Engineering Formula Number 1. In Mason's corruption arc, the Dark Magi would complete this formula together with her, and the technological gap it would create would bring about unimaginable destruction. But Altarisha, she was the one who changed everything. What if she could decipher this formula before the Dark Magi did? Thinking of this, Ducio finally spoke up. Assistant Altarisha. Huh? Do you want some coffee? She asked. No, that's not it. Ducio shook his head. Have you ever felt frustrated because Professor Mason keeps suppressing you? Huh? Where's that coming from all of a sudden? She stammered. Upon hearing these words from Yusul, the assistant girl was momentarily taken aback. Then, she gently shook her head and said, I just want to be an ordinary assistant. What's the point of seeking revenge? If I get fired, I'll be out on the street. Though, living on the streets has its own charm, I guess. On the other hand, Yusol realized that his assistant was a bit shy, so he started to adjust his approach to the conversation. Well, what about this? What if you become a skilled alchemist? Better than even Professor Mason? No one would dare to underestimate you then. Yusol said this with excitement. And as people often say, no one can tax dreams. When Altarisha heard this, her face showed a hint of longing. If that were the case, it would be amazing, she responded, her voice soft but hopeful. Seeing the expression on his assistant's face, Yusol became thoughtful. Altarisha was clearly exhausted. She could no longer bear being just a lowly assistant who spends her days cleaning in this dusty storage room. Altarisha had always nurtured the dream of becoming an alchemist and having the freedom to create her own inventions. She was more than capable of turning that dream into a reality. Because she had the potential to become the most brilliant alchemist of the era, creating countless items with extraordinary intelligence and unique ideas. Though, for now, she had to put that dream on hold due to the harsh reality. Yusol silently vowed to help her realize that dream. After all, having a talented ally like her would be a huge benefit to him. A few seconds passed as Altarisha snapped out of her daydreaming, and she smiled awkwardly at Yusol. Sorry, I didn't get to invite you for a cup of coffee after all. It's okay, assistant. Yusol shook his head, dismissing it. As the midterms at Stella Academy were approaching their end, Yusol frequently visited Altarisha. Today was no different. When she saw him arrive, her face lit up as she greeted him with enthusiasm. Oh, you think so too? I was planning to add a color-changing feature with a button to the magic pen. Maybe even a built-in eraser. Yusol, slightly flustered, reminded her. Oh, you mean like a mechanical pencil? Great idea. Altarisha clapped her hands in approval, then immediately returned to her work, diving into the design process once again. Watching her work so enthusiastically, the main character couldn't help but smile contentedly. Good. Altarisha's inventions were steadily increasing, but her ability to decipher the formulas was still lacking. He had to guide her to find the solution before Mason Tyron did. But it was so difficult. Thinking about this, Yusol felt a bit stuck in his plan to help her develop. And as he was still pondering while leaving Altarisha's lab, suddenly, the voice of the female protagonist, Flame, rang out. Hey, kid, why are you wandering around like you're lost in thought? Keep walking like that and you're going to run into someone. Hearing her voice, Yusol quickly turned around and shot back. Who are you calling a kid? Look at you, I can tell you're a kid. Flame replied with a smirk. Hearing that, Yusol clenched his teeth in frustration. Seriously, I never told her my age. We must have seen each other too often, he thought, trying to calm his rising temper. Yusol took a few deep breaths and said, Fine, running into you isn't the worst thing. Hey, do you know Zeki? At the mention of Zeki, Flame's face immediately shifted to one of concern. What are you planning to do? Are you going to commit some crime? I haven't even said anything yet. Yusol, sensing her unease, replied seriously. You should keep an eye on him. Who knows, maybe he's dealing with something. Flame, realizing Yusol was being sincere, scoffed and shared a bit of information with him. I'm not really sure, but we're going hunting together this weekend. I'll pay attention then. Thanks, I appreciate it. Yusol nodded, though deep down, he still felt anxious about what might happen next. The hunting season was coming up, and without needing to ask, he knew exactly where they were going. It was the setting for Chapter 4, the Martavis Cemetery. Important characters like Ma Yusol, Azel, and Flame would all be involved in a major event there, facing off in a large-scale battle with the appearance of a Level 5 necromancer. Although Yusol wasn't directly involved in that plot, collecting rewards from this event would be very beneficial for the upcoming Familiar Pact ceremony. Time passed quickly, and the scene shifted to where Professor Lee Hanwal was. At this point, Yusol had come to meet him and hand over some documents. Here, this is the pass, Yusol said, handing over the paperwork. Hearing the main character speak, the cool uncle extended his hand, took the paper from Yusol, glanced at it for a moment, and nodded. Training, huh? Makes sense. At Stella, who's going to teach swordsmanship or the spirit of a knight? While Yusol waited for Lee Hanwal to review the documents, he noticed a form on the table. Is this a leave request for Ma Yusol? He thought. Maybe I should ask about it. To make sure the plot wouldn't veer off course, Yusol casually brought up the topic. A lot of people have been asking for leave to go hunting lately. Huh, Professor? Lee Hanwal glanced at him and nodded. Yes, they're all going to the Martavis cemetery for a club activity. They probably want to open a shop there. Sure enough, Ma Yusul and Ha Wanryong were both excellent and hard-working students. Yusul, still lazily confirming the situation, wondered if the super genius would show up there too. As if on cue, Lee Hanwal spoke up without hesitation. No, Ma Yusul said he wanted to go home, and Ha Wanryong is going with Flame. At this, Yusul's worst fear was confirmed. The plot was starting to drift. No way, he muttered in his head. How are we supposed to survive the necromancer attack without Ma Yusul? What on earth could have caused Ma Yusul, who never took a day off unless absolutely necessary, to request leave? But one thing was certain, without Ma Yusul, their current team would never be able to defeat a level 5 necromancer. What should I do? Without concrete proof, I can't ask for reinforcements, Yusul thought. Besides, due to the narrative's power, I can't reveal too much information too clearly. But I can't just sit here and watch them meet their end. There's no choice now. I had to handle this myself, Yusul thought, his eyes hardening with determination. Time passed quickly, and a few days later, at the Martavis cemetery, the area where the deceased were laid to rest was being overrun by a group of students grinding monsters. One red-haired boy, casually punching a massive purple piranha monster in front of him, grinned and said, "It's just a level 2 monster. This piranha is so weak." He was a second-year student. Kwong Dok, hearing this, another second-year student, Kasif Derek, yelled, "You idiot, you've messed everything up. Didn't you hear the school's orders?" "Ah, sorry, haha." Kwong Dok scratched his head, which only made Kasif more frustrated. How can you still be laughing at a time like this? Not far away, a mage girl, noticing the two arguing, spoke up to mediate. Let him be. It's pointless to say anything more. This girl was Ban Ji-on, also a second-year student. After that, she turned to Azel, who was beside her, and said, "You don't need to pay attention to them." "Ah, okay," Azel awkwardly replied. Meanwhile, Kasif, hearing this, grew even more irritated and snapped. "Hey, we heard everything you said. You know, so what?" Ban Ji-on challenge, her tone defiant. "Shut up, can't you keep your mouth shut in front of your juniors?" Kasif growled. "Nope," Ban Ji-on shot back. Looking at their exchange, Azel seemed to ponder. "I came here because I heard the club is recruiting members for special leave from school. At least they're not bad people." After their argument died down, Ban Ji-on spoke again. "Azel, let's go." "Ah, yes, senior," Azel answered. But before they could leave, a loud explosion suddenly rang out from the distance, causing everyone to turn toward the source of the sound. "What was that?" the black-haired mage asked anxiously. "It sounds like someone is fighting fiercely nearby," Kwong Dok replied. Ban Ji-on turned to Kasif and said, "Should we go check it out? We might run into trouble in the hunting area." "Sure, Captain," Kasif nodded in agreement. And so, the four of them began making their way toward the sound. When they arrived, they were surprised to find two groups of people locked in a standoff. "That's Flame and Byeon," someone remarked. "Why are Byeon and Flame here?" Azel wondered to herself, but she quickly started to piece together the situation after hearing their conversation. It was clear that she had taken down the giant piranha, so it should be theirs, after all. It was in their hunting area. "What?" one of them shouted, and hearing this, Azel glanced at the enormous fish carcass lying there. No one needed to question why there was a fish in the graveyard, it was simply there. And that was enough to know. The giant piranha? Apparently, it was a level 3 monster. Extremely rare as well. It seemed they were arguing over the spoils of the kill, which had led to the conflict. Azel sighed inwardly, realizing that getting involved in this would only cause trouble. Besides, she didn't want to face the daughter of the man who had killed her father. "I need to get out of here," she thought, stepping back slowly to lessen her presence. However, Kasif, being the clueless teenager who overestimated himself, decided to step up and show off. "All right, everyone, if you've got a problem, talk it out with your senior here." At his words, the others immediately shot him a look of disdain, completely ignoring him before yelling, "Shut up and get lost. How dare you speak to a senior like that?" Kasif, bewildered, responded, "If you're a senior, you should behave properly, right?" Byeon, the princess-like figure, coldly answered, "Don't lecture me, kid," causing Kasif to fall silent. Serves him right for trying to intervene in a women's argument. Luckily for him, the tension was broken soon enough. The ground beneath them suddenly began to shake violently, startling everyone. "Wait, this energy, no, it can't be," one of the group members shouted. Just as a mass of bleached bones emerged from the ground, their cold, emotionless eyes locking onto the group. At the same time, in another part of the graveyard, Yusol was also busy farming monsters. His skills and experience were steadily increasing, and the system's cold, mechanical voice echoed in the background with updates on his stats. Hearing the rumbling sound, Yusol let out a deep sigh, envious of the mages who could wipe out monsters from a distance. "Ah, if only I could use magic too. Why did I end up with Blink instead?" he muttered. Blink, a teleportation skill, wasn't as useful for mass fighting as he would have liked. Well, it's probably time, he thought as he started to look around. Searching for something. Quickly, Yusol spotted his target, a tomb not far from him. Upon seeing it, his eyes lit up with a hint of excitement. "Found it," he whispered to himself. "I don't have powerful skills to wipe out a whole army of skeletons like Ma Yusol. And I don't have overwhelming strength either. The only way to survive here is to fight like a player," he concluded. Suddenly, a shake in the ground interrupted his thoughts, and an alert popped up in front of him, reminding him. Chapter 4. The attack of the Death Knight has begun. No sooner had the message appeared than a horned skull emerged from the ground in front of him. Near the tomb, a Death Knight? Yusol recognized it immediately. The skull belonged to the Death Knight, the commander of the hundreds of skeletons, an elite monster appearing only 3 times in this chapter. With his current strength, Yusol knew a direct confrontation would be suicidal, but he wasn't planning to face it head-on. Just as the undead creature began to emerge, Yusol rushed forward and began slashing at its skull relentlessly. "Not letting you out," he yelled, his sword strikes coming in rapid succession, determined to stop it before it could fully emerge. According to the unwritten rule of the story, when a character transforms or summons something, others have to stand still and watch. But that didn't mean they wouldn't be attacked. In his usual nonchalant style, Yusol continued hacking away until the Death Knight collapsed, sacrificed, and finally turned into a new weapon for him. "A bone staff?" he smirked, holding the newly formed staff in his hand. "Now, the command of the skeleton army belongs to me. Let's get started." As Yusol prepared to lead his new minions, the scene shifted to Azel and her group, who were surrounded by the bone soldiers. After a long fight, they were growing weary, but the number of skeletons seemed endless, and their efforts to reduce the enemy's numbers weren't paying off. Inside the group, the female protagonist, Flame, let out a heavy sigh. Analyzing the situation, "I've let my guard down. This is the chapter with the Death Knight, but something feels off. If I'm not mistaken, Ma Yusol should be the one handling this chapter. But why is Azel here with these people? Where did Ma Yusol go? Could it be that I have to face a level 5 Death Knight with these people?" As she thought this, she subconsciously tightened her grip on her staff. Meanwhile, the handsome Ha Wanryong spoke up. "I've sent a distress signal to Stella Academy using the pocket watch. We just need to hold on until they arrive." Upon hearing this, the others felt a bit more at ease. "Yes, as long as we hold on a little longer, the professors from Stella will arrive. Even if we can't defeat the Death Knight, at least we can escape safely." However, Princess Byeon, unlike the others, understood the gravity of the situation. Her expression turned serious. "This is a cemetery. The longer we delay, the more skeletons will appear. We need to head back to base immediately." Just as she finished speaking, as though not waiting any longer, the bloodthirsty skeletons began charging forward, forcing Zeki to stumble backward in fear. Don't come near me," she screamed. Her terrified scream only excited the skeletons, who lunged toward her with mouths wide open. Zeki closed her eyes in helplessness, bracing for the worst, but just in time, Azel used her water magic, summoning a powerful column of water that shattered the attacking skeletons into pieces, saving Zeki in the nick of time. "Are you okay?" Azel asked, looking at Zeki. "Why yeah," Zeki responded shakily. Nearby, Kwang Dok, witnessing Azel's swift handling of the situation, couldn't help but compliment her. "Hey, this first-year kid isn't bad." Hearing Kwang Dok's words, Azel remained focused, her gaze fixed on the situation in front of her. "It seems like this Death Knight has prepared extensively," she muttered, analyzing the scene. "He likely created an energy reservoir. The energy reservoir is a technique used by Death Knights to store their mana. Even a Death Knight has limits to their energy. Normally, a level 3 or level 4 Death Knight can only summon a maximum of 15 skeletons. But he seems to control a vast area. Azel frowned, still unsure about how much energy the Death Knight had stored. The number of skeletons was increasing rapidly, and someone shouted in alarm. Kwang Dok's smile faltered slightly as he realized the situation. Looks like this has been planned for a long time. They probably want to kill us to create a Death Knight, he said, his gaze shifting to the 3 cloaked skeleton warriors ahead, exuding a far more dangerous aura than the other lesser skeletons. Meanwhile, Kasif, in the midst of this perilous situation, still found time to consider how to impress the girls. As the team leader, I have to show my skills here. I'll wipe them out with a powerful spell, he thought, beginning to cast a spell. However, before he could complete his incantation, a skeletal hand shot out of the ground, grabbing his ankle, causing him to jump in shock. Fortunately, Kwang Dok was always alert, and he rushed forward, punching the skeleton's face, shattering its skull into pieces. Don't even think about it, he shouted, but the trouble didn't end there. Kasif's spell, interrupted by the sudden attack, had lost its stability. Damn it, I was casting a hold spell, he cursed. Realizing the danger, Kwang Dok, seeing the situation, quickly warned, it's about to explode, get down. At his shout, everyone turned to look in alarm, their eyes wide in horror. No, if it explodes, we'll be, the princess shouted. But before anyone could react, a massive explosion erupted, turning the entire area around them into a blinding white light. Time passed quickly, and when the explosion finally subsided, it left behind a large crater in the ground. The group from Stella Academy was scattered around the area, their fates unknown, while the only one still standing was the female protagonist. Flame, however, she was exhausted, barely able to breathe. This is bad, I'm at my limit, she thought, realizing her energy was nearly depleted, with no time left to recover. And there are too many enemies. Am I really going to die here? The thought of her possible demise lingered, and she began to believe that today might indeed be her last. Just as she thought her end was near, the skeleton soldiers seemed to sense that Flame had reached her breaking point. They charged toward her, eager to recruit her into their undead ranks. But then, something unexpected happened. The skeletons abruptly stopped in their tracks. Not just one, but all of them. What's going on? Why did the skeletons stop? Flame wondered, her eyes narrowing as she scanned the area. Then, she saw him, standing behind the undead ranks. The figure of the male protagonist. Yusol. How did he get here? She wondered. But her eyes quickly focused on the skull-headed staff he was holding. She was stunned. Is that the Death Knight Commander? The Death Knight Commander was much stronger than regular skeletons and was often protected by elite skeletal warriors. Yet, Yusol had somehow single-handedly defeated it and claimed the commander's skull. It was unbelievable. But Flame's heart lifted with hope. Maybe we're saved after all. With that, she felt a sense of relief wash over her, as her path to survival had just opened. Time continued to pass, and soon after, the members of the group, aided by Flame, began to regain consciousness. Thank you, Yusol, Kwang Dok said gratefully. We would have died without you. It's nothing, Yusol replied, shaking his head modestly. Meanwhile, Azel, the mage, couldn't help but ask, how did you get the Death Knight Commander's skull? Yusol glanced at his staff and smiled. Oh, that? I just fished it out from the bone stew pot, he said casually. He couldn't help but think to himself, no need to mention that I had been waiting for the Death Knight Commander to appear. On the opposite side, Azel looked at Yusol with a skeptical expression, clearly not believing him. This caused Yusol, who had previously been quite confident, to cough awkwardly a few times. Ahem, he said, trying to change the subject. Anyway, we need to think of a plan quickly. If the necromancer abandons the Death Knight and just controls the remaining skeletons, it'll be a real problem. At that, Kwang Dok immediately asked, so, do you have a plan? Yusol, still calm, shared his thoughts. On the way here, I saw that the necromancer has already taken control of the area near the base. It's impossible to escape from this encirclement. So, the only option left is to go straight for the boss. His words were nonchalant, as if this was no big deal. But Kwang Dok and Kasif, not having the same nerves of steel as Yusol, froze for a few seconds in disbelief. Then they both yelled, What Wait, are you crazy? Yusol, seeing their shocked faces, calmly reiterated his reasoning. Didn't you all learn this in school? While necromancers have incredibly powerful summoning abilities, they're actually very weak themselves. The problem is they have a lot of guards around them. Ban Jian, who was also concerned, cautioned, but those guards are still quite strong. Yusol nodded. Yes, I'm aware of that, but the necromancer has taken control of such a vast area. If we don't strike directly, there's no way out. He paused, analyzing the situation in his mind. The necromancer's defenses include the Death Knight, 6 elite skeletons, and 50 regular skeletons. The number of enemies keeps growing, so this is our only chance. But how can I convince them? Before Yusol could figure out how to persuade the others, Flame and Beion spoke up in support. Okay, that makes sense, Flame said, nodding. He might seem clueless sometimes, but his combat experience and strategies are way better than ours. The proud princess also agreed with the plan. I agreed too. Honestly, I didn't think we could break out of this encirclement. Moreover, the necromancer surely doesn't expect us to attack him head-on. As for Ban Ji-on and Kwang Dok, seeing that the others had agreed, the two of them exchanged glances and nodded. Although I have no idea what makes him so confident, we can't get out on our own, so we'll team up with him. Alright, let's give it a shot, they said before Necromancer noticed. Meanwhile, in a corner of the graveyard, a figure in a cloak was pacing around. This was Sab Huck, a level 5 necromancer from the Dark Tower. Unaware that Yusol and his group had already devised a plan to ambush him, he remained confident, thinking he had everything under control. What luck to encounter the little chickens from Stella here. If I turn them into skeleton mages, those Dark Magic Alliance fools will no longer dare to look down on me, he thought, pausing to scan the area. His eyes swept over the graves surrounding him as he pondered. 7 years of energy collection for the power reservoir, and now I have 700 skeleton warriors under my control. No one will dare to underestimate me now. A smug smile unconsciously spread across his face at the thought of his bright future. However, this smile only lasted for a couple of seconds. Suddenly, his senses flared. What? My senses are picking up something. Could it be? The commander skeleton has been taken? Sab Huck thought in alarm. Before he could even process this thought, a powerful magic attack came speeding toward him from behind, tearing through the air. Quickly reacting, Sab Huck spun around, summoning a white mist barrier with his dark magic to block the incoming spell. However, as the spell hit, the mist wall quickly started cracking. A level 4 bone shield cracked? He thought angrily. You bastard, I won't let you off. Sab Huck roared, but as he spoke, he suddenly noticed a massive fireball hurtling toward him. Another massive explosion erupted, but unfortunately, it wasn't enough to defeat the necromancer. He managed to raise another barrier just in time to block the attack. However, the 2 consecutive blows were enough to make him break out in goosebumps. I was too careless. I didn't expect them to dare to attack me head-on. Although they're just a bunch of rookies, they are still students of Stella. I didn't want to resort to this. But continuing to face them head-on is too dangerous. I'll have to summon elite skeleton warriors. Without any hesitation, Sab Huck bit his thumb hard, causing blood to drip from the tip of his finger. Then, he spread his arms out, as if preparing for a workout, and shouted, "Soldiers, come and serve me." At the sound of his command, a magic circle appeared beneath his feet. The ground around him cracked into pieces. And quickly, the elite skeleton warriors began to rise from the earth. Their bones, unlike ordinary skeletons, were now darkened, indicating their higher rank. As Sab Huck completed the summoning, suddenly, he coughed up a large mouthful of blood. Likely due to overexertion, he wiped the blood from his lips and reassured himself. Though summoning these skeletons has injured me internally, this should be enough. With that, he turned to face the group and shouted, "Go, stop them." Upon hearing their master's orders, the skeleton warriors let out terrifying screeches and charged forward. Seeing this, Sab Huck smiled and found a place to rest, ready to relax and hydrate. Good, they're doing well. Now, I can rest easy, he thought with a grin. However, at that very moment, Yuseol's figure suddenly appeared right behind him. The instant he sensed Yuseol's presence, Sab Huck froze in fear, nearly wetting himself. "Why you? Who are you?" he yelled in panic. "Who are you? Where did you come from?" Sab Huck shouted, his voice filled with panic. However, in response to his question, Du Xiao only flashed a confident smile and said nothing. The more Du Xiao stood there with that unwavering confidence, the more Sab Huk felt the pressure mounting. I've already tracked all of Stella's students through the eyes of my skeleton warriors. But no, wait, he thought, his eyes widening as he looked at the skull-headed staff in Du Xiao's hand. His gaze almost popping out. That's my elite skeleton general. Turning back to Du Xiao. Once Sab Huk had finished shouting, Du Xiao swiftly threw the skull staff onto the ground, smashing it into pieces, as if connected. The moment the weapon was destroyed, Sab Huk himself felt a backlash, causing him to cough up more blood. Damn it, I was too careless. Is this the power of Stella? Sab Huk thought as he dazedly stared at Du Xiao. Meanwhile, despite his confident demeanor on the outside, Du Xiao was struggling to keep up with the unfolding events. Wait a second, this wasn't part of my plan. Ban Ji-on and Kwang Dok were supposed to handle the elite skeleton general and support me. But now that more elite skeletons have been summoned, they're stuck too. Does this mean I have to fight on my own? But I'm the weakest among them. Should I just run? Du Xiao's thoughts spiraled, and he considered retreating at once. With no hesitation, should the danger escalate. Just as Du Xiao was debating whether to fight or flee, Sab Huk began coughing uncontrollably, looking as though he might collapse at any moment. Seeing him in such a state, Du Xiao's instinct to run started to fade. But then a realization hit him. Wait, he's injured, that's right. The internal damage from summoning those elite skeletons. Maybe I can actually do this. Thinking about the rewards he might gain after defeating the Dark Sorcerer, Du Xiao began to feel that this battle might not be as hopeless as he once thought. Meanwhile, Princess Biyan was surrounded by a swarm of skeletons, closing in from all sides. And she was breathing heavily. Exhausted. This is bad. I have to quickly deal with them and head over to bitch Du Xiao. She thought to herself. Just as the thought crossed her mind, the red-haired junior spoke up to remind her. Princess, this is bad. The Death Mage and bitch Du Xiao are facing off against each other. Upon hearing this, Biyan's eyes widened in shock. What? Bitch Du Xiao is just a level 1 mage, and his opponent is a level 5 Death Mage. How can he possibly win? If you die, I won't forgive you. Bitch Du Xiao. Biyan gritted her teeth, her anger rising as she thought of the situation. Back to the battle with the protagonist. After a few seconds of shock from Du Xiao's sudden appearance, Sab Huk, the death-wielding player, immediately launched his first attack. He cast a spell that caused huge skeletal fingers to rise from the ground, forming a cage-like structure around Du Xiao, as if to trap him. Seeing this, Du Xiao quickly activated his teleportation skill to escape, but as soon as his figure reappeared, he sensed something targeting him. Without time to turn around and assess the situation, Du Xiao immediately used his teleportation skill again, narrowly avoiding the attack. However, passively taking damage was not Du Xiao's strategy, so he used his teleportation skill once more and closed the distance between himself and Sab Huk. Not so easy. Sab Huk sneered as he cast another spell, summoning a wall of mist to shield himself. To counter this, Du Xiao had prepared in advance. I've got something for situations like this, he thought, and from his pocket, he pulled out a few tubes of cola, his ultimate counter against skeletons. He quickly tossed the cola from the tubes onto the wall of bones. And as soon as the liquid made contact, the wall of bones began to emit thick white smoke, corroding away from the acid. My skeletons, that rat dares to stab my bones? Sab Huk roared in fury, his voice full of rage as he watched the damage to his defenses. Right after that, sharp bone columns shot up from beneath the ground, heading straight toward Du Xiao. However, with his teleportation skill, he managed to dodge smoothly once again, reappearing behind Sab Huk to land a surprise attack. As he did, he gripped his sword tightly and charged forward. But at that moment, Sab Huk suddenly turned around, staring intently at him with a grin, as if he had already figured him out. Seeing that expression on his face, Du Xiao realized that things were about to go south. Damn it, he thought to himself. And sure enough, just as he had prepared for this moment, before Du Xiao could reach Sab Huk, a bone spear shot up from the ground beneath him, grazing his thigh and shoulder, causing him to wince in pain. Not daring to attack recklessly anymore, Du Xiao quickly jumped backward to create some distance. Meanwhile, Sab Huk, seeing that Du Xiao had been wounded, grinned triumphantly. You bastard. Causing chaos. Now you face the consequences. He sneered. He then summoned a bone spear in his hand, preparing to strike. Despite the pain, Du Seo knew that Sabhuk was only level 5, which meant he had limited strength left. But he still has enough power to hurt me, Du Seo thought, his focus wavering due to the pain. His body screamed for rest. But he couldn't afford to relax. His teleportation skill still needed to be executed perfectly. He gritted his teeth, trying to think of a solution. Suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind. That's it, he thought, a plan forming. On the other side, Sabhuk, unaware of Du Seo's sudden realization, saw him frozen in place. Confused, he didn't waste any time and charged forward, eager to end the fight. Die, Sabhuk shouted, gripping his spear and lunging at Du Seo. At that moment, Du Seo's eyes snapped open. He turned quickly and dashed forward to flee. But due to the injury on his leg, he stumbled on some grass and fell to the ground. Sabhuk couldn't help but laugh. Haha, look at this pathetic escape. Ignoring the mocking laughter, Du Seo gritted his teeth and reminded himself. Just a little longer. He pushed through the pain, struggling to rise to his feet. Seeing Du Seo's desperate struggle, Sabhuk felt a thrill of excitement. Struggling is useless. I'll kill you right here, he declared loudly. But little did Sabhuk know. Just as he approached, Du Seo suddenly smiled, a quiet victory ringing in his heart. I've won, he whispered to himself. Yusol, feeling the distance between himself and the death mage was now only 13 meters. Quickly realized he didn't need to cancel his teleportation skill. Without hesitation, he activated it and in a flash, appeared right in front of Sabhuk, the death mage, before he even had a chance to react. With a firm grip on his sword, Yusol thrust it straight through Sabhuk's chest, delivering a fatal blow. Meanwhile, on the battlefield where Princess Beon's group was struggling, something strange happened. The bone soldiers summoned by Sabhuk suddenly froze in place, as if their machines had broken down. Moments later, their bodies began to disintegrate into ash and dust. The bone soldiers are vanishing. Could it be? Bitch Yusol has defeated the death mage? One of the magic-crazed companions muttered in disbelief. No, it can't be. We're saved. We're alive. The others cheered, their voices filled with joy and relief. Back at the scene of the battle, Yusol inspected Sabhuk's body and confirmed that he had no pulse. Exhausted, he murmured to himself, let's head home. Time quickly passed, and soon enough, Yusol and the rest of the group were escorted back to Stella Academy by the Academy's magical knights. When they arrived, the cool-headed teacher Lee Hanwal wasted no time making a sarcastic remark. You said you were going to train in a peaceful, scenic place, but it seems the air at the graveyard is quite refreshing, isn't it? He said with a piercing gaze, making Yusol lower his head in embarrassment. Sorry, sir, Yusol mumbled. As per school rules, you will be punished. No exceptions. Lee Hanwal continued, his tone stern. However, your actions to protect your friends despite breaking the rules are commendable. The school will reward you with merit points. So please wait for that. With that, Lee Hanwal turned and walked away, leaving Yusol to breathe a sigh of relief. Thank you, sir, Yusol said quickly, his words full of gratitude as the teacher didn't scold him further. I'll go now. The doctor said I need several days to recover from my leg injury. So I'll rest up. Just as Yusol was about to leave, he noticed Azel, the mage, staring at him intently. She then spoke up. Azel, is there something on your mind? With a smile, Azel responded, thank you for today. Yusol smiled and replied, sure, next time, just treat me to a meal. After that, Azel, who had just thanked him, hesitated for a moment before asking, do you think I could do it too? If I try hard enough, could I be like you? She turned to Yusol with eager eyes, and seeing the uncertain expression on her face, Yusol felt a slight sense of fear in his heart. This isn't good, he thought. Azel would never have asked this question under normal circumstances. I must have interfered too much. Realizing his mistake, Yusol quickly tried to fix things by offering some advice. You don't need to ask me that. You've already done what others thought was impossible. That's a miracle, he said. Azel blinked in surprise, as if trying to understand his words. How can you be so sure? She asked, her voice full of curiosity. Not waiting for her to ask more questions, Yusol quickly explained, because I've been watching you. Azel gasped, and her face turned bright red. Realizing what he had just said, Yusol mentally scolded himself. Wait a minute, by saying that, doesn't it sound like I'm a stalker? What the heck did I just say? He panicked inwardly. I almost got caught. I'm going now. He stammered, quickly backing away. Azel stood there, her heart racing. No one had ever paid attention to her before, let alone someone like Yusol. He's always been watching me? Is that a miracle? She wondered quietly to herself. Days passed, and the school held a ceremony to reward the students who had fought against the Death Mage. Yusol couldn't help but mutter to himself as he looked around at the extravagant setup. It's just an award ceremony. But there's a whole magic tower. Reporters and nobles, they're really making a big deal out of this. He scanned the crowd, slightly uncomfortable with all the attention. Yusol glanced at the princess beside him, noticing how excited she seemed. But as soon as their eyes met, she quickly returned to her usual cold, proud demeanor. What are you looking at? She snapped. Nothing, Yusol replied quickly, trying to hide his confusion. Meanwhile, on the stage, Professor Lee Hanwal, after ensuring all the students were present, stood up to address the crowd. Order, please. Today, we will award 12 students who bravely fought against the Dark Mage. These rewards will be personally presented by our headmaster, he announced. At the mention of the headmaster, everyone's eyes shifted to the small figure standing before them. Yusol thought to himself, wow, that's the pinnacle of humanity. A level 9 mage, Eltmund Eltwin, 300 years old. Always smiling gently but known as the Butcher. The strongest mage in the world. The headmaster, a short but imposing figure, walked toward each student, patting their shoulders and offering words of encouragement. You've all worked hard. Keep being brave and continue to strive for greatness. When it was Yuseol's turn, the headmaster paused and studied him carefully. Yusol immediately felt an immense pressure. Just from looking at him, I can feel the weight of his power. Yusol thought, his eyes wide in awe. This is the power of a level 9 mage, one of only 10 in the world. How am I supposed to stand up to that? The headmaster, noticing Yuseol's bewildered expression, chuckled softly. Still working hard. I see. Just as I expected, he said, patting Yusol on the shoulder before turning and walking away. Yusol, still stunned, stood there confused, wondering what the headmaster's words meant. What did he mean by that? He thought, ignoring the confusion. Once the award ceremony was complete, Professor Lee Hanwal stood up again. That concludes the ceremony, he announced, signaling the end of the event. Yusol returned to his private room and started examining the rewards given by the school. As he looked over them, he couldn't help but feel that all the effort he'd put into battling the necromancer had truly paid off. Wow! 5 million credits as a reward. This is so generous. I won't have to worry about money for a long time now. But that wasn't all. He also received a share of the necromancer's energy container, which was considered the heart of the Dark Mage. While it wasn't usable right now, Altarisha would soon craft a spatial storage for it, making it much more convenient to carry items in the future. Before that, though, he'd have to help her solve the alchemical formula for combining magical techniques first. Luckily, the others were kind enough to give their rewards to him, so he didn't feel bad about it. Now, it was time to check his system rewards. With that thought, Yusol opened up his system menu and soon the notifications popped up. Chapter 4. The attack of the necromancer completed. A large amount of experience awaits you. Thanks to the creative and unique plot development, the Zodiac Project has decided to reward you with additional rewards. Reward 1. A weaker version of an item used in the game. Reward 2. A weaker version of a skill learned in the game. Reward 3. Experience points. Yusol looked over the rewards with a sense of disappointment. Oh, not again. These kinds of rewards, he muttered, feeling conflicted. I really don't know what to think about this. But then, as he remembered the near-death experience against the Dark Mage, he felt a shiver run through his body. The recent battle had made him realize just how weak he still was. Simply working hard wasn't enough. He needed to use his knowledge to advance even further. I need to keep improving, he thought to himself. Just then, the system began to process his rewards. Experience being granted, the system quickly started funneling experience points to him. And it wasn't long before the notification came up again. Skill level up. Blink. Blink. Level 2. Maximum range, 12 meters. Maximum charges, 3. Cooldown time, 3 seconds. Yusul couldn't help but feel a sense of accomplishment. While it wasn't the most exciting reward, the upgrade to Blink was definitely helpful. He'd need it for the challenges ahead. Outside, Yusul felt a gentle, glowing aura envelop his body after upgrading his Blink skill, making him feel lighter and more energized, like he had just completed a long-awaited quest. Finally, I can store up to 3 uses of Blink now, he thought, feeling pleased with his progress. I can use Blink more freely now. He then murmured to himself. Next, it's time to check on Azel. As the moments quickly passed by, the scene shifted to a meditation class, where Azel was participating in a journey to the soul. She sat in meditation when suddenly, a voice echoed in her mind. Azel, Azel. Startled, she opened her eyes and instantly blamed herself. Oh no, when did I fall asleep? It seemed she had dozed off for quite some time. The small spirit in front of her continued speaking through telepathy. Azel, what are you doing? Why are you using magic during meditation? Using magic? Azel responded, confused. The spirit then explained, look above your head. Following the direction, Azel glanced upward and was shocked to see 2 blue crystal-like orbs floating above her head. She blinked in surprise. When did I create these? She had no recollection of using any spell or performing any calculations. Wait, when did I create these? She thought, her mind racing. She paused for a moment, trying to gauge the reactions of the other students in the class. Didn't anyone else notice this? Even though it was a level 1 magic spell, when fully formed, it should have involved mana flow. If this really is the result of meditation, does that mean someone has already calculated this beforehand? The more she thought about it, the more she swallowed nervously, unsure of what to make of it all. Time quickly passed, and once the meditation session ended, the poor Azel treated herself to a pastry. Looking at the red bean cream bread in her hands, her eyes gleamed with happiness. Thanks to the reward money, she had managed to buy the 1.500 credit pastry. This is so great, she thought, savoring her first bite. But just as she was enjoying the treat, Prince Jeremy suddenly approached and greeted her. Azel, have you joined any clubs yet? Pausing her eating, Azel lifted her head and replied, no, not yet. Why? Jeremy suggested. Well, how about joining my club? Azel raised an eyebrow. What's the catch? She didn't believe there was such a thing as a free lunch. Jeremy waved dismissively. I just like you, that's all. Azel wasn't convinced by his words. Liar. You're just trying to make me your trophy, she thought to herself. At this point, Jeremy took a step closer and whispered into her ear. You don't believe me, do you? But Azel, I really don't have any conditions. Just join my club and stay by my side. I can offer you so much. You know who I am, right? Azel knew exactly who he was. I know very well. The Skarlvan Empire is in conflict with the Adelevet Kingdom, and with the power of Crown Prince Jeremy. My current miserable life could be over. No more celebrating just for a red bean bread. No more enduring the humiliation of being the daughter of a traitor. She thought, feeling a little torn. She was about to speak, but before she could say anything, Jeremy broke into a smug smile. Feeling victorious, but just as it seemed like things were going his way, a slap rang out, stunning both Azel and Jeremy. Flame, the heroine, had appeared out of nowhere and slapped Azel across the face. Both Azel and Jeremy stood frozen. And even Flame, after completing her action, suddenly snapped back to reality. You trash, she said, glaring at Jeremy. You wanted to date me, but you were secretly flirting with others behind my back? I told you I liked you. And now you want to leave me for someone else? Flame turned to Azel and grabbed her hand, pulling her along. Let's go, we need to talk. Why are you standing there? Come with me, Flame urged as she dragged Azel away. They ran until they reached a secluded spot, ensuring that Jeremy wasn't following them, and only then did Flame let out a sigh of relief. Phew, that was close, she thought to herself. Seeing her in such a state, Azel couldn't help but ask, what was that all about? Flame briefly explained, forget it, you should thank me. If you had rejected him directly, he would have been all over you, bothering you endlessly. Anyway, sorry for slapping you. I'm leaving now. With that, Flame turned and walked away, leaving Azel still standing there, confused and trying to process everything. As Flame walked off, she questioned herself. Did I do the right thing? If Azel joined the club according to the original plot, Jeremy would have ruined her. I've tried not to interfere too much with the original story, but seeing Beck Yusul like that, it doesn't seem so bad. but I wonder if he noticed my lie? Meanwhile, back in his own room, Prince Jeremy had no trouble noticing the lie in Flame's words. Sipping a cup of tea, he smiled and mused to himself. That girl is so cute. Pretending to lie just to steal Azel away from me. How interesting. Even more interesting than Azel. I want her now. Time passed quickly, and the scene shifted to a classroom where Professor Lee Hanwal was standing at the front. He pointed to a screen behind him and explained, "Today, we will begin practical training in beast battle simulations. Our objective is not to face low-level monsters, like level 1 or level 2 as we have done before, but medium-level monsters. Level 3. These creatures are much more difficult to handle. Here's how it works. Form teams. Study the monsters, and eliminate them using a proper strategy. After selecting a medium-level monster to fight, you will have time to practice dealing with it. Go to the Stella Dome, find the appropriate terrain, and hunt monsters that match your attributes. Classes A and S will practice together. The evaluation test will take place in 4 days. Form teams of no more than 6 people and submit your lists to me." His cold, stern voice left no room for argument. Azel, the young sorceress, was feeling completely fed up. I hate group work," she sighed inwardly, before being distracted by the voices of the students around her. "Princess, will you team up with us?" one asked. "No, I can do it better on my own." Another student spoke up. "What's this? My turn now," someone else rebutted, as Azel looked around at the scene where Princess Beion was surrounded by admirers. A feeling of loneliness washed over her. Before the Adalevet Empire destroyed her family, it was always like this, surrounded by flattery and fake kindness. Both she and Beion came from similar backgrounds, the Morph family with the ice attribute and the Adalevet royal family with the fire attribute. At the time, the two families were rivals, fighting to dominate the magical world. Beion and Azel were both born with extraordinary talents. Azel had once thought she was the chosen one, but now she wondered if she could ever get revenge on Adalevet. As she thought this, Azel instinctively tightened her grip on herself, unsure if she truly had the strength or the resources to avenge her family. Given that she was all alone, just as she was feeling the most isolated, Yusol approached her with a question. "Hey, are you going alone?" Hearing his voice, Azel snapped out of her thoughts and turned to respond. "What's going on?" Hearing this, the main character smiled brightly and asked, "Team up with me." "Wait, did you just say, team up?" Azel repeated, almost not believing her ears. To clarify further, Yusol explained, "You know there's no rule about the minimum number of members, right? We'll form a 2-person team and get extra points for having fewer members." Azel, listening to his plan, thought to herself that this guy must be losing his mind. "Are you crazy?" she thought. "How could just the two of us handle a medium-level tier 3 monster?" Without elaborating further, Yusol simply looked at her with a mysterious smile. "So, are you in or not?" Seeing his confident demeanor, after a few seconds of consideration, Azel realized she had no other options. "Fine, I agree. I don't have anyone else to team up with anyway." "Great, let me go submit the list." Yusol nodded and quickly went off to notify Professor Lee Hanwal. However, for some reason, right after Yusol left, Princess Beion, arrogant as ever, approached Azel. "Hey," she called out, making Azel jump back a couple of steps. Feeling a bit uncomfortable. "What's this about?" Azel asked, still a bit taken aback. "If you're trying to compete with me, you're just babbling nonsense." Beion snapped. "Worry about yourself, you pig in human clothes." With that insult, Beion turned and walked away. Azel, still stunned, thought to herself, "I'm not competing with you. Just with bitch Yusol." Returning to Beion's train of thought, a surge of anger rose within her. How frustrating, she thought. Am I really going to lose to a failure and a commoner? While it was possible to form a team with anyone, at least she needed the strongest knight to make it worthwhile. With that in mind, she turned her gaze toward the strongest young man in the game. Ma Yusol, the one no one dared approach. "Hey, Ma Yusol." Hearing someone call his name, Ma Yusol's eyes flashed with a bit of surprise, and he turned to respond. "Hello, princess. What's the matter? Have you formed a team yet?" Beion asked directly. "No, I was planning to go solo," he answered. "Then team up with me," she proposed arrogantly. In response to her offer, Ma Yusol raised an eyebrow, smirking as he asked, "Huh, is that necessary?" Beion glanced aside, looking at Yusul and Azel. Yusul and Azel have already teamed up. She thought, I don't think they're targeting regular medium-tier monsters. They must be aiming for special medium or even large monsters. With that thought, she turned back to Ma Yusul and insisted, I'm asking again, team up with me. Yusul, a super genius, wasn't concerned with Beion, but the mention of Yusul piqued his interest. Oh, that sounds interesting. I'd like to test myself against bitch Yusul as well. Alright, I'll join you. Great, Beion said with a smile. She then looked at Yusul and Azel and silently thought to herself. Bitch Yusul and Azel morph, this time. I'll outplay both of them. Time quickly passed, and after 4 days of preparation, the beast combat simulation began. The scene shifted to the Stella Dome. After seeing that all the students were present, Professor Lee Hanwald took a list and nodded. Alright, now we will begin the evaluation test for both Class S and Class A. With that, the test began, thanks to their previous preparations. Most teams didn't encounter much difficulty fighting the monsters. Wow, Group 16's Mugarika? This medium-tier monster seems pretty easy to deal with. Some students murmured while observing the battle ahead. Meanwhile, the protagonist, Flame, was preparing in the back and muttered to herself for reassurance. It's fine, I've trained well. I can't hunt special monsters for points without attributes or large special monsters. But if I can take down this medium tier 3 monster by myself, that should be enough to get maximum points. As for the monster's strength, it typically took 5 first-level mages to handle a single medium level 1 monster. But with the right advantage of elemental counteractions, solid experience, and a favorable environment, taking down even higher tier monsters was within reach. As for me, I use light magic, which doesn't counter any particular attribute, so I just have to accept it. Flame thought, pausing for a moment and gazing at Azel with a melancholic look. I really hope Azel does well in this test. In the original story, Beion made it hard for her to form a team, and she ended up with the lowest score. I had even planned to recruit her into my team at one point. But with bitch Yusul by her side, Azel's future will definitely be brighter. Flame mused quietly. At that moment, down on the arena floor, the monster had already been taken down by Group 16. Alright, Group 16, you've worked hard. Next up, Group 17, Professor Lee Hanwall announced. Hearing this, Flame snapped back to attention and replied, Yes, sir, before quickly heading down to the arena. As she passed by Yusul, she accidentally stepped on the loose lace of her shoe, causing her to stumble forward. Thankfully, Yusul reacted quickly, reaching out just in time to steady her. Thank you, Flame said, catching her balance. It's nothing, tie your shoelaces properly, Yusul replied, waving it off. Noticing her loose lace, Flame was slightly puzzled. I'm sure Zeki tied it securely earlier, she thought, before deciding to let it go. Good thing I caught it in time. That could have been dangerous. With that, she hurried down to the practice arena. As she began her solo test, the surrounding students watched in surprise, whispering among themselves, She's doing the test by herself? It seems so. When they saw her opponent, their surprise only grew. No way. Is she really going to handle that monster by herself? A giant wild boar? The creature didn't have any special attributes, so it couldn't be countered. The students exchanged concerned looks, murmuring anxiously for Flame. Not paying attention to the murmurs around her, Flame took a deep breath, calmly preparing herself as she saw the wild boar charging toward her. Lee Hanwall then spoke up. Alright, Group 17, the test begins. No sooner had he finished speaking than the wild boar gathered its legs and charged forward like a tank. The fierce momentum of the beast made the onlookers' skin crawl. How can she possibly handle this by herself? They whispered nervously. Ignoring the chatter, Flame focused on the rapidly approaching creature. She took another deep breath to steady herself and began muttering incantations to prepare her magic. As the soft whisper of petals in the wind filled the air, a golden magical circle appeared beneath her feet. Around the boar's midsection, thick, powerful vines shot up from the ground, wrapping tightly around its body. The boar screeched in pain, desperately thrashing to break free, but to no avail. Seeing this, Flame quickly cast another spell called Material Transformation, turning the vines into solid stone, making it even harder for the boar to escape. Not done yet, she thought to herself, then cast another spell, summoning a glowing golden magic circle above her head. On the other side, Sensing the impending danger, the wild boar intensified its efforts and broke free from the stone vines. Its eyes glowed red as it charged straight at Flame, just as its sharp tusks were about to reach her fragile body. Flame's magic was ready. From the magic circle above her, a surge of destructive energy shot out, striking the boar directly in the mouth. A large hole was blown right through its body, from front to back. With one powerful strike, the boar let out a final, pitiful scream before collapsing onto the ground, lifeless. As the crowd of spectators on both sides witnessed the protagonist complete her test with such ease, they couldn't help but turn to each other in amazement. Wow, that was insane. Our team of 5 couldn't even take down a mid-tier monster. And she just soloed one like it was nothing. Who even is she? Back with Flame, she let out a relieved sigh. Phew, finally done. Just as she was catching her breath, Lee Hanwal's voice echoed once more. Next up, we will begin the test for Group 31. Hearing this, Yusol turned his head to look and immediately widened his eyes in shock. Huh? Am I seeing things? He muttered to himself. Because standing in the arena was none other than the arrogant Princess Beion, alongside Ma Yusol. Look, it's the princess. Go, princess, you got this. Cheers erupted from the princess's fanbase as soon as they saw her step into the arena. Meanwhile, Flame furrowed her brows at this unexpected deviation from the original story. Why is Beion teaming up with Ma Yusol instead of someone from our side? In the original plot, these two had nothing to do with each other. What kind of formation is this supposed to be? The more she thought about it, the more confused she became. Back in the arena, the monster chosen by Group 31 had already been summoned. It was a massive humanoid sea creature, its piercing golden eyes gleaming menacingly. Dark blue skin stretched over its massive frame, adorned with intricate red markings that pulsed with an eerie glow. One look at its terrifying appearance was enough to send a chill down the spectators' spines. Wait a minute, is that a sea beast? Oh my god, that's a special class mid to large monster. As expected of the princess. It's incredible that she even managed to find such a rare monster to hunt. The crowd buzzed with awe and anticipation. Meanwhile, with her gaming knowledge, Flame had an even clearer understanding of the situation. This isn't just a mid to large special class monster. Beion and Ma Yuseol's elements were fire, earth, and lightning. The sea beast, on the other hand, was a water-type monster. Not only did it have high resistance to fire, but it could also fly, making it an absolute counter to both of them. They didn't just pick a mid to large special monster that no one could handle. They even abandoned their elemental advantage. They're aiming for the maximum possible score, but that only applies if they actually win. Thinking this, Flame couldn't help but feel a bit curious. How exactly were these two planning to pull this off? Back in the arena, just as Flame had predicted, the sea beast unfolded the 2 wings it had kept tucked away, spreading them out like a dragonfly's. With rapid, buzzing wing beats, it lifted itself into the air, hovering effortlessly. Then, letting out a deafening roar, it attempted to intimidate its opponents. However, that kind of display wasn't nearly enough to rattle these 2 monsters in human form. Let's begin, Beion said. Got it, princess, Ma Yusol replied with a grin. But then, out of nowhere, he suddenly took a few steps back. The spectators blinked in confusion. Huh? What are they doing? I thought they'd attack right away. But why is the knight falling back while the mage stays in front? Ignoring the murmurs from the audience, Ma Yusol simply flashed a faint smile. Then, gathering power in his legs, he launched himself forward with an explosive leap, using some unknown magic to enhance his movement. Watching this, even Kwang Dok couldn't help but nod in approval. Oh, pretty solid jump for a first year. But Ban Ji-on remained skeptical. With that level, he still can't reach the sea beast, and you can't use a jump boost midair. What exactly are they planning? Just as she suspected, Ma Yuseol's leap wasn't high enough to reach the monster. However, right at that moment, he flicked his wand, conjuring a stone platform out of thin air, giving him a foothold in midair. At the same time, below him, a fireball shot through the air, launched by Flame. The instant it collided with the stone slab, a shockwave burst out, propelling Ma Yusol even higher. Whoa, unbelievable, Kwang Dok muttered. Stunned, now positioned directly above the sea beast, Ma Yusol wasted no time. Using his earth magic, he conjured a massive stone fist and sent it crashing down on the monster's back. The sheer impact sent the hulking creature rocketing toward the ground like a meteor. But they weren't done yet. Before the sea beast could recover from the shock, Ma Yusol once again waved his wand. The ground erupted with jagged stone spikes, locking the monster's massive body in a brutal stone cage. The beast roared in fury, thrashing violently in an attempt to free itself. However, no matter how strong a special class monster was, it wasn't invincible. It had already wasted too much energy struggling, and by the time it shattered the stone restraints, it was already too late. HMPH, just as expected, Ma Yusol smirked. The princess's spell is ready. Right beside her, Princess Bian was now completely engulfed in a raging aura of fire. Then, without hesitation, she raised her staff and pointed it forward. In that instant, a massive pillar of fire descended from above, crashing down directly onto the sea monster's head. The beast let out an agonized roar, writhing as its body was engulfed in flames. The spectators standing around could even catch the distinct scent of charred fish wafting through the air. "Oh, damn, it's in pain. But sea monsters are supposed to have high fire resistance," they exclaimed in shock. However, before the creature could recover, Ma Yusol followed up with another devastating spell. With an icy tone, he uttered, "It's over." A split second later, another colossal bolt of lightning struck down from above, finishing the job. The once mighty sea monster, now scorched black, collapsed into a heap, nothing more than a well-done piece of grilled fish. On both sides of the battlefield, the audience could only look on in stunned silence. The poor creature hadn't even been given a chance to fight back. The students this year are insane. That level of power is on par with the seniors from Class S in their third year, someone murmured in disbelief. So this is what it means to be a genius. Meanwhile, Bian smirked to herself as she listened to the murmurs of admiration rippling through the crowd. "How's that, bitch Yusol? No matter what kind of monster you pick, you still won't be able to beat me. This victory is mine." With that thought, she shifted her gaze toward the battlefield. Just as Yusol and Azel stepped onto the stage. "Give me 5, the sun god himself declared, stepping forward with a confident grin. Your request sent a wave of stunned silence across the entire arena. It wasn't until a few seconds later that some students finally snapped out of their daze and blurted out in disbelief. What did he just say? 5 people barely managed to handle a single mid-tier monster. And now these 2 are asking for 5 of them? I heard the rumors, but seriously, is Beak Yusol out of his mind? All eyes immediately locked onto Yusol, as if trying to peer into his thoughts and figure out what kind of insane strategy he was plotting. Even the professors couldn't quite grasp the logic behind his reckless decision. But since they had no reason to reject the request, they simply followed through with it. As per Yusol's demand, moments later, 5 towering mid-tier monsters materialized, their enormous forms casting shadows over the battlefield as they encircled the 2 challengers. Summoning complete, a professor announced. Meanwhile, a faculty member from the monsterology department, Professor Bitchin, narrowed his eyes in intrigue. He carefully examined the summoned creatures, and a flicker of realization crossed his face. These 5, a giant frog with its tongue stretched out, Hymer Radun, the massive black bull, black sand bison, a pelican, a water slime, and the last one, the sensitive bat. Could it be that formation? He muttered under his breath. On another part of the battlefield, third Princess Bian was equally puzzled. She turned to her teammate and asked, "Hey, Ma Yusol, do you get what's going on?" The genius mage simply shook his head in response. The real reason behind the protagonist's decision? I doubt it, he admitted, but I am curious to see what he's planning. I won't lie, I'm looking forward to this. With that, he refocused his attention on the battlefield, watching closely. Meanwhile, over at the instructor's podium, the ever-imposing Professor Lee Hanwal spoke up before the test officially began. I have just one question. Who decided on this monster lineup? I did, Yusol answered with a firm nod. At that, Lee Hanwal didn't hesitate to lay down his judgment. You're a knight, so in a high-risk battle like this, you can still secure points. He stated bluntly. But a bishop? Not so much. I think this strategy might be a bit too much for a bishop. Professor Lee Hanwal's skepticism wasn't exactly surprising, but Yusol simply responded with a calm smile. No, this strategy was designed specifically for the bishop. His words instantly stirred up murmurs throughout the audience. As for Professor Lee Hanwol, seeing Yuseol's unwavering confidence, he chose not to press further. I see. Alright then, let's begin. The moment his words fell, the 5 massive monsters started closing in on Yusol and Azel. Their enormous, menacing eyes locked onto the 2 challengers, exuding an overwhelming killing intent. The pressure alone was enough to make them swallow nervously. Then, out of nowhere, Yusol asked, "Hey, can you handle this?" Of course, Azel nodded, though sweat was already dripping down her face. "Just trust me," Yusol added. "That's a bit too nonchalant, don't you think?" the blue-haired girl grumbled. Still, hearing Yusol say he believed in her made the young bishop pause for a moment, recalling a conversation from the night before. Yusol, he really is a hard person to understand. That night, as Azel trailed behind him, curiosity finally got the better of her, and she asked, "Hey, why me? Honestly, for someone as skilled as you could have picked anyone else." Her question made Yusol fall silent for a few seconds before he finally replied, "Yeah, there are plenty of talented people. If we're talking about firepower, no mage can match Byeon. For control, Flame is the best there is. Ma Yusol is without a doubt the strongest first year. Then there's Ha Wanryong and Adalin, who specialize in single-target attacks and would work well with me too." "Then why?" Azel pressed again. "Even so, I still think you're the best fit. That's all there is to it." Quote. "Shall we continue?" the protagonist said casually before walking ahead. He didn't realize that his words had left a faint blush on Azel's face. Back in the present, the young bishop tightened her grip around her staff and reminded herself, "I still don't fully understand what he meant, but I'm sure he had a reason for choosing me. So I'll show him." As she spoke, she activated her magic, unleashing a surge of energy that caused her body to levitate into the air. Meanwhile, the other contestants watching the battle couldn't hide their shock as they shouted, Wait a second, isn't that supernatural resonance? No way. That phenomenon only happens when level 6 or higher mages enter an unconscious state. If they try to consciously control it, the mana flow will reverse, and they could end up crippled. But she's just a first-year student?" Their voices were filled with both awe and concern for Azel. Yuseol's perspective, even though he had anticipated this, seeing Azel enter supernatural resonance so effortlessly still left Yusol impressed. As expected of a true contender for the title of Winter Queen. A small smirk tugged at his lips. "Alright then, shall we get started?" And with that, the battle of 2 against 5 officially began. Yusol gathered strength in his legs and launched himself into the air in an instant, activating Blink mid-motion. In the blink of an eye, he appeared right next to the giant frog, Heimer Redun. The sheer speed of his sudden arrival caused the massive creature's body to tremble slightly in shock. But before it could even react, slash, die, Yuseol's sword cut through the air like a lightning bolt, slicing directly into the frog's chest and leaving behind a deep, gaping wound. Heimer Redun let out an agonized shriek, its colossal body quivering as panic filled its eyes. It opened its mouth, seemingly trying to retaliate, but the pain was too much. The creature froze in place, unable to do anything but wail like a helpless child. Not one to linger, Yusol immediately retreated, keeping a safe distance from his target. Alright, Heimer Redun is handled for now. Next up, the black sand bison. His eyes flicked toward his next opponent. On the other side of the battlefield, the giant black bison stood its ground, towering like an unshakable fortress. Through Yuseol's eyes, he could see it, a sudden shift in the bison's state. Its once calm gaze turned blood red, like a wild beast on the verge of losing control. Then, it turned its head, fixating on the glowing red horn of the fallen frog beside it. That crimson glow, it infuriated the black sand bison. It wanted to tear it apart. It wanted to crush it immediately. Huff, huff. The bison took in a deep, ragged breath, its entire body growing tense. Its hooves stamped furiously against the ground, building up force, readying itself for a devastating charge. This was exactly what Yusol had been waiting for. Seeing the beast's aggressive stance, a faint smirk played on his lips. The plan is working perfectly. Just as he had anticipated, the best way to handle 5 mid-tier monsters at once was to make them turn against each other. And just like that, as if the black sand bison's sudden charge was the war drum signaling the start of chaos. A complete, uncontrollable brawl erupted among the monsters. No one knew exactly how it started, but all of a sudden, the creatures were furiously attacking each other, their roars and shrieks filling the battlefield. The students watching from the sidelines stood frozen in shock. Wait, what the hell? Are they fighting each other? To understand this madness, one had to look back at Du Seo's careful preparations. After all, he had already beaten this frustrating game before. His strategy? Turning the monsters against one another. In other words, borrowing a knife to kill. A classic deception tactic, using an enemy's own strength to destroy itself. Players in Ether World had long debated, how could a small team take down a massive horde of monsters? After countless failed attempts, they discovered the answer, exploiting the creature's natural instincts and interactions. Step 1. Attack Heimer Redune. Upon taking damage, the giant frog's horn glowed red, a color that provoked the black sand bison's aggression. As expected, the moment the bison saw the glowing red horn, it snapped. Driven by instinctive rage, it prepared to attack the frog. Step 2. Trigger the sandstorm effect. As the bison charged, it instinctively kicked up clouds of sand. And here was the trick. If even a single grain of that sand touched the water slime, the slime would immediately produce a massive surge of water to protect itself. Step 3. Increase humidity for Kaden. Standing amidst the rapidly rising water levels, Du Seo smirked. Good, the school's barrier is keeping the water contained, just as expected. And now, for the final step. Du Seo turned his gaze toward the bird. The moment Kaden sensed a shift in humidity, it would release a high-pitched shriek, reaching a frequency above 7 octaves. A fatal mistake, because its screech immediately provoked the hypersensitive bat. Step 4. Let chaos unfold. The furious bat instantly dove toward the bird, unleashing a vicious kick straight to its head. Bam! The impact sent Kaden hurtling backward, crashing straight into the water slime. Naturally, the slime retaliated, launching a powerful water blast, drenching both the bird and the bat, which only served to further enrage them. And with that, the battlefield spiraled into utter bedlam. The battlefield was now a chaotic mess. Monsters fighting each other in all directions. Watching the scene unfold, the professors observing couldn't help but realize that this wasn't just a coincidence. Only careful planning could cause monsters to go this wild. All the monsters are attacking each other. Did this kid actually study the characteristics of each creature? Even I, an expert in monster studies, never thought of this. Truly impressive. The professor with long hair spoke out. However, one crucial detail hadn't crossed his mind, prompting the female professor beside him to gently remind him. What's even more amazing is Azel Morph's concentration. She's managing to maintain the flow of mana and focus amidst this chaos. It must be because she has complete faith in her knight. The group nodded, their eyes fixed on the battlefield, silently awaiting what would come next. Back to Du Seo, still silently observing the battlefield to ensure everything was in sync. He suddenly noticed something. As the giant bird and bat collided, the massive cotton bird was sent flying straight toward Azel, who was still concentrating her energy. Seeing this, Du Seo immediately activated speed shift and dashed towards the bird, landing a powerful kick that sent it flying like a deflated balloon. But before he could even catch his breath, a massive rock suddenly plummeted from above, heading straight for Azel like a falling meteor. Luckily, Du Seo had already sensed the danger. He quickly used speed shift again, appearing before Azel in the blink of an eye. With a single swing of his sword, he split the rock in two before it could hit her. Meanwhile, a smirking Byeon called out from a distance, noticing Du Seo's actions. Hey, princess, do you see Du Seo? He's like the ideal knight. Just like a knight protecting his princess. Her words caused Byeon to pause for a moment, her eyes momentarily lost in thought. Below, Du Seo continued to dart around, blocking incoming attacks, not letting up for a second. His efforts were far from wasted. After a brief moment of focusing his energy with his eyes closed, Azel's emerald eyes opened once again. This time, she had completed the spell she had been preparing. Crystal Bloom. At that moment, behind Azel, countless sharp ice pillars began to emerge, spreading across the entire battlefield. The largest pillar stood directly behind her, taking on the shape of a flower blooming. its beauty captivating to anyone who witnessed it. The moment she activated the magic, the entire battlefield fell into silence, awestruck by the spectacle. "Wow, this is so beautiful," someone exclaimed involuntarily. Below on the battlefield, the 5 massive monsters were completely frozen by her ice magic, trapped and motionless. For Azel, seeing the monsters temporarily immobilized by her magic, she had no intention of lingering any longer. "Shatter," she shouted, and instantly, countless sharp shards of ice shot out from the giant ice flower, raining down toward the monsters like a deadly storm. The colossal beasts, still frozen in place, could do nothing but stand there, helpless and unable to retaliate. Is that it? Have they really defeated 5 mid-level monsters with just the 2 of them? Whispers spread through the crowd. However, just as the excitement began to build, someone suddenly noticed something and shouted, "Wait, look, the monsters are waking up." Everyone's gaze turned to where the monsters, previously immobilized by Azel's magic, had begun to break free. The attack had not been strong enough to fully defeat them, and now the creatures were returning to life. This left the professors with a feeling of regret. In the end, they couldn't finish them off. Such a shame, but with this performance, they've certainly earned a high score. As the scene shifted to Azel, she appeared unfazed when she saw the monsters recovering. In fact, she had already anticipated it. The moment her ice magic ended, she immediately began chanting another spell. A ball of lightning began to form, gradually gathering energy and radiating an ominous aura as it flickered in the air. "Strike down," Azel commanded coldly. As soon as the sound faded, a massive lightning bolt erupted from Azel's palm. The entire arena seemed to be bathed in a golden glow, radiating from the bolt. Then, a deafening explosion echoed in the air as the recently revived monsters were hit by the lightning and wriggled helplessly from the shock. The power of the spell was so overwhelming that even Azel couldn't believe her own strength. "Is this really my magic? So, I can do this too?" She recalled Usaol's words from the night before when he had proposed that the 2 of them face 5 medium-sized monsters together. At the time, Azel had thought he had lost his mind to suggest such a thing. "Huh? 5 at once? Are you crazy?" she had said. "No, you can do it. I believe in you." Usaol had spoken with absolute confidence. His trust in her made Azel feel something stir within her, a feeling she had never experienced before. "Before, I never had anything, no faith in the path I had chosen, and no one who could tell me that my path was right. But now it's different. Now, I won't lose my way anymore," she told herself. Unknowingly, she had found in Usaol someone who served as a guiding light, a torch that showed her the way. Back in the present, with all 5 medium-sized monsters now defeated, the referee's voice echoed through the arena. "The test for Group 32 is now over." Hearing this, the bishop couldn't help but smile in satisfaction. Perhaps she hadn't noticed how long it had been since she last smiled. Meanwhile, Usaol, avoiding the thunderstrike, swiftly planted his sword into the wall and kept himself suspended in midair. Seeing the power of that lightning attack had made his hair stand on end. "That was close. At least she could have warned me before doing that," he grumbled inwardly. Soon after, the results of the test were posted on the wall for all the students to see. The paper stated the results of the simulated monster battle. First place went to Group 32, with 199 points, consisting of Beak Usaol and Azel Morph. Second place was Group 31, with 127 points, consisting of Ma Usaol and Beon Adalovit. Seeing the results, the third princess, who had already anticipated this outcome, wasn't overly disappointed. "Totally lost, even though I picked medium and large monsters, and even countered their attributes. I still lost. I guess I'll just have to accept it," she sighed. Meanwhile, Ma Usaol, the so-called genius, seemed unbothered in the slightest. In fact, he even teased the princess. "Oh, you're accepting defeat that quickly? HMPH, shut up, Beon," she coldly replied, though she couldn't help but glance at him, comparing him in her mind. "But if my knight were Beak Usaol, could I have achieved the same result? I can use magic just as well as Azel. But why is that commoner so devoted to Azel? If there's such a thing as a perfect knight in this world, it should be mine, the perfect queen's knight." As this thought lingered, a feeling of frustration welled up in her chest. She bit her lip, her gaze growing colder as she looked back at the results paper. "Actually, admitting defeat is a lie. I can't accept this. It's so confusing. I need to investigate Baek Yusul further, she decided, spinning around and walking off, seemingly intent on investigating Yusul right away. However, her footsteps suddenly stopped when she noticed another girl staring at her. This was someone Baeyeon recognized, and she couldn't help but feel a bit on edge. Seolin Orkin, she's here because she heard I lost to a group of commoners and a traitor? What a bothersome woman. Baeyeon silently sighed to herself, quickly walking away and gliding past Seolin without any intention of greeting her. But what she didn't realize was that as she walked off, Seolin's gaze remained fixed on her back, and she muttered softly, still too inexperienced. Time quickly passed, and the scene shifted to the school library. At this moment, the protagonist, Flame, was still immersed in her studies. However, the results of the test made it difficult for her to focus on her work as usual. She paused, her pen hovering in midair, lost in thought. The power Azel displayed earlier. I can't believe she managed to make the crystal flowers bloom so quickly. That magical crystal flower is Azel's signature magic, and it only appears when she overcomes all obstacles and regains her confidence. According to the original story, Azel should be getting more and more depressed right now. And yet, here she is, casting her crystal magic in front of everyone. This has to be thanks to Baek Yusul. In the original romance novel, Yusul and Azel faced the apocalypse together. But what if there was a side story I don't know about? What if Baek Yusul, an anonymous character, loved Azel and chose to regress instead of Ma Yusul at the moment the world was on the brink of destruction? Regressing for the person he loved, even if it meant being forgotten by the one he cherished. Would Baek Yusul truly have no regrets? The love that he was willing to trade his own existence for. To turn back time, what would that feel like? The protagonist, Flame, silently pondered to herself. If Yusul ever found out what she was thinking, he would probably burst out laughing, clutching his stomach. The scene shifted to the main character's position. It was late at night, and Yusul had to wake up to check some notifications that had just been sent to him. Chapter 5. The Beast Battle Simulation has ended. You have gained a large amount of experience. You have successfully led the story in a positive direction. The Constellatio project will grant additional rewards. After reading the notifications, Yusul fell into deep thought. What reward should he choose this time? His skills had already been enhanced quite a bit. It would be best to prepare for the next chapter. With that in mind, Yusul quickly listed out the items he needed and spoke aloud. I will choose the item, the Yifano leaf key. At Yusul's request, the system remained silent for a few seconds, as if it were checking something. After a brief pause, it finally provided Yusul with his reward. System is checking. Reward has been granted. As the notification ended, a silver key appeared before Yusul. Seeing the system grant him this item made Yusul excited, and he exclaimed, "Amazing! The Yifano leaf key." Although it wasn't an ancient relic, it was one of the rarest items, typically only accessible to high-level players. This key led to the dwelling of a deity, but in order to use it, one would need to venture outside. However, because of the recent necromancer event, the conditions for venturing out had been tightened. What should he do now? The more Yusul thought, the tighter his brows furrowed until suddenly an idea sparked in his mind. He muttered to himself, "That's right, the club." Time quickly passed, and by the next morning, Yusul had just finished writing a simple, poor sob story for himself. The narrative went something like this. Growing up, my family was poor, and we rarely ate out like others. Whenever my mother was away for work, I would have to cook instant noodles by myself. And when I got tired of eating instant noodles, I insisted on having something better. My mother used her savings to buy me black bean noodles. I was so happy and invited her to eat with me. But for some reason, she refused. She said she didn't like black bean noodles. After skimming through the story and confirming that it was an emotional recount of hardship, Yusul stretched and yawned. Satisfied with his work, he said, "Good, that's done for now. Now, time to find the club." Time sped by, and the scene shifted to a bulletin board filled with flyers. Yusul was carefully scanning the area, looking for a suitable club to join. Standing before a myriad of membership invitations, Yusul was deep in thought, unsure of which one to choose. But which club should I pick? Among all the clubs, not many allowed activities outside, so he had to think carefully. With this in mind, Yusul glanced over at Azel, the bishop, standing next to him, and asked, "Hey, are you looking for a club too?" Haven't joined one yet? Yuseol's sudden question caught Azel off guard. Her voice became a bit flustered as she responded. What? Why does it matter? You should be getting plenty of clubs wanting you to join, right? Yusol raised an eyebrow. You don't know who I am? Azel replied. Well, I know it's you. Azel, you've been pretty famous lately. Yusol complimented her, which only made Azel more flustered. Well, yeah, I guess that's true. Azel, trying to ease her embarrassment, cleared her throat and continued. But you have to choose your club carefully. Blah blah blah. At the same time, while the two were chatting, the genius friend approached and patted Yusol on the back in a very familiar manner. However, Yusol coldly brushed Ma Yusung's hand aside. Seeing this, Ma Yusung didn't get angry. Instead, he smiled and said, I've seen your test results. And I also heard you were the one leading the hunt for the necromancer. You're really impressive. Oh, it was just luck. Yusol waved his hand dismissively. But his attitude seemed to be trying to avoid Ma Yusung. Observing this, Ma Yusung smiled and said, As expected, you're different from the others. His gaze, when he said this, was unusual and made Yusol feel uneasy. Swallowing nervously, then Yusol tried to change the subject. You know, I'm just a commoner, so I always have to think of ways to do better than others. In response, Ma Yusung smiled again. I see, you just use your time more effectively. So, what do you do on the weekends? Yusol asked next, causing Ma Yusung to be a bit surprised. Me? I just study, Ma Yusung replied. For some reason, Yusol and Azel froze, as if they had just heard something extremely strange. I only asked casually, and you gave a casual answer. Thanks, Yusol said with a cold expression. Ma Yusung quickly clarified. No, I really study, and I practice too. From Ma Yusung's attitude, Yusol began to sense something was off and asked, Huh? You don't usually do that, do you? Yeah, that's right, but for some reason, recently, I've been doing it, Ma Yusung awkwardly admitted. This revelation made Yusol even more curious. It wasn't until much later that Ma Yusung started practicing. What could be the reason for this? Azel, standing beside them, had figured it out and asked. It's because of the dungeon training, right? That's right. If Miss hadn't intervened back then, I might have been in danger. Ma Yusung smiled. Don't call me, Miss. Azel snapped in frustration. Yusol stood to the side, finally understanding what was happening. That's right. In the original story, Ma Yusung had teamed up with Flame to easily defeat Ha Wanryong. But this time, because Yusol had intervened, Flame got stuck and Ma Yusung had to face Ha Wanryong alone. Could this be the reason Ha Wanryong had become abnormal? But either way, it was a good thing. This way, both Ha Wanryong and Ma Yusung would be forced to train and grow on their own. Unlike Yusol, their growth would undoubtedly bring a positive impact on the happy ending. Turning to Ma Yusung's perspective, seeing Yusol still pondering which club to join, the genius young man suggested, By the way, Yusol, haven't you joined a club yet? It's been a while since you enrolled. In response, Yusol explained that he had been too busy and didn't have the time. Ma Yusung eagerly pointed to himself and suggested, Then why don't you join the club with me? Let me think about it. If you meet my requirements, I might consider it. Yusol replied calmly, while the genius asked him what kind of club he wanted to join. Yusol answered, It has to be a quiet club with few members. No private gatherings, and it must meet the 4 major insurances, lunch with cheese and pork chops. Freedom to go outside, personal activities without restrictions, and special permission to go out. The list of conditions Yusol provided made Azel's face grow more and more puzzled. And she reminded him, There's no such club in the world. Well, of course there isn't. I was just joking, Yusol thought to himself. The conditions he listed were really just to push Ma Yusung away. However, what Yusol didn't know was that you should never joke around with geniuses. Really? Then I'll create a club like that for you, Ma Yusung said while pointing to himself, leaving the 2 people in front of him dumbfounded. Wait, you really can create a club that's allowed special permission to go outside? Yusol asked again, and Ma Yusung nodded confidently. Yeah, I can. Quickly, Yusol thought about Ma Yusung's background and realized, right, with Ma Yusung's connections, he could probably pull that off. But if you create a club for me, what's in it for you? I'll gain something too, because you're special, Ma Yusung answered softly. This made the main character a little worried, unsure if Ma Yusung had discovered something. Do you know something? Before Yusul could finish speaking, he suddenly stopped, because he realized something. Ah, right, I just remembered. One of Ma Yusung's core issues is that he's afraid of being alone. Thinking about this, Yusul decided not to ask any further questions and simply nodded in agreement. Alright, go ahead and form the club. Really? The genius friend asked eagerly. Yeah, but you have to include her too, Yusul said as he pointed to Azel beside him, causing Azel to jump in surprise. When Yusul said this, he had a clear intention behind it. In the original story, the two of them were a perfect match. If Azel could look after Ma Yusung emotionally, it would be the best thing that could happen. For Ma Yusung, as long as the main character was part of the club, he would easily accept everything. If the beautiful Miss Azel joins, then I'm very happy, Ma Yusung said with a smile. Don't call me Miss anymore. It's really annoying. Azel, the bishop, snapped, reminding him. As Yusul watched the two of them bicker, he suddenly wasn't so sure if this matchmaking scheme would actually work. So, what should we name the club? Someone in the group asked. Ah, I've got an idea for that, Yusul replied. Shortly after, a club application form appeared. Club application form. Club name, Culinary Club. President, Baek Yusul. Members, Ma Yusung, Azel. Purpose, explore culinary arts. Looking at the application form in front of her, Azel thoughtfully stroked her chin before saying, will this work? To get the special activity seal, you need to have a faculty advisor and at least 4 members. In response to her comment, Ma Yusung confidently asserted, I can handle the members and the seal, but finding an advisor will be a bit tricky. Why is that? You can get a special permission to go out, can't you? Yusul asked, furrowing his brow. What he received in return was Ma Yusung's mocking expression, because it's all just a bunch of trash. Alright, then, I'll go get the special activity seal for the application, Ma Yusung said. Thanks, I'll leave it to you. Yusul nodded, watching as Ma Yusung walked away. Yusul quietly thought to himself, the special activity seal isn't something just anyone can get, but if they give it to him, then he must be one of them. Time quickly passed, and the scene shifted to the main tower. Number 1. Inside the vice principal's office. The vice principal was still admiring his precious vase when suddenly the sound of the door opening rang out. The vice principal looked up to see who had entered, and immediately sprang to his feet in surprise, greeting with enthusiasm. Welcome, young master. Ma Yusung, holding the application form, nodded and greeted him back. Yes. Long time no see, Grandpa. Carrying the club application form in hand, Ma Yusung walked up to Vice Principal Achi Hayden and took a seat. After settling in, he let out a hearty laugh. Oh, this seat is more comfortable than I expected. I like it already. Standing before him, Vice Principal Achi Hayden awkwardly waved his hand and forced a smile. Ha ha, what brings you here? But behind that smile, his brows furrowed slightly as a troubling thought crept in. What the hell is this lunatic doing here? Trying to compose himself, Achi Hayden forced a more diplomatic tone. So, what brings you in today? Ma Yusung kept his smile as he pulled out a piece of paper, the same form he had discussed earlier with Baek Yusul and Azel. Club registration form, go ahead and stamp it. The suddenness of it caught Achi Hayden off guard, leaving him stunned for a few seconds. Regaining composure, he took the paper in hand and tried to assess the situation. A club registration form? I'll need to check whether it meets the requirements first. It was a reasonable doubt, after all. The minimum member requirement likely wasn't met. But before he could look into the details, Ma Yusung slammed his hand firmly on the desk, cutting off further deliberation. I don't think there's a need to review the contents. Right? Just stamp it, he said coldly. There was a darkness behind Ma Yusung's smile that Achi Hayden couldn't ignore. The shadow of something, or someone, terrifying loomed behind this seemingly carefree boy. Then came the quiet but chilling question. You'll do this for me, won't you? A shiver ran down Achi Hayden's spine. The look in Yusung's eyes reeked of trouble, deep, dangerous trouble. He instinctively swallowed hard and withdrew his hand slightly. He knew then and there, resistance was futile. If this child was truly the heir to that man, then opposing him would be suicide. Resigned, Achi Hayden let out a sigh. Yes, I'll do it. He picked up the form, ready to comply, but then added, but Ma Yusung, You know what I'm thinking right now. I do, Yu-sung replied coolly as he straightened his tie. Having gotten what he came for, he turned toward the door. Thanks, I'll be going now. With that, he left the room, shutting the door behind him. Vice Principal Achi Hayden sat frozen for a moment before collapsing into his chair with a heavy sigh. His eyes reflected deep contemplation. Like father, like son, he thought bitterly. Arrogant to the core, just like him. But then his gaze hardened, his thoughts turning darker still. It won't be long. One day, I'll slice that arrogant neck clean in one stroke, even if I had to move him to a different class to do it. As the lecturer began walking out the door, the students instinctively turned to look. Thoughts and whispers stirred instantly among them. Phew, finally it's over. That professor always nitpicks about the dumbest things. Exactly, especially if you're just a regular student, he's twice as harsh. Off to the side, Zeki stood up with a few tightly clutched documents in her hand. Her fingers trembled slightly as doubts crept in. I should have done better. I could have impressed everyone. I was even more prepared than Flame. But I let my nerves get the best of me. Before she could spiral further, Flame approached her with a warm smile. Zeki, your presentation was great. Don't let the professor's words get to you. You did well. But Zeki turned away and shouted. Enough, leaving Flame blinking in surprise. This kid, I worry so much about her. And she doesn't even understand how I feel. Suddenly, a calm voice chimed in beside her. Can't argue with that. Startled, Flame turned to see Baek Yusul standing nearby. Whoa, you scared me. What's going on? Seeing her startled face, Baek Yusul chuckled. Nothing major. You're pretty chummy with the professors. Right? I'm thinking of starting a club. Can you ask one of them for me? Flame narrowed her eyes, questioning his intent. Why don't you do it yourself? Because the professors hate me. He admitted without shame. I'd rather not risk it. That checks out. Flame muttered. You're always arguing with them. Sleeping during class. Honestly, it's a miracle you haven't been expelled. Ha ha, it's not that bad. He laughed sheepishly. Flame closed her eyes with a sigh. But seriously, who would want to help you with something this annoying? Yet even as she said it, an idea sparked. Her eyes opened, and she looked up with a grin. Wait a minute, aren't you close with assistant instructor Altarisha? The conversation ended on that note. Later, Baek Yusul was walking down a corridor, thoughts swirling through his head. So assistant instructors can guide students too? Guess I didn't know that. I've only ever followed the main storyline in the game. But his train of thought was cut off as he came to a halt. From a nearby room, a professor emerged with a stack of documents in hand. It was none other than Professor Tyrand, the same one who'd given him a hard time before. His face wore a sinister smirk, hinting at some scheme he was quietly hatching. Baek Yusul stared, confused. What the hell's going on now? Scene shift. At Professor Altarisha's private research room, Baek Yusul arrived and pushed the door open, greeting brightly. Hello. But then his expression changed. There, standing amid a mess of scattered papers, was Professor Altarisha, staring down at them in silence. Professor Altarisha? He asked. Puzzled. She didn't respond, too deep in thought to notice the mess or the student standing before her. As soon as she noticed someone enter, Professor Altarisha glanced over, eyes shimmering with unshed tears. She hastily wiped them away with the back of her hand and spoke in a slightly quivering voice. Oh, it's you. I wasn't expecting anyone. Baek Yusul stepped forward, concern etched on his face. Professor, what's going on? Altarisha hesitated, then offered a half-hearted smile. Ah, it's nothing. Really. She began to explain, her voice calm but tinged with sadness. As she spoke, Baek Yusul's eyes wandered to the desk, now nearly bare except for a few scattered pages. He quickly asked, Professor, what about that paper you said you'd been working on? The one you finished earlier? Altarisha paused, her hands clenching slightly before she forced another smile. I submitted it to the professor. You know, there's an academic symposium coming up. He said he'd present my paper there. I should be grateful, right? It's a huge gathering of the best alchemists around. But Baek Yusul's expression turned cold as he interrupted her. Isn't that just stealing? Will your name even be on it? Her smile faltered, and for a moment, she said nothing. Then she simply replied, It's fine. Things like this, they're just part of life. Hearing that, Baek Yusul sighed and looked away. Damn it, I shouldn't have come here just to ask for her help with the club. His eyes drifted toward a wall filled with magical formulas. And his thoughts spiraled again. Professor Men is going to crack that formula soon. I wanted Altarisha to be the one to solve it before that happened. Then, snapping out of his thoughts, he turned to her and said, "But you're working on another paper, right? The one we were solving together?" Surprised, Altarisha blinked, then recalled, "Oh, right, the one about random number interference combined with key techniques. I tried to use your ideas on it, but nothing really worked. There's a reason it's remained unsolved for over 300 years. She gestured to the formula-covered chalkboard. If I could just break through one of these blocked segments, I think I'd be able to see the full path forward. But then Baek Yusul said something that made her freeze. I already cracked that segment. What? She gasped. Wait, are you serious? You really solved it? No joke? Without answering directly, Baek Yusul walked over to the board. Yeah, but I only stumbled onto it by accident using a trick. I don't fully understand how it works. He picked up a piece of chalk and began to write. Formulas, matrices, and variables began appearing across the board in a clean, structured flow. Altarisha's eyes followed every line with intense focus, her astonishment growing with each new symbol. After finishing, Baek Yusul turned and smiled. But I know if it's you, you'll take it way further than I ever could. Without a word, Altarisha stepped forward, eyes locked on the board, drawn in by the brilliance of what he had just revealed. Altarisha's analytical focus sharpened as she spoke aloud, piecing together the breakthrough. Yes, if I integrate dispersion and reflection into the Trini coefficient here, and then apply Panison's flow on top of it. Hearing her say that, Baek Yusul smiled with quiet satisfaction. His thoughts followed quickly behind. She's already completely immersed in it. That level of concentration is insane. Unlike me, someone who only mimics what he sees, she's the real deal. A true genius. Someone who might actually reshape the future of humanity. With that realization, Baek Yusul turned toward the door. My part ends here. Without saying another word, he quietly left the room, the sound of his footsteps fading as Altarisha continued scribbling, fully absorbed in the problem before her. From this point on, all I can do is believe in her talent and wait. Continuing on his journey, a soft, alluring scent drifted from a nearby room, stopping Baek Yusul in his tracks. Ah, finally made it. My body's aching all over, he muttered, feeling the tension ease just slightly. His thoughts quickly turned to recent events. Thanks to Altarisha's help, I was able to set up the culinary club and become its leader. That got me an official permit to leave campus. His eyes closed for a moment in quiet relief. There were a few suspicions, but in the end, getting the permit went smoother than expected. His musings were cut short as he recalled a recent conversation with Professor Lee. Training, huh? The professor had asked skeptically, having noticed the odd excuse behind Yuseol's request to leave under the guise of a cooking club. All Yuseol could do was offer an awkward chuckle. Ha ha, yeah, something like that. With a quiet sigh, he resumed his steps. A large tree loomed ahead, its branches sprawling like a canopy of nature's own cathedral. As long as I don't stir up trouble, this should be fine. Then, as he turned a corner, his eyes widened in awe. Whoa, a giant tree? Towering in the distance stood the third world tree. He blinked in amazement. So that's the third one. The updated map info confirmed it. Manhwa Spirit Garden, now expanded with new structures nestled at the roots of this massive tree. This time, Yusul had arrived at the realm of the spirits. As he walked forward, jaw still slightly agape, he blurted out, "No way. This looks nothing like the game's graphics." A little farther in, a female spirit approached, offering a warm, welcoming smile. "It is an honor to meet the Mage of Stella." A male spirit standing beside her added, "May your sincerity reach the heart of the Earth Mother." Smiling back at them, Yusul responded with a gracious bow. "May you always be blessed by the world tree that gave birth to this beautiful garden." His thoughts turned contemplative. Maybe it's because long ago, the Altman and Eltran races saved them from the burning collapse of the second world tree. Spirits here seem pretty friendly towards Stella uniforms. He scanned the crowd and noted another detail. Just like the game, beautiful men and women everywhere. But even among them, one stands out. That one was none other than Hwa Seorin, the Spirit King. With beauty so divine she seemed sculpted by gods. Hwa Seorin had once enchanted countless male players. She was easily one of the most beloved NPCs in World A. However, spirits were not born with a fixed gender. Their gender would only manifest after they experienced true love. Hwa Seorin, originally appearing female, remained genderless due to never having fallen in love. Eventually, when she fell for Flame, she chose to become male. Regardless of the route players took, there was no option for her to stay female, a bittersweet twist that devastated many fanboys. Yeah, I used to like her too, Yusol thought, chuckling quietly to himself as he wandered deeper into the spirit realm. Fond memories mixing with the reality before him. Then something caught his attention. A curious smile spread across his face as he looked ahead. Found it. This is the hidden labyrinth, Leafhandle's spirit garden. He paused before entering, his expression turning serious. My skills have improved a lot lately. I'd better prepare for what's coming next. Old memories stirred again. I remember. I'll need a key item for this part. Leafhandle's key of light. Holding the glimmering key in his hand, he smiled once more. Good thing I got this earlier than expected. Baek Yusol inserted the key into the lock in front of him. The mechanism clicked softly, but before he could turn it, a system prompt unexpectedly appeared. Warning. Unlocking this gate may alert other holders of the same key. He stared at the message, unfazed. I definitely remember seeing this warning in the game, he muttered. His mind quickly recalled what he'd read in forum posts. Players confirmed nothing major actually happened. Shrugging to himself, he added, what could possibly go wrong at this point? With that, he turned the key. A brilliant light flared from the gate as it opened, revealing a path forward. The system updated again. Gate to Leafhandle's spirit garden has opened. Destination. A castle within the spirit kingdom. Cradle of the celestial spirits. As Yusol stepped forward, the scene transitioned. A grand palace came into view, situated within a majestic room. At its center was a bed, and on it lay a white-haired girl, sleeping peacefully. Suddenly, she stirred. She murmured, slowly rising from bed. Barefoot, she walked gracefully to a window and opened it. In the distance, the massive world tree loomed, standing as a sentinel of the realm. Information popped up. Hwa Seorin, monarch of the spirit tribe. Gazing out into the horizon, she spoke softly, almost wistfully. The world feels too peaceful today. Above her, two doves flitted about, cooing to one another. Watching them, she added, I wonder when I'll ever be that free. Her golden eyes reflected the quiet yearning in her heart. Just looking at those birds was enough to stir envy. But the mood shifted. The faint sound of a footstep echoed in the air, and the atmosphere around her subtly changed. Hwa Seorin's expression sharpened as she sensed a disturbance. This energy. She touched her forehead lightly. Deep in thought, someone entered the hidden garden, where Leafhandle slumbers. But no one should be able to access that place. Who could it be? A hint of worry crept onto her face. What should I do now? Without hesitation, she reached for an object nearby, a cloak with a hood, and pulled it over her shoulders. Heading for the door, she was clearly preparing to leave. But just before stepping out, she halted. Her hand clenched the edge of her robe, torn with doubt. No, I can't act recklessly. I've held back for decades. If I move rashly and trigger the curse again, someone might lose their mind. She closed her eyes for a moment, then nodded to herself. I'll wait. When the destined day comes, I'll investigate. When I return, I'll find Baek Yusol. Meanwhile, somewhere far from that palace, Baek Yusol sneezed loudly. Achoo, he groaned, waving a hand through a cloud of irritating pollen. Stupid pollen. But before he could recover, something lashed at him from behind. Instinct kicked in, and he rolled forward just in time to avoid the sudden attack. Whoa, damn these tree roots. Roots whipped around him like living whips, and he barely dodged their grasp. The serene garden had suddenly become a battlefield. After moving a fair distance, Baek Yusol came to a stop beside a massive, otherworldly flower. Adjusting the hem of his coat, he muttered, if I just keep fighting head-on, this'll never end. Then, with a sly smile, he pulled out a small vial from his satchel. Good thing I came prepared with an alchemic Molotov. Without a moment's hesitation, he hurled the bottle forward. As it shattered on the ground, a brilliant flash of light erupted, followed by flames bursting to life. The fire spread rapidly, engulfing the nearby vegetation in a wave of heat. On the other side of the blaze, Baek Yusol unsheathed his familiar sword, gripping it tightly as he readied himself. Can't afford to waste this opportunity. In an instant, his body blurred, his speed skyrocketing. He blinked forward, rushing directly toward his target. His sharp gaze locked onto a single fixed point. And with practiced precision, he drove his blade forward. The sword pierced cleanly through the weak spot he had targeted. Just 2 swift, basic strikes, and the monstrous plant creature before him began to dissolve into glowing particles. His system chimed. You have gained experience points. Exhaling slightly, he stepped back and gave the now quiet battlefield a quick scan. Half lidding his eyes in mild satisfaction. This kind of trash mob is nothing. Centering himself again, he glanced toward the path ahead. Now, time to move on to the real objective. Another system prompt appeared. You have entered the boss room of the labyrinth. Before him now lay a strange, mystical garden filled with radiant blue flowers, softly glowing beneath a calm, dreamlike light. At the center stood a great marble column, and leaning silently against it, a mysterious figure cast a long shadow. Baek Yusul took a cautious step forward, narrowing his eyes to get a better look. The sight before him made him pause. That's the celestial spirit, Leafhanel? Continuing in Baek Yusul's reflective inner voice. The most mysterious existence in the world is the soul. A soul, pure and undisturbed, refined through centuries of discipline, can reach a state of transcendence, shedding its mortal shell to become something greater. Something eternal. Even in this vast world, there are said to be few such entities. But what stood before Baek Yusul was not one of those perfect souls. The woman had lost her heart just before her soul could complete its evolution. She remained in a liminal state, forever trapped, neither alive nor truly ascended. Beneath the silvery light of the moon, cast over a dreamlike darkness, Baek Yusul saw her, leaning gently against the central pillar of the spirit realm. A creeping tension gripped his chest. He inhaled deeply, steadying himself, and began placing one foot in front of the other. Even though what lay ahead was merely a spiritual remnant, the sheer pressure radiating from its colossal mana density was overwhelming. His knees buckled under the force. He had read the system's warning earlier. Always wear high-grade defensive gear when approaching manifested spirits. But at the moment, he was completely unprotected. His legs gave out. Supernatural mana pressure. Even in death, a soul remained a soul. Its presence alone carried weight. The moment of death seemed to freeze into this lingering pressure. But he refused to give up. Clenching his jaw, Baek Yusul gathered every ounce of strength he could muster. Slowly, agonizingly, he forced himself upright, though his body trembled with strain. Without the ability to store mana, every movement was an effort. And yet, step by step, he advanced, until he finally stood before the soul. Breathing heavily, he now had a clearer view of her. The spirit appeared to be deep in prayer. Hands joined serenely before her chest. A soft blue light bathed the surrounding space, lending it an ethereal beauty. Then came an unexpected surprise. Skill express for slow mana accumulation has increased. Startled, Baek Yusul staggered slightly backward. I actually feel a little more alive now, he muttered, half laughing through his exhaustion. Another system prompt appeared. Stat values have increased. A dazed look crossed his face. So this is it. This place must be a training ground left behind by the soul. This sanctuary, a mystery even the world's most skilled mages could never fully uncover, was one of those rare mana bloodline anomalies they all desperately searched for. A sacred site where even the most basic training could yield exponential results, 100 times more effective than normal. And now, with natural soul energy being absorbed around him, his affinity was rising rapidly. I see. It's nearly impossible for me to find a proper training facility elsewhere. But here, I can practice techniques I've never been able to before. But then, his gaze shifted back to the soul's statue, or more precisely, to something resting atop it. A new thought struck him. No more hesitation. He reached forward, gently picking up the object. A notification flashed brightly. You have obtained the item, Branch of Hatred. A smirk tugged at Baek Yusul's lips as he rested a hand on his hip. The system followed up with a more detailed breakdown. Item acquired. Branch of Hatred. Rarity. High rare. Description. Hatred does not fade with time, it festers, deepens, and multiplies. Special effect, Hatred. 1. On first contact, the target enters a state of abnormal resentment. 2. On second contact, the target's hatred erupts, dealing significant bonus damage to those with dark-aligned attributes. 3. Hatred-based damage accumulates daily and can persist for up to 3 months. 4. Against targets of danger level 6 or higher. Damage may be halved. One-time use only. He held the item up with growing confidence. With this, I can handle the parasite from Chapter 8, Dark Mage Mazen Torrent. And now that I've secured the visual artifact, it's time to train. Weeks passed like falling leaves in autumn. In a quiet moment, Baek Yusul pulled up his system panel and checked his progress. Skill. Slow mana accumulation, LV, 3. Strength. Plus 8%. Agility. Plus 12%. Perception. Plus 20%. Sixth sense. Activates by consuming user's mental stamina. Detects mana phenomena within a 24-meter radius. Also activates enhanced perception speed when user is deemed in danger. Mana circulation rate, 2%. He exhaled through clenched teeth. Phew. Hand resting on his chin. He analyzed. My stats right now. They're around mid 2-star level. But then a sobering thought struck him. The main characters are already well into 4 stars or more. I've still got a long road ahead. Training resumed, unceasing, unrelenting. There are no true masters of swordsmanship left in this world. He reminded himself. Which means all I can do is repeat the basics, thrusts and slashes, until I strike true at the enemy's weak points. His resolve burned brighter than ever. With his blade raised high, Baek Yusul threw himself into the grind, body, bones, and sweat offered to the path of mastery. Basic slashes cut the air, clean and precise. But then, something interrupted him. A sharp sensation pierced through his chest like a phantom blade. His sword slipped from his grip and fell. Oddly enough, he didn't panic. Instead, he gasped and whispered with exhilaration. Perfect. Drenched in sweat, he wiped his face and caught his breath. And then, as if rewarding his effort, a new notification appeared. You've learned a unique breathing technique. New skill acquired. Soul's breath. But something felt off. His vision began to blur. The world twisted unnaturally, spiraling inward. A heavy pressure pressed against him. Drowsiness crept into his eyes. Shapes distorted, lines bent, the world was warping. And then, voices. Sharp, chaotic, overlapping. What are you doing right now? Can't you hear my voice? You hear me, right? Why are you ignoring me? I wish you were ignoring me. Do you hear me now? Yes, yes. Answer quickly. I'm waiting. I told you to answer quickly. Hurry up. His eyes flew open, surprise still frozen on his face. Baek Yusul instinctively clutched his chest, as if jolted awake from a nightmare. What the hell? That was terrifying. Where did that voice come from? He muttered, heart still pounding. Then, another voice rang out, softer yet startling. Huh? Can you hear my voice now? He spun around, eyes narrowing in disbelief. Wait, are you the spirit? His gaze shot toward the soul statue in the center of the chamber. Confusion twisted his expression as thoughts raced. What kind of spirit was Leafhandel talking to me about again? He raised a hand to his mouth, blinking in shock. That corpse is talking to me. Before him, faint orbs of light began to swirl and converge, slowly forming a subtle outline. I'm not dead yet. You really are a terrible person. The voice teased. Yusul blinked, baffled. What did you say? I've been talking this whole time. You just couldn't hear me. You were deaf, incapable of syncing with the flow. His confusion only deepened. Then why can I suddenly hear you now, when I couldn't before? He asked while picking up the sword he had dropped. Isn't it obvious? The voice replied. It's because we're the same now. He paused mid-motion, the words sticking. His eyes widened even further when the voice added. You just took a breath. The same breath I did. The realization struck like lightning. He remembered the message from earlier, the one about the new skill he had unlocked. Right on cue, the system displayed an updated notification. New skill acquired. Soul's breath, LV, 1. Description. The breath of the soul allows you to synchronize with nature. Greatly increases blood circulation but causes mana erosion. Techniques. Form 1. Plus 107% strength. Form 2. Plus 125% agility. Form 3. Plus 147% perception. Form 4. Plus 101% strength. Duration. 15 seconds. Mana erosion rate. 1%. Yusul studied the panel intently. His expression drawn. This skill, it's incredible. Short-lived, but for those seconds, it could push my physical stats straight to 4-star level. Right? Then, a sobering thought cut through his excitement. Wait a minute, The penalty is erosion of divine power. His thoughts spiraled. This lines up with what I've suspected, about losing my human body. Divine beasts maintain their form with their innate magical power. But me? I'm leaking mana. Constantly. I'm losing myself. This might actually be a slow death. It's a great skill, but the more I use it, the faster I'll burn out. Yuseol's eyes refocused forward, locking onto the light gathering once again. He drew a deep breath, grounding himself. No, I need to think positively. No matter what, I've gained a powerful skill, one I can save for emergencies. That matters. Across from him, the spirit statue fell into a brief silence, seemingly lost in thought. After a moment, it finally spoke. It's truly astonishing. This is only the second time a human has been able to breathe the breath of the spirit. You're similar to the other person. Both of you possess such a faint presence. Because your body holds no mana, it's as if you don't truly exist in this world. Though Baek Yusol didn't fully understand, he grasped the key point and asked back, "Who was that person?" The spirit statue responded, "That person also wielded a sword like yours. They had the ability to cut through all magic and spirits." A look of surprise flashed across Yuseol's face. "What?" he said aloud. He processed the information quickly in his mind. The game never mentioned such a check. If you could slash a spirit, wouldn't that make you extremely skilled? He then posed another question. "Can I meet that person?" The spirit statue replied, "No, you can't. They were killed by 12 disciples of the Origin Mage." The news hit Yusol like a bolt of lightning, and his expression fell. The Origin Mage, so he's been dead for a very long time. Then the statue added something new. "Should I teach you? I was very close to that person, so I recorded their entire breath and movements." Yuseol's surprise deepened. "Really?" The spirit's voice continued. "However, there's one condition. I cannot leave this place or speak to anyone else. I am certainly dead, so please, save my heart, save me." Yusol hesitated for a few seconds, his expression growing somber. This was the answer he had been waiting for. He spoke carefully. "Sorry, that's impossible. With my current abilities, I can't save the hearts of other spirits." Leaf Hanel's voice fell silent, and a heavy sense of contemplation lingered. After a pause, the spirit resumed. "It doesn't necessarily have to be the heart of a spirit. It's just the pure heart of a god." Baek Yusol was skeptical. "If you use the heart of a god, will you lose most of your power?" Upon hearing this, Leaf Hanel's tone softened for a moment. "Are you okay?" Instead of being trapped here forever in loneliness. There was a bitterness in those words. Not knowing exactly how to feel, Yusol sighed and agreed. "All right, if it's just the heart of an ordinary god, then I suppose that's not such a big problem." The voice carried a note of hopeful anticipation. "Really?" Hidden thoughts formed quietly in Baek Yuseol's mind. "After all, the reason I'm training here is for the upcoming Spirit Pact ceremony. At that time, I will encounter countless creatures. That's far more important than saving the heart of a single spirit." A smile appeared on his lips, and he said, "I'll bring it to you, as many as I can." The spirit before him replied, "Thank you, I will wait. Oh, I have something for you as proof." Baek Yusol sounded doubtful. "Proof?" Following the spirit's direction, he noticed another item. The voice from the spirit said, "Look at the pillar behind me." He asked, "What is this?" The spirit answered, "This is the proof that you are my friend." Baek Yusol took it into his hand, and the system broadcast knowledge. Leaf Hanel's flower necklace. A proof item of friendship. New thoughts flooded him. "I've never heard of such an item before. Not even in the game." He put it into his pocket, thinking, "Alright, if there's no fire, I might as well use it as kindling." But then he stopped himself from putting the necklace away. "No, wait, this is a sacred spirit." He held it up in front of him, gazed at it, and smiled. "This is a symbol of friendship. Maybe this will be a pretty useful item after all." As dawn approached, soft light filtered through the window frame of a certain room. A hand holding a chalkboard pen appeared in the shot. This place wasn't unfamiliar, it was Stella Academy. Altarisha's laboratory. She suddenly paused her chalk, looking at the complete system of a formula before her. "I did it." In the cramped room, Altarisha had solved the entire formula Baek Yusol had provided earlier. Then a sound rang out, but she paid it little attention. "Oh, this isn't the time." She moved to her desk and began writing. The pen touched the paper. After a while, she smiled with satisfaction. "Tomorrow, a new era will begin. Would Yusol be happy to know about this?" Co-author Baek Yusol. "Yeah, The capital of the Dwarf Kingdom, the Black Iron Empire, was a vast, towering, and desolate place, home to two main resources, gold mines and iron mines. The buildings were so tall that they didn't even reach the end of the visible skyline. These towering structures looked more like a forest of cyberpunk-style constructions. Above, countless steel cables crisscrossed the sky, with trains running back and forth along them. The whole network resembled a spiderweb, which was why the city was called the Spider City. The atmosphere was gloomy and dark, evoking a sense of unease. Yet, the dwarves who actually lived here were full of life and energy. Baek Yusul and Altarisha had just arrived, and he smiled as he said, "We're here." A bit surprised, Altarisha standing beside him confirmed, "Yes, that's right." A few explanations followed. Today was the day of the academic conference. The venue changed every year, and this time, the event was being held at Jeomhakkwang Academy, the best school for alchemy in the Dwarf Kingdom. Since dwarves were the creators of physical magic, this year's conference was expected to be larger and different from usual. Moreover, it was said that the greatest alchemist in Khodan, also known as the Golden Alchemist Wal Sok Ko, would attend this conference. A thought crossed Baek Yusul's mind, mixed with pride. This was the perfect moment to present Altarisha's latest research findings. But then his gaze shifted to Altarisha next to him. She spoke up, "But Yusul, is this really okay?" Worry was clear on her face. This was the work that professor had spent half his life researching. Seeing her like that, Baek Yusul felt a bit uneasy in his thoughts. Wait, is that person really talented or just foolish? Even though her research was stolen, she couldn't do anything about it. Yet she still manages to say such graceful things? Sensing the tension, he quickly changed the atmosphere. "Don't worry." Altarisha looked over, and he continued, "It's not like I copied Professor Mason Tyron's research. It's just that assistant is better than the professor." Altarisha seemed a little stunned. "Yes. Thank you." With that, the two moved forward. He added, "All right then, let's go in. There's way too much red carpet up front. So let's just sneak in through the back." Altarisha didn't refuse. "Oh, yes, that sounds like a good idea." Everyone then entered inside. The host's voice echoed through the hall. "Greetings to all doctors, professors, and researchers of the Friendly Association. The 87th Golden Section Science Conference is about to begin. For the very first time, we will be introducing a new medicine." Footsteps approached the stage. It was none other than Professor Mason Tarend herself. The host continued once she took her position. "First, we have Professor Mason Tarend from Stella Academy." As she began her presentation, she projected some information on the screen and started, "Hello. I am Mason Tarend from Stella Academy. Today, I will introduce the alpha type of the red potion." She launched into a long-winded speech. Everyone listened intently, but it was hard to tell what she was actually saying. After quite a while, she concluded, "That's all for today." The audience was left stunned. Baek Yusul stood quietly in a corner, arms crossed, observing as the crowd buzzed with conversation. "Oh, Professor Mason Tarend really has a brilliant idea to improve that hard-to-make red potion." Watching the chatter, a few thoughts arose in Baek Yusul's mind. It seems she's very good at talking about Altarisha's thesis as if it were her own. There are many ways to play this game. The main course is about to begin now. Someone stepped forward. The host's voice rang out. "Next, we have a presentation from Altarisha, the assistant from Stella Academy." Altarisha walked up to the exact spot where Professor Mason Tarend had stood moments before. She decided to begin. "Hello. It's a pleasure to meet you all. I'm Altarisha, an alchemist from Stella Academy." But no one paid much attention to her words. Whispering started among the audience. "Hey, isn't that the person from the pharmaceutical company I mentioned earlier? I really liked the presentation on natural regenerative cell extraction that the professor explained." Baek Yusul, standing above, listened closely to Altarisha's speech below. She continued, "The topic I will present today is..." A faint smile appeared on Baek Yusul's lips as the next sentence from Altarisha brought silence to the hall for a brief moment. "This is a perfect summary and complete understanding of the analysis and interpretation of the mixed number interference in metallurgy." The murmurs abruptly stopped. No one dared to speak. But then someone couldn't hold back and challenged her directly. "Do you even realize where you are standing right now?" Altarisha hesitated for a moment, then replied, "Yes, of course. This is a great and honorable position for someone like me." The questioning persisted. Then what exactly do we make of what you just said? Altarisha looked worried, clenched her hands and placed them on her chest. Then regained her composure and said, "Please accept it in the way of an alchemist." Once again, whispers broke out from the crowd, but that mixed number interference is absurd, by the principles of magic and metallurgy. They shouldn't be able to blend together, right? This has been an unresolved problem for over 300 years. Up above, the golden alchemist Wall Sok Ko put his hand over his mouth. Adjusting his demeanor, he continued, "I'm really looking forward to this. I want to uncover the truth inside a magic that's supposedly impossible. Little alchemist, please reveal your discovery to us." Altarisha was visibly surprised by his words. A faint blush of happiness appeared on her face. She said softly, "Thank you." But suddenly, someone stood up and shouted loudly, "I object." It was none other than Professor Maison Tarend. Her words came out through gritted teeth. "Before we proceed with Assistant Altarisha's report, I want to raise several questions regarding the report being discussed." Professor Wall Sok Ko glanced over and asked, "What exactly are you implying?" But something seemed to stir within Professor Maison Tarend. Looking straight at Altarisha, she said clearly, "There's suspicion of plagiarism." Altarisha's face registered surprise, while whispers erupted all around. "Oh my god. Plagiarism? Are they seriously accusing plagiarism now?" Wall Sok Ko chuckled with excitement. "Ha ha, that's amusing. Do you know what happens if you accuse someone of plagiarism and can't prove it?" With a faint smile, Professor Maison Tarend replied, "Of course I do." She stepped forward to stand directly in front of Altarisha, spreading her arms wide as she said, "As everyone knows, the mixed number interference in metallurgy has 5 major challenges. Only by solving all 5 can alchemy and magic truly harmonize." She went on, "So far, only 2 of these problems have been solved in our academy, and even those were considered incomplete answers." Baek Yusul crossed his arms, listening intently to Maison Tarend's words. The professor below continued, "But I have solved the 4 most difficult problems. And this assistant Altarisha standing here is not only my assistant but also an alchemy assistant." Altarisha's worry grew as the murmurs in the room started again. "If that's true, then this report..." Before she could finish, Maison Tarend interrupted, "Of course my thesis is correct, even if the assistant claims to have solved the 5th puzzle." The weight of the criticism bore heavily on Altarisha's shoulders. "Can you really claim you solved the other 4 problems on your own?" Maison Tarend smirked confidently, looking at Altarisha standing nearby. A dangerous smile crossed her lips as she thought, "Altarisha, you fool. I must admit your genius and extraordinary talent. But this is where an alchemist's life ends. Talent is eternal." The professor moved closer, posing the question with a challenging tone. "So what do you say, Assistant Altarisha?" Still caught in the struggle, Altarisha felt a tremor, with new thoughts rushing through her mind. "Oh, I knew this would happen. My hair's slowly turning white. What am I going to do?" Then, an idea sparked within her. "If you feel overwhelmed alone, call on me." Slowly regaining her composure, she narrowed her eyes and raised her hand to speak. "I have someone helping me. I want to call someone else to appear, like everyone else." From her position, Altarisha continued, "I am a co-author of this entire report." A trembling finger pointed straight ahead, toward where Baek Yusul stood. And she said, "That student is Baek Yusul." Not expecting this moment, his face showed a mix of worry and surprise. A new thought emerged. "I'm a co-author?" After Altarisha introduced herself as a co-author, Professor Maison Tarend's gaze shifted toward Baek Yusul. He took a few steps forward toward the podium. The murmurs among the crowd grew louder. "How ridiculous. A young student like that? Always causing a fuss? I doubt anything will actually change with this argument." Golden alchemist Professor Wall Sok Ko folded his arms, showing some interest as he said, "Oh ho, I'm really looking forward to this." Meanwhile, Baek Yusul moved closer to the lectern, his eyes lowered to the ground, carrying a slightly somber mood. He approached Professor Maison Tarend directly, locking eyes with her without a hint of worry or hesitation. Quietly, he stepped past her. Suddenly, a surge of magical energy burst out, emanating from the branch he was holding. The energy struck the professor's arm. A system notification flashed quickly. "Special skill, resentment, of the item, branch of vengeance, activated. Target, Maison Tarend." Maison Tarend seemed unaware of this and only showed a flicker of anger as she glanced over. Muttering, HMPH. Such disrespect. Seeing she hadn't noticed, Baek Yusul smiled faintly in satisfaction. Once at the right spot, he stopped and faced the scholars below. A hush fell over the room. His expression neutral. Baek Yusul began. First, I want to carefully listen to Professor Mason Tyron's arguments. There's a saying, seeing once is better than hearing 100 times. So, let's solve this cross-training technique together. A smile spread across his face. And whispers broke out again. A debate between a professor and her assistant about this report? Sounds pretty interesting. I'm on board with that. Altarisha, worried, stammered. Yusul. I. He looked at her and then asked playfully. Hey assistant, don't you trust me? She blinked, a bit confused, then replied. No, I do trust you. To reassure her further, Baek Yusul said warmly. I've been by your side all this time. So don't worry. Assistant Altarisha, you can do this. I trust you more than anyone else. Seeing his encouraging smile, Altarisha blushed slightly. Her thoughts raced. Can I really do this? She gripped her collar tightly, adjusted her glasses, and calmed herself. Yes, Yusul is right. I have to believe in everything I've worked on all this time. She straightened her hair neatly. Meanwhile, Professor Mason Tarend was left flustered, unable to control the situation. After regaining her composure, Altarisha stepped forward and faced Mason directly. Then, let's begin. Encouraged by Baek Yusul, Altarisha spoke confidently, starting with some new information. The method of variable interference in alchemy. 300 years ago, an alchemist declared, I found a miraculous formula to solve this equation. This is a magical formation that can break the interspace barrier. But I urgently needed to use the restroom, so I couldn't write it down. He then died in the restroom, and the formula became legendary. Since then, countless alchemists tried and failed. Now, no one wanted to attempt it anymore. The unsolved formula was considered impossible, until now. Someone claimed they could solve the random interspace interference technique. A cold-faced smoker spoke up. Interesting. Information popped up. Member of the Bone Moon Tower. Destruction Squad 13. Captain Kan. Nearby, a girl dressed similarly yawned loudly. What's so interesting? This is boring as hell. Her info appeared too. Vice Captain Haejin Macaron. Both were here in stealth mode. After her long yawn, Vice Captain Haejin Macaron glanced upward, giving a half-judging look. Captain, do you really think that professor is a dark mage? Someone nearby muttered. I think I smell cigarette smoke around here. Watching as they took notes on the blackboard, Haejin Macaron commented, the more I think about it, the more this mission feels like a big scam. She looked at Kan without saying a word. A pause hung in the air. Resigned, she rubbed her head and closed her eyes, adding, what can I say? The captain just blindly trusts whatever that old man says. Suddenly, she opened her eyes and looked forward. Not just her, Kan also focused on the direction where Professor Mason Tarend and Assistant Altarisha faced off again. A quick thought formed. The atmosphere in this hall has definitely shifted. Hasn't it? The moderator's voice rang out. Yes. We've just finished the first difficult problem. Approaching Golden Alchemist Professor Wal Sok Ko, he was surprised by the detailed information recorded below, observing a stream of data carefully noted on two blackboards. He remarked, though similar, these are completely different approaches. Meanwhile, Captain Kan carefully observed the same direction, thinking, yet the assistant's explanation is simpler than Professor Mason Tyron's. Plus, the final results differ somewhat. Below, the moderator announced again, next, the second difficult problem. Both returned to their blackboards. Continuing to write, among the observers, a few began to gather, their faces showing surprise mixed with concern. Amazing, many have tried to solve the second problem, but I've never seen an explanation like this. This is a problem that's supposed to take at least 200 lines to solve clearly. And she's doing it in only 12 lines. The person everyone was talking about was Altarisha. Watching the scene, Baek Yusul crossed his arms and smiled, thinking, the audience is responding well. But the real challenge starts now. The moderator's voice rang out again. Now, the third difficult problem is underway. Will this problem, unsolved by anyone until now, finally be cracked here? Both concentrated, scribbling results onto their boards. Sweat beads of worry appeared on Altarisha's face, while Professor Mason Tarend looked even more anxious. Both paused their pens, and Wal Sok Ko below was stunned. He quickly concluded, "She really solved it? Professor Mason, the one who was supposed to solve the impossible third problem. The result is truly impressive." Despite the praise, Mason showed no joy, only a mixture of surprise and disbelief. Wall Sok-ko's voice rang out, "But more than that, Assistant Altarisha has something even more impressive." Glancing at the hidden results by Altarisha, Professor Mason began to grow irritated and angry, her thoughts creeping in. What kind of explanation is that? Meanwhile, Baek Yusul smiled with satisfaction, hearing the endless murmurs around him. How on earth could she come up with an approach like that? Even seeing it with my own eyes, I still can't believe it. New information surfaced. Traditionally, senior alchemists treated the 5 difficult problems as separate issues, solving each one individually. But Altarisha was completely different. She viewed all 5 problems as a whole, then solved them in an integrated way. This was also the key difference between Maison Tarend and Altarisha. The process of solving the difficult problems continued. Professor Mason's hand began trembling as she wrote on the board. Her calculations faltered. "Wait, what's the formula for the next part again?" Looking back at the blackboard, she cursed under her breath. "Honestly, there's not enough space left to write." She turned to the nearby moderator, shouting, "Please bring more boards here." Her voice grew sharper. "Hurry up." Then, a familiar voice broke through, instantly dissolving the tension. "I've finished." Professor Mason froze, then glanced sideways toward Altarisha, who calmly turned her back to the blackboard and faced the crowd below. Altarisha explained, addressing everyone. That was the complete analysis and explanation of the random void interference alchemy formula. Light gleamed from her as her steady voice echoed throughout the plaza, ending this unsolvable problem. No one could contain their emotions. Voices overwhelmed everything. Insane. This is absolutely crazy. Am I really witnessing a historic moment in a place like this? Ah, I'm so moved. Truly a moment of the century. Hearing these words, Altarisha felt joy and confidence swell inside. She looked toward Baek Yusul nearby, her thoughts adding, "Thank you, Yusul. It's all because of you." Her smile remained, but then a different voice cut through. "Altarisha." Opposite her stood the dark aura radiating from Professor Maison Tarend. Altarisha looked over, full of worry. "Professor." Baek Yusul stepped forward to stand beside Altarisha, then raised an arm as the dark magical aura from Professor Maison Tarend grew more visible by the second. A tense voice erupted immediately. "Altarisha." A bitter confession followed. "How long do you intend to keep making me suffer? You stole my thesis, then rewrote it as your own. Are you proud of that?" Baek Yusul took a step forward, shielding Altarisha behind him. His eyes revealed no emotion, and a quick thought formed in his mind. Is she really going to become a dark mage right here and now? Though earlier than expected, that might actually be better. Looking at Professor Mason standing before him, he mulled over a new idea. If she truly turns into a dark mage in front of everyone, the waves of anger will be uncontrollable. The professor called out again, "Altarisha, Altarisha," her eyes finally showing pure hatred. Altarisha, still anxious, bit her lip to calm herself. "I've carried this emotional burden for too long." Suddenly, she shouted loudly, "I told you to just admit it." Confidence returned to her voice. Following that momentum, Altarisha stated clearly, "My thesis is even better than yours. Wasn't the presentation earlier proof enough? How much more do you have to steal from me before you're satisfied?" Hearing this, the audience and scientists exchanged surprised whispers. The alchemy thesis on crimson medicine was written by the assistant? No wonder. But her confidence wavered again as she trembled. "Professor. Professor." Then her voice rose even louder. "You're even more foolish than me." Hearing this, Baek Yusul's face showed a moment of stunned disbelief as he looked at her. That feeling quickly spread to Captain Kan and Vice Captain Heijin Macaron standing nearby. Finally, Professor Mason, the focal point of the scene, also looked stunned. To break the awkward silence, Golden Alchemist Wall Sok-ko chuckled loudly, "Haha. This is truly fascinating." Folding his arms, he laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha ha. Today's seminar is really something." At that moment, Professor Mason snapped back to reality, her voice shaky as she realized some of her dark magic had been revealed. "What?" She looked at her trembling hands and thought quickly, "What have I just done?" Then her thoughts turned to danger. This is bad. Really bad. Knowing where it all started, She glared angrily in one direction and hurriedly stepped toward Altarisha. Her threat took shape in her words. Altarisha. How dare you? Altarisha froze, startled and timid. That surprise quickly turned to resolve when Mason saw a familiar figure blocking her path. It was none other than Baek Yusol. His voice was calm but firm. Professor Mason, please take a good look at the situation now. After hearing his words, Mason's face froze, then gradually softened into stunned disbelief and doubt. She felt the invisible pressure from countless eyes below, many of which now held a poor opinion of her. The alchemists silently waited for the outcome, hoping the truth would clear the doubts. Mason Terend turned sideways and said, No, that's not true. At the peak of her frustration, she placed a hand over her chest, raising her voice. That girl stole my thesis. Below, hearing everything and understanding the situation, Golden Alchemist Wall Sok Ko silently muttered, Drag her out. Someone quickly responded, Yes, sir. The order was carried out. 2 monitoring spirits stepped forward and escorted Professor Mason to one side. Despite the situation, Mason kept arguing, No, I'm telling you, I didn't do anything wrong. The 2 members of Destruction Team 13 watched her leave, while her voice still echoed behind them. Let go. Let me go. After the major danger and huge trouble were removed, Altarisha collapsed onto the ground, the initial weight seeming to lift off her shoulders. From in front of her, a hand slowly reached out. Her eyes glistened as she looked at the familiar hand. Baek Yusol, wearing a confident smile, addressed her sitting there. Assistant, you've had a tough day today. Encouraged by his words, Altarisha blinked in surprise for a few seconds before breaking into a bright smile that swept away all her worries. Yeah, the golden lights outside added a shimmering glow to the scene. Meanwhile, over at the Destruction Team 13 from the Bone Moon Tower, the 2 were walking in the same direction. Vice Captain Hagen closed her eyes and started a new conversation. In the end, we got nothing. Hearing her vague but pointed comment, Captain Kan caught on and added, If there had been such a strong emotional outburst, there should have been some signs. The sensors tracking Dark Mage influence showed no reaction whatsoever. Hagen continued with another concern. That's true. After all, the tower's psychic sensors aren't perfect. Then, glancing at Baek Yusol and Altarisha surrounded by scholars, she asked, By the way, is that kid really the high school student they said was the co-author? Looking at Captain Kan next to her, she noted quietly, Kinda cute, huh? Kan glanced back with a half smile. Did you investigate? Hagen's face showed slight surprise. Yeah, I just got news from Maya. She shared detailed info about Baek Yusol before coming to Stella. His hometown was destroyed by dark mages. He was an ordinary civilian with the lowest grades, yet somehow got into S-class. Plus, he attends the most prestigious magic school in the world but doesn't use magic. Overall, very strange. Also, he requested to have his name removed from the paper today. Didn't expect there'd be this much info. Captain Kan calmly stared ahead. Is that so? Remember that. His eyes flickered with surprise at something. From the front, Baek Yusol looked directly at Kan. Half his focus was there, but the rest showed indifference. Deciding not to dwell on it, he looked forward again and smiled brightly. Standing there in a slight daze, Captain Kan wondered, Wait, did our eyes just meet? Hagen glanced over in disbelief. What? No way. She looked at Baek Yusol again and added, The captain's perception reduction magic and my dark barrier. How did they get pierced so easily? She concluded, Probably just an illusion. Kan kept his focused gaze fixed straight ahead and stood silent for a few seconds. Baek Yusol's smile reappeared, as if nothing had happened after that brief eye contact. Kan had no words left about him. An endless series of ellipses hung in the air. After confirming that Professor Mason showed no further signs of abnormality, Kan turned and said, Let's go. It's over. Hagen placed her hands behind her back and followed, adding, I'm getting sick of this boring place too. They moved toward a carriage marked with noble insignia, inside which someone sat, visibly angry, biting their nails. It was none other than Professor Mason Terend. Her curses spilled out relentlessly. Damn it. Damn it. If it weren't for Baek Yusol, I wouldn't be humiliated like this. But from nearby, someone sat reading with eyes closed, speaking calmly. Now that things have come to this, we have to deal with Baek Yusol. Calm down. Mason's eyes snapped open at the unexpected presence, her voice sharpening with drama. You're Raiden? After giving a sharp glance, he quickly snapped the book shut upon hearing Mason Tyron's assessment. That's not the problem. Professor Mason's face showed clear surprise. Not a small one. Raiden nearly frowned in dissatisfaction. He glanced over and added, almost. Luckily, there was restraint from the contract. If the emotions had surged just a bit more and caused chaos, it could have ruined all our plans. Realizing how close she'd come to causing a major crisis, Mason stood there stunned. I'm sorry. I truly apologize. Seeing her only utter such words, Raiden sighed as he put the book away, eyes closing briefly. Do you think just saying sorry solves the problem? The leader is deeply disappointed. You need to pull yourself together and return to your original mindset immediately. She continued, you have nearly lost your value as a professor at Stella Academy. Unwilling to accept this, Mason shouted loudly, her voice filled with defensive explanations. No. I have many connections on the plagiarism review board. This incident, I can still smooth things over. I haven't been kicked out yet. Hearing her go on, Raiden closed his eyes and interrupted sharply. Be silent. Stand still. Keep your head down. And walk. That's the most useful thing you can do. His questioning tone cut through the atmosphere. Understood? Then he moved away, leaving Professor Mason with strict orders. Do not move and remain silent until the commander issues further instructions. Left alone, Mason Tarend clenched her fists. Her rage directed squarely at one person. This is all Baek Yuseol's fault. A dangerous expression darkened her face. Some scheme was about to take shape. Recalling the images of both before being dragged away, she thought, just wait a little longer. Just a little longer. His face was etched deep in her mind. Meanwhile, aboard a moving train headed somewhere, Baek Yuseol sat with arms crossed, staring intently at his assistant Altarisha, who wore an unreadable expression opposite him. His gaze shifted aside as he pondered, it's a pity. I thought if Professor Mason Tarend had used dark magic during the presentation, it might have prevented the collapse and the disaster of story number 8. He continued, I guess everything would have stayed calm until the story was supposed to explode. His eyes closed as he leaned back, but his thoughts remained. Nothing else could be done, and no need to rush. The academic conference ended smoothly, and the branch of resentment had been triggered. Suddenly, his eyes opened. Only one thing made him uneasy. He recalled the moment his eyes unconsciously glanced toward a spot where Captain Kan and Vice Captain Heijan Macaron stood, cloaked in shadows, looking at Kan, who had looked back at him then. A new realization formed. That person was definitely Kan. A more detailed introduction. A small elite group of mages. Strictly selected. The top dark mage unit. Bone Moon Tower. Even within Bone Moon Tower, the commander of the elite destruction team 13 is Kan. Reflecting deeper, without my sixth sense, I would have never realized this until the very last moment. I can guess why those dangerous people were there. Perhaps they were watching Professor Mason Tarend. Whatever it is, it would be great if we could participate actively. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Baek Yuseol suddenly noticed his assistant, Altarisha, looking dazed as if she had just woken up. The old conversation shifted into a new one when a voice asked politely, Excuse me, do you have a moment? Just as the words finished, someone appeared near where Altarisha was sitting. She blinked in surprise and asked, who is that? Before the person could introduce himself, she was taken aback. Standing there was a man in a white suit, with the distinctive ears of the elf race, holding a hat in his hand. He smiled brightly and said, Pleasure to meet you all. This was Melian, chairman of the Celestial Cloud Corporation. A bit of background. As the chapters of the game progressed, the world expanded naturally. When the main character Flame grew up, more characters became targets, one of whom is known as the Heart of the Southern Lower Moon Plains. Melian, chairman of Celestial Cloud Corporation, was destined by the golden ratio of fate to be the richest man in the world. Though over 50 and with a daughter, he remained a target, not because of his wealth or looks, but because of his daughter, the villainous Melian. The High Elf Melian, true to her role as the female antagonist, tormented the protagonist throughout the chapters. Players grew furious and sought to torment Melian as much as possible, aiming for her most beloved person, her father. They plotted to marry Melian and destroy her family. After this long introduction, Baek Yuseol sighed in exasperation but mentally summarized, Sounds like a joke. but everyone's excited by this dramatic twist. Then, he looked ahead with half-lidded eyes and a clearly indifferent expression. I expected this, but didn't think he'd actually come here. His mind began to overthink. I need to make a good impression in this conversation to prepare for the upcoming chapters. Melian smiled warmly at the two sitting there and began with a few questions. You must be alchemist Altarisha? And this must be the alchemist whose identity hasn't been revealed yet. Right? Ah, if you don't mind, may I ask your name? Baek Yusul thought. I knew this was coming, but the question was skillfully put. He answered immediately. I'm Baek Yusul, a first-year S-class student at Stella Academy. Melian was surprised. Oh, so you're a student of Stella Academy. A pleasure to meet you. He slipped his hand inside his coat, closing his eyes briefly as he added, the reason I came to see you both. A carefully prepared document was presented before them. He explained clearly, to propose an exclusive contract for Altarisha's alchemical techniques with the Celestial Cloud Trading Guild. Naturally, the terms are very generous. Would you like to review the contract? Baek Yusul's expression showed no surprise. But Altarisha was stunned. Holding the document, ellipses appeared repeatedly as her hand trembled. She opened it and her eyes lit up, her voice full of excitement. Ah, unlimited materials and technician support. I've never seen such an offer before. A thought formed in his mind. With these conditions, I could freely create all the inventions I've ever dreamed of. Yusul would definitely like it too. Altarisha glanced at him, but Baek Yusul looked clueless, not catching her meaning. Seeing his expression, Altarisha hesitated, then turned to Melian and said, Excuse me, could I have a bit more time to think it over? Sensing something was amiss, Melian quickly added, The terms aren't enough? If you have any requests, please just say so. But Altarisha hurried to interrupt. No, that's not it. The terms are not only sufficient, they're actually more than generous. She explained reasonably. I need to discuss this with the co-author of this alchemical technique. Baek Yusul, sitting beside her, was surprised by this statement, unable to believe he was the reason for such an important issue. His face showed clear bewilderment. Huh? Hearing this, Melian chuckled softly, implying with a smirk, Is that so? His thoughts intruded. A co-author? I thought that was just a formality. Turns out, it wasn't. Seeing the two exchange bright smiles, he said, You don't need to worry about her. How could that be? His thoughts continued. At just a teenager's age, solving a problem that's existed for 300 years. That's definitely an extraordinary genius. No matter what, he's still just a student. Having made his assessment, Melian raised his hand and asked, Would you like to review the contract? His thoughts added, Whether a prodigy in magic or alchemy, in business matters he's still just a kid. Baek Yusul accepted the paper and studied it intently. Melian guessed, given such terms, refusal was impossible. But Baek Yusul answered, I decline. Unexpectedly, Melian's face froze in utter shock as he looked at the young man across from him and asked suspiciously, May I know the reason? If the terms aren't satisfactory, I will revise them immediately. Baek Yusul paused and stared straight ahead. His thoughts revealed his reasoning, signing an exclusive contract with the Celestial Cloud Trading Guild. The world's largest guild is obviously beneficial, but Melian, despite his business genius, is extremely stubborn and unwilling to lose any of his possessions. If this technique gets tied exclusively to him, only cheap items will be mass-produced, limiting the diversity, individuality, and overall performance of equipment. He continued, Furthermore, excessive exclusivity would block many mages from accessing the devices, causing technological development to skew towards commerce, letting the Dark Mage faction catch up in technology. In fact, I've seen players choose this storyline branch. They make money but end with a sad outcome. Building on his reasoning, he added, It's not about the terms. I simply don't want to sign an exclusive contract. Melian hesitated, holding the paper with an expressionless face. Baek Yusul continued, This technology, a fusion of magical science and alchemy, will have a huge impact not only on everyday life but also on crafting equipment for mages. We want this technology to be accessible to as many mages as possible. Hearing this, Melian nodded in acknowledgement. You have big dreams and ambitions. Having great aspirations is good, but to realize those beautiful dreams, money is essential. Baek Yusul replied immediately. Coincidentally, I just finished negotiations with a number of investors, and one of them is you. Chairman Melian, Understanding the implication, Melian asked the crucial question, so, you intend to sign contracts both with those investors and with me? If that's the case, most of the conditions I proposed will have to be cut. Without denying it, Baek Yusol closed his eyes and smiled confidently. Exactly. To be honest, I really desire those terms myself. His eyes gradually opened as his voice softened. It would elevate the products into premium quality. A fresh smile appeared on his lips. That's my proposal. Yeah. Additional context from the set conditions. Promote maximum widespread access to the items. However, for the high-end, hard-to-produce products, I will sign an exclusive contract with the Tin Band Trade Guild. Baek Yusol tried to persuade Melian toward these decisions. That's what people call branding. Seeing his confidence, Melian narrowed his eyes slightly while facing him. As a professional businessman, Melian understood the implication. With his arm extended toward Baek Yusol, he smiled and asked, "Great, but will those luxury goods actually sell? I would never do anything that harms myself." Understanding his concern, Baek Yusol lowered his gaze and replied, "Exactly, so I'm not asking you to sign the contract immediately." A cold but confident look appeared in Baek Yusol's eyes. In 6 months. Let's hold an internal press conference for investors with Chairman Melian. Melian's face showed surprise as Baek Yusol continued. If you like the products I present, please sign an exclusive brand contract with us. Noticing Baek Yusol's careful planning, Melian closed his eyes and smiled in his familiar way. Yes. That's exactly right. Yes. It's wonderful. Altarisha smiled, realizing the initial approval. To confirm the cooperation, Melian took out something like a business card and said, "This is a delivery note, including my contact information." Baek Yusol reached out to take it. "Yes. Thank you." A note appeared explaining, a delivery note is a paper item written in cent, guaranteed to reach the recipient. After finishing, Melian put on his hat again, smiling in farewell. "All right, I'll take my leave now." Baek Yusol's face was full of surprise. Meanwhile, Altarisha kept a slight smile. The more calm she was, the more flustered he became. He placed his hand on his chest, checking if his heart would fall out, his voice trembling. "Oh my God. I thought I was going to die from worry." Seeing his state, Altarisha worried. "Is that how a normally anxious person acts?" He looked puzzled and replied, "I'm really worried." Hearing this, she smiled naturally and complimented him, just as expected. "Yusol, you're amazing." His confusion showed. "Huh?" Seeing his blank look, Altarisha changed her tone. "Ah, never mind." Ignoring her, he focused on the door where Melian had just left. His thoughts and smile reflected, "Anyway, one problem is solved. When I get back, I think I'll go to a nice restaurant with the club members." Additional info appeared. The scientific conference ended safely. Classes at Stella Academy continued as usual. A professor on the podium addressed the students below. "Professor Maidan is unwell, so I'll be substituting for him today." Wearing glasses, Baek Yusol heard this and looked with half-closed eyes. Thoughts surfacing. So he really disappeared without a trace? His thoughts deepened as the image of Mason Tyron's demonization appeared. If everything goes according to plan, Mason will fully awaken in Chapter 8 and cause serious damage to this school. I don't know how things will change in the future because of this. His gaze grew more serious. Could this chapter unfold sooner? He hoped at least it would happen at a pace he could handle. Another thought came to mind. Not only Mason, but Altarisha hadn't shown up at school either. The class was over, and he was now walking down a hallway. He thought. It seemed like she was happy and had already received her retirement benefits. Just then, a student ahead spoke up. "Hey, did you hear anything?" Baek Yusol paid attention to the conversation. Assistant Altarisha. Was she the one who decoded that insanely difficult interspace interference spell? The talk continued. "Oh yeah, I heard about it, but isn't there another co-author? They say that person's identity is kept secret. But why would they do that?" Baek Yusol wasn't interested and glanced ahead. "Good." Another student asked. "Is that person supposed to be really ugly?" "Aha, really?" After some time, Baek Yusol left the school grounds. Overthinking still lingered. Keeping the fact that I'm one of the authors a secret helped me avoid too much attention here. His steps suddenly stopped. First, I dropped hints by borrowing knowledge through these special glasses. After all focus and attention should be on Altarisha. It's right and best that way. Pausing, he noticed something near him. "Ah, Found it, a voice said. Isn't that Ma Yusung? Look at that giraffe over there. After a long time, the two main characters, Ma Yusung and Azel, reappeared. Everyone looked at Ma Yusung, observing Azel with some awkwardness, whispering, high grades and good looks. Isn't that cheating? Is the person next to him some kind of subject? She looks like a doll. HMPH. Still, she's not a very good person. Yeah, but she is pretty. But Baek Yusol, arms crossed, glanced over and silently thought, anyway, there will never be a quiet day to avoid drawing attention from both of them. He called out loudly, his voice echoing, I'm here. Seeing him appear, Ma Yusung smiled brightly. Hey, Yusol. He waved back, sorry. Did I keep everyone waiting too long? Azel added, not really. Then a question was directed to him, so, what are we eating? Didn't you say you'd decide? Knowing Azel rarely got to eat delicious food due to her family situation, Baek Yusol smiled confidently. You'll find out when we get there. They moved to a restaurant. There were 3 people at the table, but only 2 dishes, a bit stingy. Huh, Baek Yusol said, if I'm right, this is probably pizza. The warm glow of light and aroma filled the air. Altarisha's eyes showed longing, her face flushed in anticipation of the tasty food. Baek Yusol noticed how cute she looked, her gaze fixed solely on the food. He didn't take his eyes off them, a few overthinking thoughts creeping in. Now that he thought about it, he remembered from Azel's explanation that when ordering pizza, you had to get a drink that's sort of like soda first, maybe something like pickle juice. He handed her a glass. Here, try this. Azel glanced at it, puzzled. What is this? How do you even eat it? Her face filled with countless question marks. Baek Yusol added a few ellipses in his mind, thinking, wait, is this her first time at a pizza place? He said, ah, yes, that's right. She took a sip, surprised, her face lighting up. Oh, this is delicious. Her cheeks flushed. Ma Yusung noticed the cup like Azel's and took a sip himself. Relaxed, he nodded toward Baek Yusol. Yeah, it really is good. Baek Yusol blinked in disbelief, thinking coldly, take a picture. Capture this moment. He's just drinking, but it's like he's posing for a food magazine photo shoot. After everyone finished their drinks, Baek Yusol raised a slice of pizza with a smile. Try this too. Let's eat. Azel eagerly grabbed a knife and fork. Seeing her, Baek Yusol wasn't surprised but closed his eyes in slight frustration. Oh no, you're going to stab that knife into the pizza? Nobody eats it like that. Azel looked at him in surprise. So he showed her how. He demonstrated by lifting a slice to his mouth, explaining along the way, they say it tastes best when you eat it like this. Azel hesitated. Isn't that kind of weird? Isn't it rude? Ma Yusung smiled brightly. Oh, but isn't that part of the fun? Baek Yusol calmly held the pizza with his hands, choosing where to bite. Alright then, I'll give it a try. You don't know if it's good until you taste it. Azel followed suit, holding her slice and biting down. Eyes shut tight, her body trembled slightly, catching the attention of 2 male classmates nearby. She raised a hand to her cheek, her expression joyful as she thought, ah, there's a gentle sweetness flowing through the melted cheese, with bell peppers dancing on top. Adding some bell peppers and olive oil creates a special flavor. With bacon and onions too. They seem to be dancing together, creating a symphony of taste. Seeing her so happy, Baek Yusol asked, so, how do you like it? While eating, Azel looked surprised at the slice in her hand, blushing more. Yeah, it really is delicious. Both boys smiled subtly at her. A few more suggestions and exchanges followed. Let's come here often from now on. Can I come too? That depends. Don't say no. The scene shifted to a sunset over a field, where a sudden crack appeared, an ominous sign that danger was about to arise. Returning to class, Flame was walking when suddenly someone called out, Hey Flame, have you heard about that? She glanced back with a smile and replied right away, Yes, I've heard. The female student looked a bit awkward. Oh, really? Then she left quickly, adding, Well, see you later. Flame watched her figure disappear, then sighed quietly. I guess she came to talk to me about the rumor that assistant Altarisha cracked the mixed algebraic interference technique. But from what I know, it was Baek Yusol who actually figured it out. The image of Baek Yusol popped into her mind. Turning aside, she thought further. But how did he manage to solve that formula? Clearly, to come back, Most knowledge about the future, except the key events and decisive stories, has to be forgotten. How could he still remember all that? Or is he just that smart? Ahead, a group was chatting excitedly. But someone stepped forward to greet her. Hello. Flame. It was none other than Jeremy Scanvin. He gave a bright smile and added, "This time, do you want to practice the Persona Gate with my team?" Standing beside him, Flame looked away. "Why are you acting like that? If you're going, do I have to come too?" Her eyes opened wide. "Go find some other girl. Stop flirting without a reason." Then Flame turned and walked away. Jeremy's face twisted into a strange grin. Really something special, he thought. The scene shifted to a nearby notice board displaying official information about Persona Gate. First-year students. Please choose the Persona Gate you want to practice with your team. Flame glanced up at the notice. Still standing there lost in thought. By the way, this is the Persona Gate practical exercise. Has this finally started? Additional info appeared. Another dimension created by the power of dark mages. The Persona Gate. If you don't quickly conquer the gate once it appears, it will become a land where no creature can survive. Unlike dungeons that are cleared by defeating location bosses or destroying cores. The Persona Gate must be completed by analyzing and breaking its patterns and tricks. A quiet note followed, from analyzing concentration to spatial distortions, structural changes, and soul imprisonment. You need knowledge of thousands of patterns and the ability to remember them all, and finally, combat power. In fact, the reason for training magic warriors is to stop the Persona Gate. It's arguably the most important subject. Flame clenched her fist. If this matches the original plan, something real has been mixed into the Persona Gate operations. I can't let Baek Yusul deal with this alone. This time, I have to stop it before it causes serious damage. The scene changed to the 9th Star Tower. Cloud Floor Cafe. Princess Beion's group was there, with many pastries and tea on the table. Suddenly, a question popped up. Has anyone tried the new dessert yet? Some replied, "Oh, you mean the pumpkin cake without cream cheese? Its flavor really is unique." Princess Beion took a sip of tea, while the chatter continued. "Yeah, I tried it once, and it was quite surprising." Yet her own thoughts disagreed. "It's tasteless." Just then, her eyes suddenly widened upon hearing someone mention a recent story. By the way, Stella's assistant solved the random space interference technique. Richard continued, "I heard this story from my father. Besides, I also heard that the co-author is actually a student at Stella Academy." The two girls were both surprised and intrigued by this. "Oh my. Is that true?" "Definitely. Because Richard's father is the head of the intelligence agency." A doubt was voiced. Who in the world could solve an unsolved puzzle while still a student? "You're right." Meanwhile, Beion set down her teacup, her thoughts taking over. Even the head of the intelligence bureau doesn't know who this student really is. But then images of Baek Yusul and assistant Altarisha appeared in her mind. Baek Yusul is the co-author of the random space interference technique. Her expression grew serious. She couldn't control the surge of excitement, her hand repeatedly brushing the edge of her teacup. Countless questions swirled in her mind. Why is Baek Yusul hiding the truth? Is he intentionally helping assistant Altarisha advance? And then a new thought sparked. Maybe Baek Yusul has feelings for assistant Altarisha. She stood up abruptly, and a nearby friend looked over and asked, "Princess?" Beion turned back to the group briefly, saying, "I have to leave now." The friend added instinctively, "But it's tea time." The three friends remained, staring blankly as she left, unable to understand her sudden departure. One finally asked, "Why did the princess act like that?" Outside the school grounds, Princess Beion was walking when suddenly a shadow appeared blocking her path. She looked down, not recognizing the figure until a voice spoke, "Beion." Seeing a familiar face, she replied, "Hong Shiwa." Hong Shiwa smiled but quickly put a hand to her mouth and said, "Oh, didn't you tell me to call you sister?" More context surfaced. They were forced to become enemies because of the fate of a legitimate child and an illegitimate child. "My half-sister." Hong Shiwa adolbit. "I hate this woman with a burning passion." Changing the topic, Princess Beion asked, "So what are you doing here?" Hong Shiwa laughed. "Ahaha, don't look at me like that." Then focused a bit more. "Isn't it true you always come here with a purpose?" Recently, a very interesting ordinary student appeared among the first years. Right? This new topic made Beion flinch slightly. Are you talking about an ordinary person who embodies the knightly spirit that's almost vanished from this world? Images of Baek Yusul flashed in her mind again. Noticing her reaction, Hong Shihua crossed her arms and added, "Judging by your reaction, it seems you do care about him after all." Her voice took on a more thoughtful, attentive tone as she said, "He's a knight who sacrifices everything for the mages." Her eyes turned cold for a moment. Then a teasing smile appeared. "Isn't that every princess's dream?" Princess Beion's hand clenched tightly once again. "So, have you introduced me to him yet?" She clearly wasn't happy with these repeated remarks. Princess Beion gently brushed past and said, "All right, thanks. You should try it yourself." Princess Hong Shihua burst out laughing. "Looks like you're a little annoyed. That's cold, really cold." Then, as if remembering something, she raised a finger. "You weren't like this before. You know, could it be because of our eldest sister's passing?" Beion's face darkened at once, and a sadness flashed in her eyes. She took a step forward and said, "I must take my leave." Hong Shihua's gaze followed her retreating figure, a hint of sadness settling in, quickly replaced by a thoughtful mood. "Maybe this time I was too harsh. Maybe it's too soon for her to hear about our eldest sister." Just then, the guard Sayera appeared from somewhere, adding, "Princess." Surprised by her sudden arrival, Hong Shihua focused her attention. "Huh? What is it, Sayera?" Sayera handed over some documents. "This is information about the person you asked us to find. Student Baek Yusul. It's a copy of the assignment he submitted to class, which includes a brief biography of his past." Hong Shihua took the documents, adding, "Oh, really? I didn't expect to find something like this without digging." Very good. There was indeed an assignment with such content. She opened the papers. "Let me see what it says." The title read, "To my mother. Mom, I miss you." Reading this, Hong Shihua suddenly laughed out loud, quickly covering her mouth. Haha. A kid is still just a kid, right? Time passed, and about a minute later, Hong Shihua's hands holding the paper began to tremble slightly. Sayera noticed and was a little surprised. Facing her, Princess Hong Shihua had tears running down her cheeks. Sayera asked softly, "Princess?" Hong Shihua hurriedly covered her mouth again and said, "I understand. The letter mentioned Baek Yuseol's mother didn't like black bean noodles." Sayera, sensing something off, quickly changed her tone. "My apologies." Meanwhile, Hong Shihua had turned away. "Wait, are you crying?" Sayera asked. Hong Shihua replied, "Ah, it's nothing." She wiped away an unexpected tear and added thoughtfully, "I've never really thought deeply about poverty before." And yet he lived such a life while steadfastly holding onto the spirit of a knight. Her gaze slowed for a moment. Baek Yuseol's homeland was invaded by dark mages, wasn't it? Then a smile spread across her lips. "I'm sorry, Baek Yuseol, but I have to admit, I'm getting more and more curious." Shifting focus to a young man named Baek Yuseol, the scene moved elsewhere. Finally, the day of the last training arrived. The students gathered on a grassy field, where a professor stepped forward to explain, "From now on, we will begin the Persona Gate training for first-year students. Please enter through your individual gates." Hearing the instructions, Baek Yusul stood off to the side as murmurs spread around him. "It's just like the textbook." "I'm starting to get a little nervous." Thoughts running through his mind as he shifted his weight. So this is really happening at last. Before anything began, Baek Yusul opened up a new line of thought, accompanied by his system interface. As a reward for completing his academic presentation, he activated a special feature. "We can also enable the gate analysis function using these glasses. I've been walking around the gardens of Leaf Hanel to improve my abilities, so this should be good enough." His status information appeared clearly before him. Baek Yusul. Physical stats, strength, 2 stars, 61%. Perception 2 stars, 45%. Agility 2 stars, 42%. Stamina 2 stars, 12%. Endurance 0 stars, 97%. Mental resilience 1 star, 59%. Mana unknown. Remaining exp unknown. Skill blink level 1. His face was calm but reflective. Just then a teacher gestured toward the portal and gave a direction. "All right, students heading into gate C7. Please proceed this way." Standing nearby, Flame responded promptly. "Yes sir." Yusul noticed the attention his presence seemed to draw. Not only Flame, but others had appeared as well, including Princess Hongbayan and Ezel. He muttered to himself, "So, These are the ones I'll be going in with. The upcoming Persona Gate trial would be conducted in groups ranging from 4 to 18 participants. The key to success would be how well they could coordinate and overcome the obstacles inside. His eyes lingered on the other first-year students from Stella Academy. Most of them were from Class 2, a group with average skills, so conquering a Persona Gate with 3 active risk factors in their first real mission would not be easy. A particular concern was that Gate C7, where this event would take place, could accommodate a maximum of only 16 people. It was unfortunate that neither Ma Yuxiang nor He Wenriyang would be joining them, but with Flame Hongbian and Azel on the team, failure seemed unlikely. Yuziel stepped forward, thinking to himself, I probably won't need to get involved with the final boss strategy. The portal's right there. All I really need is the hidden reward, those elusive enchanted tree petals. As he was transported to a new area, Baek Yuziel's expression shifted in surprise. A fresh notification appeared in front of him: welcome to Aharon's masquerade ball. He looked around to find a dazzling square bathed in soft, golden hues. People were beginning to gather in the grand central hall, carpeted and spacious. Hongbian's group had also entered the area. Much like him, the others scanned their surroundings, cautiously assessing the situation. Then a cheerful voice broke the silence, drawing everyone's attention. Greetings. A maid-like woman extended an arm behind her and smiled warmly. I've prepared dresses and shoes for everyone. Hearing that, Princess Hongbian felt something was off. She furrowed her brows and questioned, a dress? Shoes? What's this about? Her thoughts raced. Wait, have there ever been Persona Gates where a ballroom appeared? But she quickly collected herself. This isn't the time to be distracted. We need to analyze the Persona Gate and check the mission notice. Suddenly, a scroll unfolded in front of them, revealing complex terminology and cryptic phrases. Anxiety began to creep in. Wait a second. They're really giving this kind of advanced formula to first-year students as part of a trial. The housemaid then gestured to everyone with polite urgency. My lady, the evening banquet is about to begin. You should hurry. Princess Hongbian still looked puzzled. Huh? The maid approached with a warm smile. Is something troubling you? Hongbian voiced her confusion. How are you able to speak like that? Is that a preset phrase? I don't know if she's actually an NPC inside the Persona Gate, she wondered. I heard that people inside the gate, created by magicians, are incapable of showing individual behavior. She murmured, could it be? Her eyes lingered on the maid, who remained cheerful and expressive, stirring a growing unease in her thoughts. No, that can't be right. This is Stella Academy. There's no way a real Persona Gate could appear here. It's probably just that Stella's tech has gotten more advanced. The maid's smile didn't fade. Why would you say something like that? Changing her tone, Baiyan replied, don't worry about it. Just go get the dress. The maid bowed. Understood, my lady. As she walked away, the princess watched her go, a deeper worry settling in. Maybe it's just my mood, but this simulation feels like it's not going to end so easily. Time passed quickly. Footsteps echoed as someone approached. Now dressed for the evening, Hongbian had changed into a striking gown that matched the soft pinks and silvers of her unique hair, accentuating her natural beauty. Her gaze soon drifted to a familiar figure, Baek Yuziel, looking unexpectedly refined in a sleek black suit. His eyes seemed focused on something, but for a brief moment, her heart skipped. He cleans up nicely. That really suits him. But her thoughts quickly shifted to something more serious, a memory surfacing. This assignment was submitted by Baek Yuziel for a particular class. They said it's based on his real past. She held the report, gently running her fingers through her hair. I see. As she read through it again, a new detail caught her eye. This part, her eyes returned to Baek Yuziel. Is it because of the personal file I received about him a few days ago? He feels different now. Not like the guy who was yawning constantly back then. Yuziel, now aware of her gaze, looked over with a confused expression. What are you staring at? Never seen a commoner yawn before. Hongbian flinched slightly, embarrassed. She quickly looked away. It's nothing. Right then, a new voice rang out. Looks like everyone is here. A woman with red hair and a fan approached, immediately drawing everyone's attention. She continued with a commanding tone. You'll now be attending a ball hosted by Duchess Yiren. Her eyes narrowed as she looked toward a specific wall. They say those 4 paths over there lead to the mansion's basement. But be warned, it's a maze filled with traps. Once you get lost, the knight stationed inside will begin to move. Then, with a slight smirk, she added, You'll have no choice but to rely on your instincts and wits. Do you think you're up for it? Standing quietly off to the side, Baekhyusil responded calmly. Yes. She raised an eyebrow, clearly intrigued. You seem so sure of yourself. It's a pleasure to meet you. That confidence of yours, it's charming, even makes one feel a bit guilty. I like it. Don't lose it. He simply replied, thank you. Watching this surprisingly natural exchange, the other students couldn't help but murmur among themselves. Wait, what? Did she just talk like a real person? Do NPCs even have dialogue on that? The red-haired woman offered one last smile. Well then, best of luck to all of you. And with that, she turned and walked away, leaving only her silhouette behind for them to watch. The male students exchanged glances once more. Yeah, we should probably get moving. A sense of unease hung heavily in the air as they cautiously approached the gate, preparing to carry out their mission. Just then, a voice called out behind them, causing everyone to stop and turn. Hey, wait up. The voice belonged to Flame, who followed up with a question. Doesn't this training scenario feel a little off to you? Her tone was calm, but she quickly laid out several concerning observations. It's hard to explain, but the NPCs are acting way too realistically. And I can't analyze anything about this persona gate at all. I mean, normally, even a first-year practice simulation wouldn't be this difficult, right? The male students murmured in agreement. One of them admitted, actually, yeah, I've been thinking the same thing. It's like I can't make sense of any of it. Another added, that NPC felt a little too real. As nods of agreement spread, Flame's expression brightened slightly. Good, I was hoping someone else noticed. That means I might still be able to convince you to follow a different path. She was about to explain her reasoning when another voice cut her off. Hold up, Flame. Zeki stepped forward with his arms crossed, and a disapproving frown. Don't tell me you actually believe this is real, do you? Flame blinked in confusion. What? Zeki continued, this is exactly the kind of scenario the professors would set up. Isn't it obvious? In real combat, you don't always get to analyze a persona gate ahead of time. The fact that we're confused and unable to make sense of this, that's part of the test. He delved deeper into his theory. This is Stella, the most elite academy for magical warriors. They've trained the top arcane knights in the world. You really think they wouldn't notice if a real gate suddenly opened right on campus? That argument started to sway the others. Yeah, that actually makes sense. I guess he has a point. But while the others were warming up to Zeki's view, Flame's expression grew grim. No, this is bad. That gate really is authentic. I knew no one would believe me if I said it outright, so I tried to nudge them by pointing out the inconsistencies. She cast a glance toward Zeki, now looking smug and in control of the group. Now what? A heavy silence fell over them again. Baekhyusil, standing off to the side, studied the situation with a flood of thoughts. So in the end we're going down that route? E006 Zeki's corruption branch. He recalled something important. In the original novel, Zeki didn't exist. He's a divergence, which means Flame must be completely thrown off right now. But this scene where she confronts him, this did exist in one of the game's countless branching paths. His unease only grew. This is one of those moments where one of the three students ends up as a corrupted sacrifice. I was hoping no one would get devoured. But I guess fate can't be changed that easily. Watching the growing divide, Uziel came to a grim realization. Even if I help Flame here, it won't stop what's coming. Maybe the right move is to back away. The tension between them deepened. Just then, Zeki turned without another word and walked toward the gate. Say whatever you want, I'm going in. Flame reached out in desperation. Wait, Zeki. He glanced back coldly. Even if this is all part of their plan, all we have to do is handle it calmly. You all can keep standing around if you want. With that, he stepped through the gate and disappeared. Flame stood frozen, unable to stop him. The rest of the male students exchanged worried glances. Then one of them spoke up. I'm going in too. I've been preparing for situations like this. Uziel watched, arms crossed. No one here is thinking clearly or acting with any real strategy. His fingers twitched. But at this point, what choice do we have? With a quiet smile, he finally stepped forward and followed the others into the unknown. As Baekhyusil confidently strode forward, he suddenly paused, glancing behind him with a puzzled expression. Huh? He muttered. A small group of male students had gathered just behind him. Turning toward them, he asked, Why are you guys following me? The students looked flustered, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. No reason, one of them replied awkwardly. Seeing their identical awkward expressions, Yuziel sighed inwardly and thought, don't tell me they're planning to stick to me the whole time. Kids always have some scheme up their sleeves. He resumed walking, shrugging off the thought. Not that I really care about any of this. There's nothing important here anyway. His path led him down a dim corridor, faintly lit by strange purple lights that seemed to radiate a mysterious energy. In the quiet of the space, he suddenly heard footsteps approaching from behind. He stopped again, narrowing his eyes. What is this creepy hallway? Following him were Princess Hongbian and two other female students. Yuziel noted silently, looks like everyone's starting to show up. The princess glanced at something ahead. Mim, all three girls walked past Yuziel and stopped in front of a closed door. He asked, where did the others go? Then, lowering his gaze, he added, just as I thought. Seems like we can't all show up at the same time. He quickly analyzed the situation. There are 16 students, split into 4 groups of 4. Each of the 4 paths must be designated for one group. As he pictured it in his mind, familiar faces came to mind. Looks like Azel and Flame got moved to a different area, and were grouped together. He glanced at Princess Hongbian and her companions. Never thought I'd end up in the same group as her. The group prepared to move. Let's get going now, the princess said. Yes, your highness, her companions responded. But Hongbian soon noticed Yuziel's stare. She turned toward him with a puzzled look. What is it? Do you have a problem with this? Yuziel broke into a cold sweat. No, nothing at all. The princess, maintaining her cool expression, added dryly, geez, you're such a bore. Yuziel looked away, ignoring her, and thought. Honestly, her being separated from Azel might not be such a bad thing. Just then, a sudden realization struck him. Wait, hold on, he exclaimed, throwing out his arm to block the others. Something's ahead. A golden light shimmered in the distance, and several statues slowly came into view posed in mid-dance. They looked like eerily decorated mannequins. The group stared at them. Are those puppets? Someone asked. Princess Hongbian didn't respond but seemed slightly startled. Their focus shifted to a large gate at the end of the room. One of the princess's companions voiced her concern. Do you think our unlocking spells will work here? I'm starting to doubt it. We can't even make sense of the gate. We might be way under-leveled for this. It's too dark, I don't like it. Faced with uncertainty, the princess turned to Yuziel. Hey commoner, have you figured anything out about this gate yet? He replied with a hint of disappointment, no. Her frustration was clear. Was I expecting too much from a commoner? Surely there must be something we're missing. But before she could dwell on it further, Yuziel spoke again. That said, I think I have a rough idea of how we can get through here. Feeling this sudden shift in atmosphere, Princess Hongbian threw the question right back at him. Seriously? Are you being serious right now? Baek Yuziel didn't respond right away. His gaze remained fixed ahead, focused on the unmoving figures in the distance. Still staring at the statues, he raised a hand and pointed forward, subtly shifting her attention. If you look closely, you'll notice that each statue holds a different pose, but they're all performing the same dance. Then he asked, do you know what dance that is? Upon hearing the question, the princess narrowed her eyes and studied the figures intently. As the realization formed, she muttered, Serena's Soul Requiem. Her tone was subdued, almost reverent. He elaborated, it's the dance Serena performed just before her death, the one she created when she could no longer endure her own tragedy. Then he added calmly, so that means you must remember the choreography, don't you? Startled, Hongbian's eyes widened. She'd finally understood what he was planning and reacted instantly. No way, she gasped, clearly unnerved. Yuziel said nothing, simply shifting his gaze forward again as he thought. She must have realized it by now. Each statue's movement is connected to the next, forming a sequence. But some poses still overlap or repeat in odd ways. After a brief pause, Yuziel glanced back at the group and said, all right, is everyone ready? The other 2 girls had already moved into position, stepping into the vacant spaces between the statues. I'm ready, one of them called out. Me too, said the other. Hongbian followed a moment later, assuming the final position. Yuziel didn't take his eyes off her. Then, as if guided by unseen hands, the massive door before them opened smoothly and without resistance. Cheers erupted from the group. We did it, someone shouted. The gate now fully open, a long dark hallway stretched out before them, ending with the faint glimmer of light from a new chamber beyond. Without hesitation, they hurried forward, all eyes gradually shifting toward the princess again as the next space revealed itself. They entered a large, golden-lit room. It was breathtaking. Suits of armor stood upright in neat formation, swords raised as if frozen in mid-battle. Each stood on strange, arcane patterns etched into the floor beneath them. One of the girls pointed toward the suits. "Looks like there's some kind of hidden meaning behind those knights too, right?" Another added, "Let's take a closer look. Maybe there's a clue this time." The group split up to examine each suit of armor, scanning every detail. But the investigation hit a dead end. "No matter how I look at it, I just don't get it," one of them sighed. "Yeah, this one feels different," said another. "I don't see anything strange." Meanwhile, Princess Hong Bian had started watching Bakyuzil, who was crouched down beside a long rug covered in unfamiliar symbols and figures. She called out, "Hey commoner. What are you doing over there?" After a few moments of silent inspection, Uzil stood up and calmly offered his theory. "This time I think the knight armor is just a distraction, of visual illusion meant to throw us off. The real clue is here, on the rug." His words sparked instant confusion. "What?" As the group gathered around him again, he explained, "Look closely. The figures on the rug show a sequence of movements, a dance, specifically. If we can figure out the correct order and recreate it, we can solve the puzzle." The two girls crouched down beside the rug, studying the images carefully. One of them nodded, eyes lighting up. "You're right. I think I recognize it." The other added, "It's the silent tango of Serena." Everyone scattered once again to examine the etched dance steps more thoroughly. Uzil and Princess Hong Bian knelt down together, their attention fixed on the sequences. After a few minutes of careful study, Uzil suddenly stiffened, realization flashing across his face. Something had clicked. With the final step placed in its correct position, a blinding light surged from the rug. A loud, familiar sound echoed through the chamber, an ancient mechanism unlocking, and then his voice rang out clearly. The gates open. A new passage revealed itself, and the group quickly moved toward it. "All right, let's pick up the pace," Baekuzil said, leading the way. Once again, Princess Hong Bian couldn't take her eyes off him. Thoughts swirled in her mind as she tried to make sense of what she was seeing. He really is different. I realized it when we first learned about shifting perspectives, but I never imagined it would result in something this drastic. His breakthrough speed is astonishing, passing through a gate that defied all analysis. Her worry deepened. Strategy, ideas, observation, deduction, reasoning. Is this truly something a first-year student could pull off? It's like he's gone through dozens, no, hundreds of persona gates before. Like someone who's trained relentlessly. As they entered the next chamber, her thoughts lingered. Now that I think about it. Before he joined the academy, Baekuzil said his hometown was destroyed by dark mages. In the dim lighting, Baekuzil muttered something as he examined the area. Looks like there are more stone statues here, too. Bian continued piecing things together. It was a remote, forgotten village no one had ever heard of. But it was apparently a front line in brutal battles against dark magic. Now it all makes sense why he lacks foundational academic knowledge but excels at strategy and combat. He must fought in deadly battles back then, clawing through real-life war zones while others were studying in classrooms. Her gaze stayed fixed on him. Whether that's the reason or not, there's no denying it is completely unlike the others. Up ahead, she overheard a conversation. "Go over there and help balance the weight on that side." "Got it. On my way." Watching quietly, Hong Bian couldn't help but feel astonished again. Everyone else is doing their best to score high marks. And yet he just guesses through exams openly, like it doesn't matter. He doesn't even turn in his assignments. His classroom behavior is terrible. But then her gaze drifted toward his face, still calm, still strangely composed in the chaos. He looked almost handsome. And that led her to one more question she couldn't ignore. So why? Why is he trying so hard now? Princess Hong Bian grew quiet. There must be a reason behind this. Don't tell me. I can feel the atmosphere shifting. As Baekuzil turned around and pointed in a certain direction, he caught her off guard. "Hey, why are you just standing there staring off into space? Come on, move it." But instead of following his lead, she challenged him. "Tell me, commoner. Don't play dumb with me." Then she voiced her suspicion. "This persona gate we're in right now, are you sure it's real?" She waited in silence for an answer, but all she received was a heavy pause. He examined her quietly, then finally spoke. "Your eyes are sharper than they used to be, Hong Bian. Normally you wouldn't be able to see through the truth. You just keep interfering with Irene without knowing a thing." A faint smile curved his lips. This just proves that Princess Hongbian is slowly stepping away from the path of becoming a villainess. Noticing the shift in his expression, Baiyin narrowed her eyes. What are you smiling about? Nothing really, he replied. Meanwhile, the others glanced around confused. Why isn't the princess coming over? Did something happen? Turning his back to her, Baekhyuzil answered her earlier question. Like you said, this place is real. You can get hurt, even die. If you fail, it causes a synchronization event with the outside world. That's why I've been trying to clear it as quickly as possible. Hong Baiyin paused for a moment, thinking to herself. I know that. Baekhyuzil never acts without a reason. Clenching her lips, she made up her mind. I won't accept help like this. Eyes narrowing, sweat trickling down her temple, she vowed internally, I will survive this with my own strength. Elsewhere, in a dimly lit chamber filled with the slumped armor of fallen knights, Flame and Azel were exploring the same test zone. Upon entering, someone called out, Hey Flame. A girl waved her over. Over here. Flame rushed over to the three gathered students. Is everyone okay? Where's the fourth person? What happened to them? The girl hesitated, then finally confessed, Zeki suddenly disappeared. Flame's eyes widened in shock. What? Zeki. The girl explained with a serious expression, it's thanks to Zeki that we made it this far. But right after we crossed the last threshold, she vanished without a trace. We've searched everywhere, but there's no sign of her. Flame's concern deepened. How long have you been looking? A thought struck her. That means Zeki cleared this gate faster than both me and Azel, and she did it without even getting scratched. Then another girl added something unexpected. Actually, this isn't the first time it's happened to us. What do you mean? Flame asked in disbelief. Back on Baekhyuzil's side, he was sitting cross-legged, leaning back against a pillar with his eyes closed. Suddenly, a voice called out, Hey, when did you get here? Opening his eyes, he saw Flame approaching. Not long ago, he replied. Did you see Zeki by any chance? I haven't found her yet. His answer was simple, no. Disheartened, Flame lowered her gaze and walked away, leaving Uzil watching her in silence. Though he didn't know the full story, he pieced together what might have happened. If only I'd gotten here before Zeki, I might have been able to stop her from vanishing. But now it's too late. With things as they are, all I can do is help the heroines clear the rest of the stage. Meanwhile, somewhere in the Stella Academy, a voice rose in alarm. What? A real Persona Gate was mixed into the students' training? Homeroom teacher Lee rushed to the testing site, worry etched deep into the scar on his face. He arrived just in time to see the once blue gate now glowing blood red. Horror sank in. How is this even possible? Isn't Stella's security system supposed to be the best in the world? A professor nearby explained as he watched Professor Lee appear. It's as if someone completely reversed the spatial wave detection system inside Stella. A single wave signature emerged at the same moment as the Persona Gate appeared, so it went unnoticed. The security department is already working to enhance the system. But Professor Lee suddenly interrupted. Damn it. That doesn't matter anymore. Another voice suddenly cut in, agreeing firmly he's right. A new figure emerged, instantly drawing Professor Lee's attention. A newcomer had arrived. Someone recognized him, Commander Ian. Irene Blackswan, supreme leader of Stella, head of the strongest knight order in the world. The man known for creating oceans of blood from dark mages' corpses, and who rarely ever sets foot on campus. Irene approached with a cold, commanding presence. What's the situation? Have reinforcements entered? The professor from before answered hesitantly. No. That's not possible at the moment. It appears the students are undergoing a rather difficult challenge inside. Irene pressed further. What's the estimated threat level of this Persona Gate? The professor responded quickly. Currently we estimate it between risk level 4 and 5. Irene's brow furrowed. Estimate. Give me an exact number. The professor glanced at the documents in his arms. Yes, sir. Initially it was risk level 4, but the moment the students entered, it immediately spiked to level 5. Irene narrowed his eyes. Unusual but not unheard of. The Persona Gate is emitting false wave patterns. Give me the list of students who entered. The professor handed over the documents. Irene opened them and scanned the names carefully. Several from Class 1 stood out, Baekhyuzil, Hongbian, Flame, Azel, Zeki. After reading the list, Irene's gaze grew sharper. A level 5 Persona Gate. Even experienced mages would need thorough preparation and resources to tackle it. And we've sent in first year's barely tier 2 or tier 3 mages. They're completely unqualified to handle something like this. Then, with chilling calm, he gave the order, prepare 16 body bags. Retrieve the corpses of those students. Professor Lee reacted instantly, shouting Commander Ryan. But Irene had already turned to leave. This is simply a procedural guideline for future operations, he said, glancing back with a dangerous gleam in his eyes. Don't tell me you actually believe those first-year rookies could survive a real Persona Gate at risk level 5, Lee Hangwon. That's like saying ants can kill a tiger. With that, Commander Ryan disappeared, leaving Professor Lee consumed by worry. I know this is an absurd gamble, but I still hope they make it out alive. The crimson Persona Gate remained glowing, ominous and silent. Inside the gate, Azel and Flame both turned sharply at the same time, reacting to a familiar voice. Hey everyone. Zeki had returned, dust on his clothes but otherwise unharmed. So this is where you all ended up, huh? Arms crossed, he stood in quiet thought as the others expressed a wave of relief. I'm so glad you're safe. You just vanished out of nowhere, it really scared me, someone exclaimed with genuine concern. Zeki didn't answer right away. Instead, he looked toward the distance and spoke with quiet resolve. Now that everyone's here, there's only one thing left to do: face the final boss of this place. As Baek Yuziel stood lost in thought, something began to stir. A presence, faint but unmistakable, tugged at his attention. Suddenly, a series of crimson status notifications flashed before his eyes. You have entered the Dancing Clock Tower. If you descend the staircase here, you will arrive at the ballroom. It seems the party has just begun, so hurry up. The message repeated itself, pushing urgency. The group immediately turned toward the descending staircase. I guess we're supposed to go down these steps, someone muttered. While the others focused on the path below, Flame did the opposite. Her gaze lifted warily to the top of the tower, and her instincts screamed danger. A terrifying image crawled into her mind. At the very top of this clock tower is the lair of the Great Blade Spider, a risk level 4 monster. Its 8 legs can transform into 8 razor-sharp blades. Flame swallowed hard and took a deep breath. That thing's dangerous. I can't keep relying on Baek Yuziel. He's still dealing with memory loss, so he probably doesn't even know about the Great Blade Spider. But I've done some research on it, I might be able to stall it somehow. Her eyes shifted toward Azel. If Azel and Baek Yuziel end up fighting the final boss together, we might get through this without massive casualties. With that thought, she steeled herself and spoke up. Everyone wait. But a voice cut her off. Hold on a second. It was Baek Yuziel. He was looking up, focused on a shadow high above. There's something up there. Flame froze for a moment, then turned as Baek Yuziel broke the silence again. You guys go on ahead. I'm going to scout this area, but first I'll catch up. No one objected. The group continued down the staircase, led by Princess Hongbian, who stayed toward the rear and moved cautiously. Flame couldn't shake her unease. He might not even know the spider exists, and yet, he sensed its presence at that exact spot. How is that even possible? No way, don't tell me, her thoughts spiraled. Could his senses really be that sharp? Well, this is the same guy who disrupted high-level magic, after all. As she hesitated, the group descended deeper into the tower. That's when a male student suddenly paused, a confused look on his face. What's that sound? He muttered. Others began to notice it too, an eerie clinking noise that didn't belong. Then Princess Hongbian's voice cut through the tension, loud and urgent. It's coming from above. Everyone looked up and their faces went pale. There it was. The Blade Spider. No, it's the Great Blade Spider. A risk level 4 boss. Someone corrected, panicked. Flame's chest tightened in horror. What the hell? Then what about Baek Yuziel? Just as she and Bian exchanged worried glances, the princess gasped. The commoner. Both their expressions turned toward the rising fear that settled over the group. Don't tell me, but then a heavy thud cracked through the air as a foot came crashing down on the spider's body from above. Baek Yuziel had leapt from the upper level, landing a brutal kick that embedded the monster into the ground. A burst of golden light sparked at the moment of impact, and a sword gleamed in his hand. Baek Yuziel, someone shouted from below. He glanced down at them and shouted, I'll handle this one. You guys go down now. Azel stared at him, stunned. Her breath caught in her throat. Can he really take it on by himself? She bit her lip, torn between awe and concern. Then, without hesitation, she made her choice. No. I have to go help him. At that very moment, someone's voice rang out, cutting through the silence. I don't know what you're thinking, but right now we need to get to the ballroom as quickly as possible. It was Princess Hong Bian, stepping closer to Azel as she delivered those words. Just before moving ahead, the princess glanced back one more time and added, "That's the most helpful thing we can do for that commoner right now." Flame, still reeling from what Baekhyusil had just done, now found herself even more stunned by Hong Bian's actions, and the unexpected expression on her face. A trace of curiosity flickered across her features as she watched the princess walk away. Was Hong Bian like this in the original story? Her confusion was justified. Normally in the original novel, Princess Hong Bian would have been envious of Izel's abilities, possibly scheming something behind the scenes. But instead of jealousy, she had just gone out of her way to help Azel. No one lingered to bother Baekhyusil any further. The heavy doors to the room below swung open, revealing a path forward to a new ballroom. As everyone stepped inside, music and melody began to flow gently throughout the room. Someone gasped almost immediately. Oh. And understandably so, what they saw far exceeded any of their expectations for a special ballroom event. Crystal chandeliers sparkled brightly in mid-air, casting dazzling light across the room. Masked nobles held hands and danced gracefully in the vibrant atmosphere. A plush red carpet ran across the floor, and up every staircase, giving the place an air of pure opulence. It was utterly enchanting. But just as the mood began to lift, all of a sudden, the lights went out. The music ceased. Silence fell over the entire ballroom. Every noble stood still, like they were anticipating the arrival of someone important. Then, in the darkness, footsteps echoed, slow, deliberate steps approaching. Everyone turned toward the source, wide-eyed. Princess Hong Bian was the first to speak, shifting their focus. "Someone's walking down the stairs." Flame quickly jumped to a conclusion. Could it be the final boss, Duchess Yiren? Everyone be on guard. But then something shattered that assumption, stunning Flame into silence. "Huh," she gasped. In the center spotlight, someone stood poised under the glowing beam. "Good evening, everyone. I'm so pleased to meet you. I am Yiren." The figure was none other than Zeki, the same girl who had gone missing from their group earlier. Only now her smile was off. Something about it felt deeply wrong. Despite the stunned expressions on the students' faces, the masked nobles around them were elated at her appearance. "Duchess, you look absolutely stunning tonight," one of them exclaimed. "Please, flash us that radiant smile of yours. I'll give you my heart if you do." Even though Flame had read the original novel, nothing in it could have prepared her for this twist. "How is this possible?" she murmured. This development never existed in the original romantic plotline. In fact, Zeki wasn't even a character in the original story. She glanced over at Princess Hong Bian's now worried expression. For a regular person to become an NPC inside a Persona gate, it's impossible. And not just any NPC, she's become the final boss. Then Azel added, "There's only one way for someone to become an NPC inside a Persona gate. And that means, Zeki has already become a dark mage." Flame's lips tightened into a thin line as she processed the implications. At last she understood why Baekhyusil had been acting so strangely earlier, why he'd tried to warn her in his own cryptic way. So this is what he meant when he warned me about Zeki, but I can't just abandon her. Despite her anxiety, a fierce determination lit up her eyes. "I'll bring her back, no matter what it takes." With that, Flame took a step forward and called out to the girl above, her voice firm yet pleading. "Zeki, if you get drunk on that kind of power, you might turn into something truly terrifying. Please just take a deep breath and calm down." But then, Zeki abruptly cut her off. "Ha, how ridiculous. From this moment on, I am Yiren." A dangerous smile crept across her face from behind her paper fan. She posed a question to the crowd, and the nobles below eagerly responded. "My head is Yiren. My chest is Zeki. My heart is..." Zeki's cheeks flushed an unnatural red. "It's so exhilarating, it feels like everything inside me is melting." Watching this unfold, Princess Hong Bian finally understood. It's too late. Her mind has already been corrupted by dark magic. Azel, standing beside her, added grimly. At this point, the only way to save her is to conquer this gate and bring her back to normal. Flame raised her wand tightly in hand. "Yeah, I understand." Golden magic began to radiate from the staff as her focus sharpened into pure resolve. "Wait for me, Zeki. I'll save you, no matter what it takes to make this right." Suddenly, a flash of red lightning crackled near Zeki. The time for small talk had come to an end. Magical energy surged through the room again as Zeki's twisted smile deepened. "Let's begin this party, shall we?" Important update, boss battle initiated. Temptation Masquerade Festival. Meanwhile, in a completely different location, a streak of green blood splashed across the screen. The massive Bladefang spider leader had just been slashed across its upper abdomen, and that spray of blood marked the result of Baekuzul's swift assault using his blink ability. Sweat dripped from his brow as tension wrapped tightly around his body. Yeah, this one's a real pain. He quickly analyzed the situation. The Bladefang spider leader exists in a subspace, and isn't a major requirement to clear the gate. But there are 2 reasons I have to take it down. His eyes narrowed. First, I need the enchanting tree petal embedded in the spider's forehead. As he was thinking, the spider suddenly lunged, slamming one of its massive legs toward him. But he had anticipated it. In a flash, he blinked out of harm's way and immediately scanned the battlefield for any items it might have dropped. The beast had missed. And while dashing through the chaos, Uzil had already tossed 3 vials in different colors ahead of him: orange for spark potion, green for slippery oil, and purple for flammable gel. The result was immediate. Electricity erupted across the spider's body, lighting it up in bursts of lightning. A blinding white glow pierced the area. The second reason revealed itself as Baekuzul raised his sword and charged straight at the spider's energy barrier. In a miraculous moment, the shimmering field began to fracture under his assault. His aim locked onto the rose-like petal on its head. His expression changed, mind racing through the implications. Hidden strategy to overcome Chapter 6, Zeki's Dark Magic Path. Additional info unlocked. The enchanting tree petal significantly boosts mental power when absorbed. It enhances sensory processing, acts as a key item to unlock crisis perception, and slows the effects of corrupted mana drift. It's a required item to proceed, and also plays an interesting role in the narrative. The spider lunged again. Baekuzul struck back, reinforcing his earlier deduction, which also means these petals are directly connected to the final boss, Duchess Ihirin. As the monster jabbed at him again, Uzil leapt upward to evade, focusing on the fight while mentally distracted. Technically, this Bladefang spider leader is Duchess Ihirin's husband. Not that I care much. I skipped the story anyway. The constant interference during his planning visibly annoyed him. He kept blinking to new positions, now growing frustrated enough to change tactics, rising straight above the spider's head. Either way, every time I strike the barrier around that petal, Duchess Ihirin reacts. So this will help the protagonists execute their strategies more easily. This line of thought brought a new concern to the surface. I just don't know if my attack will land at the right moment to trigger the event. Still, a quiet smirk curled on his lips. So I'll just hit it as hard and as often as I can and finish it. In every previous skirmish, the spider had struck first. This time Uzil took the initiative. Blink after blink, each teleport chained seamlessly into the next, leaving behind only shimmering afterimages. With the power to blink 3 times in rapid succession, the battlefield became his stage and he the main performer. The Bladefang spider reeled at the sudden shift in tempo, emitting a chorus of otherworldly screeches in response. As for him, after executing that dazzling sequence of moves, Baekuzul had finally come to a stop. Alright, if I keep this up much longer. Before he could finish the thought, a sudden shift below caught his eye, his expression shifting to confusion. Huh. The spider was moving erratically now, with green fluid leaking behind it, and in that moment he realized the issue. I threw that many slippery vials and now I'm out? With no other option, he had to charge at it again. Seeing the spider stagger and lose its footing below made Baekuzul uneasy. A spike of anxiety hit him. Damn it, the ballroom's right beneath us. His momentum carried him downward faster and faster. In a split-second decision, he forced himself to think clearly. Focus. I need to figure out where exactly that spider is headed. Accelerating, he finally caught up with it midair. They collided. Their eyes met, sweat rolled down his face, and his teeth clenched in frustration. Now adjust it. A sharp glint lit up in his eyes as he blinked again, shifting their trajectory. A few minutes earlier, a massive notification had lit up in the sky. The battle with the boss, Enchanted Masquerade of Temptation, has begun. Following the announcement, Princess Hongbion's group quickly regrouped and fell into formation. Meanwhile, Zeki's hand reached for a part of her dark dress. Blood-red music began to echo through the air, and with it, Zeki's dance commenced. All attention turned toward her movement. Each step she took crackled with crimson lightning, and a strange magic circle began to form beneath her. With a shift in rhythm, her steps changed again, and the red lightning started affecting the surroundings. Everyone move, she shouted, but the warning came too late. The lightning had already converged into one point and exploded outward, knocking several nearby nobles off their feet. Back with the others, Princess Hong Baiyan turned sharply after witnessing the massive impact. She looked to her team. "Is everyone all right?" One male student behind her responded. "Yes." Gathering herself, she quickly analyzed the situation. The pressure was mounting. "There's no time for hesitation. Now's the moment to fight." She reached out and drew her arcane staff. As her hand gripped its upper end, the staff glowed with resonant light. This time, they were up against a dark sorceress. Above them, Zeki continued her flowing dance. But this time, fire element spells began locking onto her position. Noticing it, Zeki cast a sharp, disdainful glance in their direction. And she had every reason to. "Not so fast," she muttered. In an instant, a black magic formation flared into existence before her, effortlessly deflecting the incoming fire spells. But the attacks didn't end there. Azel conjured 3 smaller ice arrays, from which massive ice pillars shot toward Zeki. The other students, coordinating quickly, launched their own barrage of spells from different schools of magic. Unfortunately, they were all met with the same result. Every single attack was nullified by similar magic circles hovering protectively in front of Zeki. The students were stunned. "Wait, none of our spells are working." While the group launched their all-out attack, Zeki's next movement in her dance triggered another shift. Red lightning again crackled above, a surge of foreboding energy spreading. "She's going to strike again, brace yourselves," someone warned. Right then, 2 exclamation marks popped up. Somehow Flame had created a complex magic formation before her. Zeki turned her head and seemed to notice something. Then, mirroring Zeki's earlier gesture, Flame reached for part of her own dress. The music changed. With a calm expression, Flame raised her staff and stepped forward, entering into a dance of her own, this one demanded by the battlefield itself. Watching her move like that, without knowing exactly when she started, left Azel stunned. Glancing over, she exclaimed in disbelief, "Why are you suddenly dancing here?" But Flame didn't respond. She simply continued her elegant movements in silence. After a short while, she finally came to a stop. Her eyes, now half-lidded, gazed forward intently. The magic circle she had conjured earlier began to pulse, and then, in a sudden burst, she unleashed a spell. A streak of golden light shot past Zeki. Holding her fan, eyes widened in shock, Zeki could do nothing but watch it go by. Seeing the spell hit its mark, Flame smiled inwardly. Perfect. Just like the novel described. Gaining confidence, she raised her voice. Everyone start dancing. Princess Hong Baiyan and Azel both turned to her in surprise. Flame quickly explained, "We've been given clues in the previous phases. This stage isn't just about magic, it's also about dancing. We can only cast magic through our dance steps." Understanding immediately, Princess Hong Baiyan's eyes narrowed in realization. So that's it. The Duchess Eren's dance can't be broken by normal magic. Azel also began piecing it together. The dance that can counter Serena the Silence Blessing is. Everything led to a single vital conclusion: Serena's farewell waltz. Without hesitation, Princess Hong Baiyan stepped forward and began the dance, syncing her movements with the music. Those who knew the rhythm joined in, and soon, more students followed. Notes filled the air, blending seamlessly with the graceful motions. Within moments, magic began to flow through their bodies once more. Spells were released in sync with the melody, launching directly at Zeki's position. Caught off guard, Zeki instinctively brought her fan to her lips. The air thickened with tension, and then boom! A massive explosion erupted at the center of the dance floor, right where Zeki stood. The music still echoed in the air, yet Azel couldn't help but voice her rising concern. "Do you think that attack worked?" she asked, her tone laced with unease. But before she could dwell on it, the melody suddenly shifted. Her expression changed instantly. Wait. What's happening now?" A blood-red composition began to play, and through the smoke left behind by the explosion, a shadowy figure slowly emerged. Azel's thoughts raced. The rhythm, it's accelerating. 2 other students standing nearby caught on to the shift just as quickly. "Look over there." "What the hell is that?" From beneath Zeki's gown, an extra pair of legs slid forward, her body now supported by 4 limbs instead of 2. Her eyes, once human, now glowed with an eerie crimson hue. Someone gasped and shouted out. She grew another pair of legs. "Is that for real?" Her blackened feet, scorched from the explosion, twitched to the beat of the new music. With every step, her movements became more erratic, more unnatural. Using the rhythm flowing through her now monstrous limbs, Zeki summoned a far more intricate and formidable magic circle behind her. Alright then, she whispered darkly. Let's do this properly. Her voice had changed, her expression more twisted than ever. Watching in horror, Flame could no longer hold back and shouted at her, "Stop it, Zeki. If you keep losing yourself in the role of Duchess Irin, you won't be able to come back." But Zeki snapped back, her tone sharp and cold. "And what exactly do you want me to stop for? Look around you." As dark magic flooded outward from her, the voices of nobles erupted across the ballroom. Zeki Ihirin. Zeki Ihirin. They chanted her name like worshippers in a mad cult. The mood shifted from festive to nightmarish. Their cries, once playful, now carried a grotesque admiration. "You're magnificent, my lady. The most graceful dancer of all," they screamed. "Punish those foolish enough to challenge you." Staring at them in shock, Flame could barely process it all when Zeki added in a low, almost mournful voice, "You of all people, Flame, you're really that heartless?" Flame flinched. "What?" Old memories began to surface, fragmented emotions whispered in her thoughts. Selfish, manipulative, cruel. But oh, so sweet. You hoarded those feelings for yourself. Kept them locked away where only you could feel them. Flame always wore a smile. But Zeki had seen beyond it. And now, she had had enough. Her suppressed rage surged to the surface. "I'll never let go of that heart, of that feeling." Red lightning crackled across the floor. Sensing the immense surge of mana, Princess Hong Baiyan immediately issued a warning. "It's coming. Everyone protect yourselves." With perfect timing, Zeki unleashed her attack. Magical beams burst from her newly formed array, firing straight ahead. Fortunately, thanks to the earlier warning, both Princess Hong Baiyan and Azel managed to throw up defensive shields in time. But not everyone was so lucky. One nearby student took a direct hit. "Aha!" The scream pierced through the chaos. Azel turned toward the sound, realizing someone had been struck, but it was too late to help. In her moment of distraction, another surge of dark energy raced toward her. She had no time to react, no way to defend. Azel braced herself, eyes shut tightly, but nothing came. Instead, she opened her eyes to find a warm glow lighting her face. A wall of flame had risen in front of her. She looked up to see Princess Hong Baiyan standing firmly, shielding her with a fiery barrier. After ensuring Azel's safety, Hong Baiyan spun around sharply and scolded, "Hey, idiot! What are you doing spacing out in a place like this?" "Huh?" Azel stammered, still reeling. The princess raised her voice. "I'm better at blocking fire-based magic, so let me handle that. You focus on stopping the lightning spells flying at us." Realization hit Azel. "Right. Got it." Hong Baiyan continued without missing a beat. "You stay behind us. Attack only when you see an opening." Flame had also picked up on the change in the princess's behavior, especially the fact that Hong Baiyan was actually talking to her. For a fleeting moment, Flame felt a wave of confusion wash over her. Wait, what's going on here? In the original storyline, Hong Baiyan had been the one to ruin the team's cohesion, driven by jealousy over Azel's abilities. She had tried to sabotage their relationship, and in doing so, had nearly derailed everything, causing massive setbacks for the group. But now, Hong Baiyan was the one reading the situation best and taking the lead. Just then, a blood-red energy blast surged toward Princess Hong Baiyan. Azel reacted instantly, throwing up an ice barrier that absorbed the hit. The princess flinched in surprise and glanced toward her, just as Flame watched from behind, stunned. "No way, that's Hong Baiyan and Azel. They're actually working together." Azel looked at the princess and spoke softly, almost casually, "Don't get careless, alright?" Hong Baiyan's brows furrowed as she snapped, "Excuse me, what did you just say?" Before the tension could thicken, Flame appeared behind both of them. "Me too. I can't let you two outshine me." With the defense covered, she began to retaliate, casting a large-scale spell behind her. From her formation, she unleashed a barrage of golden lightning bolts forward. But Zeki, with 3 layers of dark magic swirling in front of her, intercepted every single attack with ease. "Pointless," Zeki spat coldly. But Flame just smiled. A moment later, the energy beams intensified and scattered into multiple directions, bypassing the dark shields entirely. A massive explosion erupted again at Zeki's position. As the smoke thickened and spread outward, that all-too-familiar question echoed again, "Is it over this time?" They all stared into the dense cloud of dust, thicker than before. Then, just like last time, a dark silhouette took shape, but this time, it had horns. Azel was the first to notice. "Huh?" she gasped. Hong Baiyan narrowed her eyes. "That form." And Flame's voice trembled with disbelief. Zeki's voice rang out, distorted and warped. Flame, her legs had fully transformed into spider-like limbs, grotesquely similar to the creature they had encountered earlier in the hallway. "Does it make you that angry to see me happy?" she hissed. The NPC nobles who had once cheered her on now cowered in horror. Their faces paled, and their bodies began to tremble uncontrollably. One of them even dropped to their knees and vomited. Ugh, Zeki's control was unraveling fast. Her voice cracked with pain and rage. "Why couldn't you just leave me alone? Why won't you let me be?" Flame, knowing deep down that she was partly to blame for Zeki's descent, tried desperately to reach her. "Zeki, that's not true. Please come back to your senses." But Zeki had already lost herself to fury. "Shut up," she screamed. Immediately, a blood-red magical field expanded outward, followed by the emergence of a second sacred formation glowing beneath her. The Crimson Symphony played again, haunting and relentless, as Zeki's face twisted into a locked, unsettling smile. Hong Bian, for once, seemed genuinely shaken. "No, this can't be happening." Behind her, Flame echoed the same horror. She turned her eyes toward the looming threat ahead, thoughts racing. "This has already reached risk level 5. I can't think straight anymore. What are we supposed to do?" As she scanned the battlefield, Flame suddenly lifted her gaze. Something had shifted in the air. Sounds strange and growing louder echoed from above. Her instincts kicked in, and she murmured aloud. What is that sound?" Azel, sensing something, quickly interrupted while standing nearby. "Baekuzil." Her sudden exclamation startled Baekuzil for a brief moment. But before he could respond, something unexpected happened. Zeki let out a piercing scream, as if she had been struck by a devastating blow. Princess Hong Bian immediately asked, "What's going on?" Flame, narrowing her gaze from a distance, tried to explain, "I'm not exactly sure, but it looks like the fight between Baekuzil and the sword-tongued spider leader up above is somehow affecting Zeki down here." Zeki was clutching her head in visible pain, writhing as if being torn apart from the inside. Flame couldn't believe what she was seeing, yet a thought struck her with grim clarity. No way. Could it be that Baekuzil knew about this connection all along, and is fighting that monster alone, just to help us defeat the final boss? Whatever was happening up there, it was clearly having an impact. Zeki shrieked again, doubling over, her voice filled with helpless agony. Recognizing the window of opportunity, Princess Hong Bian's tone turned sharp with urgency. "Now's our chance." After issuing the command, the trio once again unleashed their magic. Fire from Princess Hong Bian, ice from Azel, and light from Flame surged forward in unison. The ice hit first, freezing the legs of the sword-tongued spider leader, followed by Hong Bian's engulfing flames. Then came the final blow, the piercing beam of light. As the three elements collided, a massive explosion erupted, blowing away the rising smoke. Enraged, Zeki screamed, "Is this all you've got? You pathetic little brats." But her anger only escalated further. "How dare you?" Just then, the original sword-tongued spider leader suddenly appeared in the chamber. Noticing something had changed, Princess Hong Bian asked with concern, "What's going on?" Flame, equally unsure, replied, "I'm not certain, something just fell." Her eyes widened in disbelief as she caught sight of a familiar figure. "No way, that can't be. Is that the great sword-tongued spider leader?" The enormous creature had plummeted from above and now lay unconscious on the ballroom floor, which had cracked beneath its massive weight. The room was filled with stunned silence before someone finally blurted out the question, "Is it dead?" One male student trembled as he stared in disbelief, mumbling, "This is insane. Baekuzil, a first-year student just like us, brought down a level 4 monster all by himself." But the spider wasn't the only thing that had fallen. The same student turned sharply to see Baekuzil lying motionless on the ground nearby. Everyone in the room watched as the monstrous spider landed squarely on the spot where Zeki had been moments earlier. From below, someone slowly ascended the stairs. It was one of Zeki's companions. Flame was the first to step forward, her expression laced with sorrow. Zeki, now partially pinned under the spider's massive weight, struggled to lift herself. Her body trembled as she glared at Flame and snapped, "Why do you always have to get in my way?" Rage twisted her features. "I'll never forgive you." But then Flame's expression shifted as a different thought crossed her mind. "Oh my god, so that's it. You couldn't beat me at dancing, so you resorted to this. Because no one can outshine me on stage, is that it? How pitiful. How truly pitiful. In the end, you're just like me, jealous of someone more beautiful than you." Her laugh was hollow and unsettling. Ahaha, I'm not alone anymore. Turns out you're just like me. Yet beneath the strange smile, sorrow etched deeper into Flame's face as she looked at her friend, who no longer seemed in control of herself. Noticing Flame's gaze, Zeki blinked in confusion and asked, "Why are you looking at me like that?" Trying to shift the mood, Flame turned and asked Azel behind her, "Azel, can you summon an ice mirror?" "Yes," Azel replied without hesitation. Zeki, sensing what was about to happen, sneered confidently. "Whatever nonsense you're planning, I'm still more beautiful than you." Azel conjured the ice mirror and placed it before Zeki. She blinked, eyes slowly scanning her reflection. Huh? Half of her face had transformed into that of a spider. She stared, utterly stunned. What is this?" Meanwhile, one male student rushed over to Baekhyuseol, who had just started to stir. "Are you okay?" My head." Zeki's voice shattered the quiet again. "Is this really what I look like? You're lying, aren't you? This can't be a real mirror." Baekhyuseol was now fully awake, pressing a finger to his temple. But Zeki's cries only grew more frenzied. "You're all trying to trick me, showing me this horrible image. It's disgusting, so disgusting, absolutely disgusting." Her screams echoed through the hall as she cried out in sheer panic. "Ayaha! Please, take that mirror away." The noble students who had previously taken Zeki's side at the dance now stood in silent retreat. One of them murmured, "The Duchess is no longer beautiful." Everyone understood what was about to happen, so they lowered their heads, unwilling to meet Zeki's eyes as she writhed in agony. "No, I don't want this. I hate it. This isn't me," she screamed. Her mutated hand trembled as it reached forward, desperate for salvation. "Flame, please, you can do anything. Help me. Save me," but her tone suddenly shifted, twisted with resentment. "Do you really think I would beg you?" A grotesque, spider-like sword limb shot forth from her transformed arm, just like the monstrous creature she had turned into. She lashed out at Flame in a fit of rage, screaming, "This is all your fault, you made me like this. Die." Crimson and white energy flared around Flame, but before the attack could reach her, something sharp and unseen pierced through Zeki from below. Her body froze, eyes wide in stunned silence. Whatever had struck her came from beneath Flame's feet, stabbing through her with deadly precision. As her strength drained away, Zeki's fading eyes flickered with a memory, one of joy, of standing beside Hai Wanrang. For a brief second, her rage vanished. There was no saving her now. The only mercy left was to end her suffering. Princess Hongbian's flames ignited once more. Azel, burdened by guilt, lowered her head in sorrow, unable to forgive herself for what she had helped cause. Princess Hongbian felt the same remorse, grief, and a heavy sense of responsibility. But no one was more devastated than Flame, who understood all too well that her presence, her rivalry, had played a role in Zeki's tragic end. As Zeki faded into nothingness, Flame stood still, whispering her final words. "I'm sorry, Zeki. I truly am." The moment Zeki's body vanished, an official system message appeared. "The tale of Duchess Ehirin, once the most beautiful and famous woman in the world, has come to an end. You have conquered the ballroom of temptation. Congratulations." The scene shifted to the outside world. Students exited through the gates as an announcement echoed. Team A6 has completed the simulation. All students have exited. The training session for Group B3 has also concluded. As the students returned to reality, Instructor Lee gave a firm command. "Evacuate them immediately." "Yes, sir." "Everyone has exited," a fellow teacher confirmed. Instructor Lee's expression hardened as he turned his gaze toward the final gate. Concern settled deep into his features. "So the only one left is C7. Just then, the red gate next to Instructor Lee began to behave abnormally. Crimson lightning crackled around its edges. Sensing that something was wrong, he immediately turned to a nearby assistant. "The energy waves are shifting. Prepare for impact." "Yes, sir." But before they could finish speaking, the gate erupted in a dramatic transformation. The red glow dissolved, the space within expanding chaotically. Instructor Lee stared intensely at the change, then slowly, a faint smile appeared on his face. "An ant has defeated a tiger." With those words, the remaining students emerged safely from the gate except for one. The red gate vanished entirely behind them. Watching them return from what should have been a lethal trial, murmurs of disbelief spread throughout the observers. They really cleared a level 5 persona gate. As students, even experienced veterans struggle with something that dangerous. Is that boy their leader? Arin's expression flickered with surprise, as even he realized he had contradicted his own words. A moment later he gave a soft chuckle, mocking himself for the earlier joke. Let's fall back. Yes, sir. But that wasn't the end of it. After everyone had safely exited the gate, Baek Yuziel stepped forward, raising his sword across his chest. Permission to report, sir. The mission to conquer the Persona Gate has been completed. There were 16 participants in total, 1 casualty, 15 returned safely and successfully. Hearing that, a bitter expression surfaced on Professor Lee's face. So there was a loss after all. He paused briefly, then straightened up and gave his orders, his voice more composed. You all did well. I'll arrange for a healer to arrive immediately. In the meantime, get some rest. Yes, sir. Just then, a new voice interrupted the quiet. Did something happen while I was away? Everyone instinctively turned toward the familiar voice. And there he was, calm, composed, and smiling as if nothing had happened. Oh? Looks like something interesting went down while I was gone, didn't it? The air shifted instantly. Baek Yuziel hesitated, slightly stunned by the unexpected arrival of this person. It was Elman Eltwin, the headmaster of Stella Academy and a legendary 9th-tier mage. He turned toward Yuziel with a warm smile, his tone both light and commanding. Looks like I missed quite the story. Come now, fill me in on everything, won't you?